On an otherwise ordinary day in the year 2023, something unimaginable happened. An entire part of a city was summoned to a parallel world. This strange place wasn't just some alternate dimension, it was part of an elaborate game played by beings of immense power known as players. The city and its residents were nothing more than pieces on their game board, pawns to be moved and manipulated at will. As soon as the summoning took place, the rules of the game kicked in. Regardless of who or where you were, a mission was assigned, a mission that always carried great difficulty and unpredictability. The tasks varied, but the ultimate goal remained the same: protect the pawn until it reaches the finish line. Nothing more, nothing less. In one such scenario, Pawn 76 and its designated protagonist failed in their mission. The city, once full of life and energy, collapsed entirely. The failure was catastrophic, leaving everything in ruins. Those who had once lived and thrived within the pawn now became nothing more than remnants of a story meticulously recorded for future generations in hopes they could avoid meeting the same tragic fate. The protagonist, the one who had fought until the bitter end, left behind this record as a guide. He desperately wished that others would read his words, heed his warnings, and avoid repeating his mistakes. His final piece of advice was simple yet crucial: never go against the players. No matter how powerful or talented you may think you are, the players always hold the upper hand. In the grand scheme of things, everyone summoned to this world is nothing more than a pawn in their game. A massive spear descended from the heavens, piercing the cube that housed the city. In one devastating blow, the entire structure was destroyed. The streets were littered with bodies. Death had become a common occurrence in this unforgiving place. Amid the chaos, a figure appeared, walking calmly through the wreckage. He spotted a skeleton clutching a record and, without hesitation, snatched the book from its bony fingers. He flipped through the pages, skimming the strategies laid out within. Though the information was good, the man was unimpressed. Tossing the book onto the ground, he declared that he already knew all of it. Suddenly, the sky darkened. A majestic being of overwhelming power loomed over everything and everyone. In its colossal hand, it held several cubes similar to the one that had just been destroyed. The being unleashed an attack, its power capable of obliterating entire cities. Yet, its strike was stopped with almost laughable ease. This figure, our protagonist, stood firm. He wasn't just any pawn. He had become something far greater, a living legend who refused to be controlled. The player, enraged by the resistance, launched another attack. This time, however, the protagonist retaliated. His counterattack was swift and devastating, causing a red explosion that lit up the sky. The impact was so intense that it appeared to kill the transcendental being on the spot. Standing tall in the aftermath, the protagonist issued a warning to all who watched: it is possible to defeat the players. The key lies in the guidebook, which contains all the knowledge necessary to take them down. He had no intention of sitting back and waiting for his inevitable end. This so-called game would not dictate his fate. He would put an end to it on his terms, and when all was said and done, return to his original world. This was his mission, his grand finale, a triumph forged through defiance and sheer willpower. Life had seemed so normal that morning. The city bustled with activity as people went about their day. Friends laughed, families gathered, and the world seemed as calm and peaceful as ever. But that tranquility shattered in an instant. Out of nowhere, a blinding blue light erupted from the ground. People froze, unsure of what was happening. The protagonist was no different. Terror gripped his heart as he watched the strange phenomenon unfold. Panic spread like wildfire. People screamed and ran for their lives, desperately searching for safety. The protagonist tried to stay calm, but fear clawed at him. His eyes darted around, searching for an explanation. It didn't take long for him to notice something odd. The wall in front of him had transformed into a shimmering barrier. His heart pounded in his chest as he struggled to comprehend the situation. Around him, others clutched their heads in pain, groaning about unbearable headaches. Confusion and fear gripped the crowd, and someone voiced what many were already thinking: this kind of thing only happens in novels or webtoons. To make matters worse, a system window suddenly appeared in front of the protagonist, coldly announcing that the game had begun. The first task? Roll the dice. His mind reeled, but before he could fully process what was happening, a girl pointed toward the sky. Everyone looked up, and what they initially thought was a Q turned out to be a colossal letter D hovering in the air. Someone took the initiative and rolled the dice. The system immediately announced that pawn number 8 would move 3 spaces. The entire city began to shift and move like a living puzzle, its pieces clicking into place. Fear escalated as people realized the full extent of their predicament. The protagonist pieced it together. They had been summoned into a game. But they weren't the players, they were the pawns. powerless pieces subject to the whims of the true players who controlled everything from afar. The system's announcements continued. The next roll moved the city to a defensive field, where the difficulty level would drop slightly, and they would have 3 days to prepare for an attack. A map materialized in front of them, merging with the city's layout. The map and the city connected seamlessly, forming a giant game board. The system warned that if all base points were destroyed, it would be game over, and in this world, game over meant death. The crowd erupted in panic, unable to comprehend the madness they were now a part of. Yet amid the chaos, the protagonist managed to keep his composure. He knew that losing his head would only make things worse. For now, his priority was to focus on the system's instructions and figure out a way to survive. The system revealed that they would be assigned classes based on a roll of the dice. The most powerful class, the mythical class, was rare but attainable. Before anyone could roll, however, an elderly man shouted in warning. Something was approaching. At first, some mistook it for a rescue team, but their hope quickly turned to dread. It wasn't help, it was a horde of ferocious monsters. Chaos broke out once more. The monsters charged without hesitation, tearing through the crowd with brutal efficiency. Those who couldn't keep up were the first to fall, caught and devoured by the creatures. The protagonist barely had time to react. A monstrous beast appeared behind him, swinging a massive club. The weapon connected with terrifying precision, sending him flying through the air. As he soared, the protagonist's thoughts raced. He had no choice but to survive no matter what. This game was just beginning, and he intended to be the one to end it. In the aftermath of the brutal confrontation, as bodies lay scattered and smoke rose into the air, the protagonist slowly regained a fragment of consciousness. His body was battered, and every breath felt like a struggle. Beneath him, a pile of crumpled cardboard boxes barely cushioned his fall. The chaotic events of the past few moments still played vividly in his mind: the dice game, the city being summoned, the monstrous ogres, and the sudden burst of fire that had swept across the battlefield. It all finally made sense. Humans had been summoned into this place not as mere bystanders, but as protectors. Their purpose was to defend the city at all costs until it reached its ultimate destination, the final goal. A game of dice was being played, yet the ones rolling the dice were not human. These beings, hidden from view, were either gods or demons, beings of unimaginable power who played with lives as if they were nothing more than pieces on a chessboard. Each roll determined the fate of the city and its people, pushing them closer to victory or destruction. Nearby, the ogre that had attacked him stood silently, watching, calculating. The creature's enormous frame radiated primal strength, and its beady eyes glimmered with cruel intent. It contemplated its next move, debating whether to end the hunt now or toy with its prey a little longer. Its massive club rested on its shoulder as it took a slow step forward. The air felt heavy, and death seemed imminent. Suddenly, a blinding light lit up the battlefield, followed by an intense wave of heat. The ogre paused, looking up in confusion. A girl with flaming wings descended from the sky, her presence commanding and radiant. Her spear struck the ground with an explosive force that sent a cyclone of fire roaring across the field. The flames consumed everything in their path, burning the ogres to ash in an instant. The monstrous army that had seemed invincible only moments before was gone, reduced to nothing by this girl's overwhelming power. The surviving humans could only stare in awe, their breaths caught in their throats. The girl's power was beyond comprehension. They murmured amongst themselves, wondering who she was and how she had managed to obliterate the enemy in the blink of an eye. Despite her commanding presence, her name was a simple Gohyeju. Surprisingly, her class was labeled as common citizen, and her level was a mere one. Yet her strength and confidence suggested something far greater than what her statistics indicated. Gohyeju quickly began organizing the survivors. She instructed the injured to retreat to safety, informing them that the military was already forming a defensive line further back. Her voice was steady and reassuring, cutting through the panic that still hung in the air. She urged everyone to roll the dice immediately, explaining that those who obtained rare items should step forward and join the fight. Those who received nothing special were to fall back and protect themselves. The people, still reeling from shock, obeyed without question. Dice rolled across the ground, and with each turn, weapons, shields, and strange new powers materialized. The once helpless civilians were now armed and ready, transformed into makeshift warriors by the roll of a die. Banding together, they surged forward to confront the remaining monsters. Their old lives, full of mundane worries and simple pleasures, were gone forever. From that moment on, they were fighters in a battle for survival. Countless would perish in the days to come, but out of the chaos, new heroes would rise, heroes forged in the crucible of suffering and bloodshed. Among the wounded was Choi Yul, unconscious and gravely injured. His body lay crumpled on the ground, his breath shallow and uneven. His die, still clutched in his hand, slipped from his grasp and rolled across the ground. By sheer chance, it landed on 100, triggering an event that no one could have predicted. A brilliant light erupted from the die, enveloping him in a radiant glow. As the light faded, an extraordinary object appeared in his hand, Christina's book. The book was no ordinary artifact. It was a legendary item spoken of in whispers, said to contain every secret and piece of knowledge one could ever need in this world. It held the key to survival, detailing every monster, every strategy, and every hidden truth. However, its power came with a dark cost. The book had a monopolistic nature, binding itself to a single owner. Only that owner could access its knowledge. Anyone else who tried to read its pages would be marked, their rewards stolen and redirected to the book's rightful holder, Christina. The battlefield, now quiet save for the crackle of distant flames, was a grim sight. Injured civilians stumbled through the wreckage, while bodies of both monsters and humans littered the ground. A girl with stark white hair stood among the survivors, her face pale and her eyes wide with disbelief. The weight of what they had just endured pressed heavily on her shoulders. She asked aloud if it was finally over, her voice trembling with exhaustion and relief. At that moment, a military truck rumbled onto the scene. Soldiers from the Korean army spilled out, moving quickly to tend to the wounded and secure the area. One of the officers approached Go Hyeju, his face lined with fatigue but filled with gratitude. He praised her for her leadership and strength, crediting her quick thinking and unshakable resolve for saving countless lives. Despite the brief respite, uncertainty lingered in the air. Communication systems were down, and the soldiers had resorted to using radios to receive fragmented reports from various sectors. The officer explained that they were regrouping at Namsan Tower, hoping to re-establish a secure line of communication. Before anyone could relax, the protagonist stirred once more. His voice, weak but determined, cut through the tense silence. He warned them that the battle was far from over. According to the information in Christina's book, a boss monster would appear soon. The people around him looked at the book in confusion, unable to see anything but blank pages. Only the protagonist could read its contents, and he knew that this knowledge was their only chance at survival. He flipped through the pages, revealing details that left no room for doubt. The book contained information about every person and item on the battlefield, from their deepest secrets to their most cherished possessions. He even described personal facts about Go Hyeju, such as her favorite lullaby and the legendary nature of her weapon. This was proof enough for the survivors to trust him. The protagonist knew the danger that lay ahead. The boss monster was a two-headed ogre, far more powerful than the creatures they had just faced. It was a creature of extreme difficulty, capable of both devastating magical attacks and brutal close combat. The battle was far from over. Every 6 hours, waves of monsters would attack the city, growing stronger with each wave. At the end of each wave, a boss would appear, each one deadlier than the last. The survivors, now armed with this grim knowledge, steeled themselves for what was to come. This world was no longer a game. It was a battlefield where life and death were determined by the roll of a die, and only the strongest or the smartest would survive. The protagonist, armed with Christina's book, knew that the future rested on his shoulders. He would fight, not just to survive, but to find a way to end this madness once and for all. The protagonist, now regaining his full strength, gathers everyone and calmly lays out the strategy. The defense mission requires them to protect the base 12 times, fending off waves of monsters until the third day, when the boss monster will appear. The task seems daunting at first, but with the strategy already detailed in Christina's book, he reassures everyone that victory is not only possible but guaranteed. As long as they follow the instructions and act according to the plan, everyone will survive. Beyond that, his next goal is to seek a way back to the original world. His words inspire the survivors. Unlike others who are focused solely on the immediate danger, the protagonist has already begun thinking about the future. This kind of foresight earns him the admiration of many, especially Go Hyeju, who feels a deep sense of respect and warmth toward their newly established commander. A slight blush colors her face as she realizes how confident and determined he is, not just to survive but to ensure their safe return to the lives they once knew. Yul, pausing briefly to catch his breath, raises his voice once more, signaling the start of the next defense phase. The mission begins anew as everyone springs into action. Unfortunately, the protagonist remains unaware of one crucial detail. Because he had been unconscious earlier, he missed a critical piece of information about Christina's book. The book is a double-edged sword. Anyone who hears or sees information from the book will have their rewards stolen at the end of the mission. The range of this curse is vast. It extends beyond those directly told by the protagonist. Even people who hear about the book's contents indirectly, through rumors or secondhand information, will find their rewards taken by Christina. This hidden cost is something no one realizes until it's far too late. Despite this oversight, the battle progresses well. With Yule's leadership, the defenders push back the waves of monsters little by little. The strategy outlined in the book proves highly effective, and the boss monster's life gradually diminishes. Go Hyeju leads the offensive with unparalleled strength and agility. At the protagonist's command, she strikes the boss with her spear, disappearing in a flash of speed before driving the weapon deep into the creature's belly. For a moment, victory seems certain. But something is wrong. As soon as her spear pierces the creature, Go Hyeju realizes the monster is not what it first seemed. Its appearance begins to change. Its hair darkens, its body twists and contorts, and its entire structure transforms into something far more menacing. The protagonist watches the transformation with a mix of awe and dread. It is no longer just a boss monster. The demon king, Cristino, has awakened. The air grows heavy with an oppressive energy. The current population is displayed on the system window. 193,500 survivors remain, but 176,500 sacrifices have already been made. This means nearly 91% of the population has fallen victim to the battle so far. The sheer scale of the loss is staggering, but the fight is far from over. The Demon King is merely the first of many sins that the protagonist and his allies will face. This battle is only the beginning. In this defense mission, the waves of monsters move in a structured pattern, much like a strategy game. The goal is simple: defend the base at all costs. The monsters march steadily toward the barricades, while the defenders do everything they can to repel them. Ogres and low-level creatures lead the charge, but their limited intelligence makes them predictable. The defenders hold their ground well at first. Mel, one of the commanding soldiers, orders the use of long-range firearms and magic attacks to slow the advancing monsters. Arrows and fireballs rain down on the enemy, causing chaos in their ranks. Though the monsters begin to scatter, Mel instructs the soldiers to spare no ammunition. Their goal is to eliminate as many as possible before they reach the barricades. Despite their efforts, a group of monsters manages to break through and heads toward the civilians. However, they are quickly intercepted and cut down by well-armed fighters with high-level equipment. The protagonist orders the defenders to maintain overall order and focus on keeping the formation intact. Meanwhile, the Crumb Book, Christina's book, updates in real time, providing crucial information about the battlefield. Simply thinking about a question causes the book to reveal the answers instantly, allowing the protagonist to adapt the strategy as needed. The defenders continue their relentless assault. Quan, one of Yule's trusted allies, orders his team to inspect the area and report any signs of enemy movement. Their meticulous coordination ensures that no monster slips through unnoticed. The book remains their greatest weapon, offering guidance that guarantees their survival. But as the battle rages on, Yule knows that the final boss is approaching. Yu notices the growing tension and points out that the boss is almost there. Despite the growing anxiety, she reassures Yule that Go Hyeju can handle the monster alone. The creature makes its presence known, a giant earth monster named Billy the Giant, with a difficulty rating of 1. Its size is immense, and its every step shakes the ground beneath their feet. Quan reports that their flares have run out, leaving them with limited options. They attack the creature with everything they have, but Billy barely flinches. Enraged, the monster slams its massive fists into the ground, sending shock waves across the battlefield. Yule quickly realizes that Billy's destructive power is too great for the base to withstand. If the monster continues its assault within the city, the entire base will be obliterated in seconds. He makes a bold decision to lure the creature outside the city limits, where its movements will be slower and less destructive. Go Hyeju questions how they will defeat such a powerful enemy with only the 3 of them. Yule, with unwavering confidence, tells her that she will be the one to finish it. Summoning her spear, Go Hyeju asks for instructions. Yule reveals that heroic class items possess hidden characteristics, but to unlock them, specific conditions must be met. The book has already provided the necessary steps, and Yule assures her that if she follows them, a hidden ability will be activated. Go Hyeju hesitates for a moment, unsure if it will work. Yule's confidence never wavers. He tells her not to be afraid and to trust in herself. Summoning her courage, Go Hyeju thrusts her spear into her own belly, fulfilling the required condition. A surge of red energy surrounds her as the monster charges forward for a devastating attack. Quan watches in horror as Go Hyeju is crushed by the monster's blow, but Yule remains calm. The red energy begins to grow, spiraling around both Go Hyeju and the monster. All the conditions have been met. From the bloody flames, a dragon emerges, roaring with newfound power. The hidden ability, Fang of Prominence, has been unlocked, and with it, the tides of battle are about to turn. The aftermath of the intense battle left everyone breathless. Both Quan and Gohyeju were awestruck by what had just happened. The Imperial Flame Dragon, a legendary ability hidden within Gohyeju's spear, had been unleashed. The power was overwhelming, an unstoppable force capable of reducing the entire battlefield to scorched earth in an instant. The explosion had reshaped the terrain, leaving a massive crater where the monster once stood. Both of them knew how dangerous this ability could be if used within the city. Quan quietly noted that if such power had been unleashed inside the city, it would have been catastrophic. However, even more dangerous than the dragon was Krasina's book, which rested innocently in the protagonist's hands. Quan couldn't shake the unease it brought him. The book contained a vast amount of forbidden information knowledge that, if used for malicious purposes, could easily lead to the city's destruction. Yet for now, it seemed the boy wielding the book was a good person, someone who genuinely wanted to help. The system interrupted the calm with an announcement. The defense mission was complete, and all surviving citizens had been safely transferred back to the city. Relief washed over many of them as the tension momentarily eased. The system promised rewards to everyone for their participation, and for the first time in hours, there were smiles and cheers. The item shop opened, allowing people to purchase healing potions and other necessary supplies. Nurses rushed to buy potions for the wounded, tending to those still suffering from the battle's aftermath. Despite the temporary sense of peace, the protagonist felt an unsettling weight in the air. Something was wrong, terribly wrong. As the system calculated the points to be awarded, a notification appeared. The points were unusually high due to the sacrifice effect of sovereignty, which amplified the rewards based on the excessive number of sacrifices made during the mission. While the leaderboard displayed a wide range of point totals, the most shocking figure appeared at the top. At first, Kang stood in first place with 1,402 points. But then the leaderboard updated. Choi Yul's total skyrocketed to over 10 billion points. The crowd fell silent, realizing something was amiss. This amount wasn't just abnormal, it was impossible. The realization hit like a lightning bolt. He had stolen their points. Anger surged through the crowd. People immediately rushed to confront Choi Yul, demanding answers. The protagonist, still in shock, tried to explain that he had no idea this would happen. He genuinely hadn't known about the sacrifice effect, nor had he intended to steal anyone's rewards. The surgeon in the group thoughtfully proposed that Choi Yul donate or redistribute the points to balance things out. It seemed like the perfect solution. But just as Choi Yul attempted to donate the points, Krasina's passive ability activated. A system notification coldly declared that the protagonist was prohibited from sharing or transferring any of the points. His heart sank as he tried again, only to meet the same result. Panic set in as the crowd grew more hostile. No matter what he did, the system wouldn't allow him to give back what had been taken. The anger in the air became palpable. People called him a villain, accusing him of betraying their trust. Frustrated and overwhelmed, Choi Yul threw the book on the ground, hoping it would free him from its curse. But to his horror, the book regenerated itself, rising from the ground as though it were a living entity bound to him forever. Desperation swept through the crowd. Cries filled the air as people pleaded for their loved ones not to die, while others begged Choi Yul to share at least 10 points to save their lives. But there was nothing he could do. His reputation, once filled with hope and admiration, was now in shambles. A soldier reported grim news: the number of dead was rising quickly. Yul's mind raced for a solution, wondering if there was any way to reverse the situation. Before he could react, a rifle was suddenly pressed to his head. The surgeon, cold and resolute, declared that enough was enough. For the greater good of the people, Choi Yul had to be punished. His fate was sealed in the eyes of the angry crowd. They wanted him dead. Quan, realizing the situation was spiraling out of control, urged Choi Yul to run. He knew there was no way to fix things now, but perhaps in the future, Choi Yul could find a way to make things right and ultimately return home. Choi Yul, overwhelmed with negative emotions, clenched his fists. The weight of betrayal and despair nearly broke him, but deep down, he knew he had no choice but to escape. Without wasting another second, he spent all his points on agility, boosting his speed to superhuman levels. In an instant, he disappeared, leaving the enraged crowd behind. The system sent out an urgent notification, informing the people that the next wave would begin in less than 24 hours. Shock spread through the group as they realized how little time they had to prepare. Quan, once again stepping into a leadership role, ordered everyone to retreat to their safe zones. The wounded civilians were quickly ushered into military vehicles, while soldiers did their best to maintain order. Go Hyeju remained calm despite the growing chaos, already planning their next move. A voice over a loudspeaker gave instructions, asking those who wanted to fight to go to the left and those who didn't to move to the right. Everyone was reminded to check their status windows and memorize the locations of the temporary bases. The announcement didn't end there. It came with a strict warning: anyone who saw Choi Yul must report him to the army immediately. Those under the influence of the sacrifice effect were to be isolated, and anyone caught hiding their condition would be declared a criminal. The stakes had never been higher, and the city prepared for the next wave with grim determination. Despite their efforts, not everyone was ready. Some clung to prayers, seeking divine intervention, while others fought to escape the growing nightmare. The system suddenly alerted everyone that the new turn had begun. It ordered the next player to roll the dice. Moments later, an ominous announcement echoed through the city: Pawn 8 would move 4 spaces, triggering the next phase of the game. A new objective appeared in the system window. The guardians of the demonic pillars had been summoned. The goal was clear: destroy every one of them before they reached the base. The battle was far from over, and the next chapter of the defense mission was about to begin. The system announced that the next mission would last 5 days, a grueling endurance challenge. During this time, the city would be under constant threat from 3 demonic pillars, each protected by a deadly guardian. The first pillar, with difficulty level 1, was guarded by the fallen angel with no destiny. Although its difficulty was rated as the lowest, its power was deceptive, with a unique ability that could grow stronger if certain conditions were met. The second pillar, also a level 1 difficulty, was protected by insane brains, an incredibly intelligent monster known for its complex strategies and unpredictable behavior. However, the real danger lay in the third pillar, with a difficulty level of 3, guarded by Goblin Master Swordsman Jack, a terrifying creature known for his unmatched combat skills and fearsome aura. As the mission began, the protagonist monitored the situation closely. The radio crackled to life, reporting that citizens had already begun attacking the pillars. Panic spread as people lost control and threw themselves into battle. Although the protagonist tried to stop them, it was too late. The crowd had become wild and uncontrollable. There was no coordination, no strategy. Everything that had been meticulously planned was crumbling before his eyes. He turned to his side only to realize that Go Hyeju was gone. His heart sank as a soldier confirmed that she had rushed off to face Goblin Jack. His mind raced as he processed the implications. Quan, watching the chaos unfold, shook his head in frustration. Everything was falling apart: the process, the cooperation, the order they had built. It had all been shattered in just one day. Go Hyeju arrived at the third pillar, where the goblin swordsman waited. His terrifying aura spread across the battlefield, suffocating and thick with menace. Determined to protect the city at all costs, Go Hyeju charged at him, yelling that she would destroy him before anyone else could die. Her spear cut through the air, blazing with power, but it was all for nothing. The goblin casually raised his sword, surrounded by a blue aura, and stopped her attack with ease. Still seated, Jack retaliated in an instant. With a single motion, his sword unleashed a devastating slash that cut through everything in its path, slicing buildings and tearing through the very ground. The world seemed to stand still for a moment. Go Hyeju was directly in the path of the blow, her fate all but sealed. But just before the deadly strike reached her, the protagonist appeared. He moved with incredible speed and saved Go Hyeju, deflecting the goblin's attack at the last second. Without wasting a moment, he turned to Go Hyeju, his eyes sharp and resolute. He told her to inform everyone that he would use all their rewards and points for himself. Go Hyeju's eyes widened in shock and outrage, but he remained firm, ordering her to warn everyone to stay out of his way. If they didn't want to lose everything, they needed to avoid him. The book suddenly appeared in the air, glowing ominously. In his mind, Choi Yul knew that it was impossible to return the rewards to their original owners. He quickly opened the shop window and began spending all the points on status upgrades. With each purchase, his body surged with power. His strength, wisdom, luck, every attribute was maxed out. The system declared him the first person to reach maximum stats in every category. The notifications kept coming. His achievements unlocked numerous legendary items, and his inventory quickly filled with powerful artifacts. He went a step further and deleted all hero-class items and below, leaving only the most valuable and powerful equipment. By the end of it, Choi Yul had 142 legendary items and over 1,000 heroic class items. His newfound power was unmatched, and with an arrogant smirk, he declared that he would use it all for himself. This was no longer about survival. It It was about taking control of his fate. As the grotesque aura around him grew, the goblin swordsman watched silently, recognizing the overwhelming power that had awakened. Despite the chaos, Choi Yul made a promise to protect the city and find a way back to his original world. That was the only way he could atone for his sins. No matter how much the people hated him, no matter how many enemies he made, he would push forward. Go Hyeju looked back at him, noticing that Goblin Jack wasn't attacking anymore. Using his enhanced dexterity, Choi Yul left the battlefield, heading directly toward the fallen angel with no destiny. His goal was clear: to take care of the most dangerous guardian first, the one that could evolve into a world-ending monster if left unchecked. The fallen angel's unique characteristic was a curse. If it killed more than 100 humans, it would stop defending its pillar and begin slaughtering everything in its path, growing stronger with each kill. It had to be eliminated before that could happen. The fight against the fallen angel was intense, but thanks to his maxed-out stats, Choi Yul made short work of it. The creature was on the brink of death, and Choi Yul knew that the most important part of any mission wasn't just finishing it, it was how you finished it. Meanwhile, an army vehicle made its way through the city. The surgeon inside ordered everyone to stay away from the pillars until they understood Choi Yul's true intentions. Doubt filled the minds of those in the car. The protagonist had once seemed like a good person, but his recent actions left them unsure. Could they really trust him, or was he just another dangerous force in this chaotic game? His intellect and power were undeniable. Someone like him could easily dominate the entire city if he chose to. Even Go Hyeju wouldn't stand a chance against him. As they drove on, they noticed red energy flashing in the distance. The next moment, a violent explosion threw their vehicle into the air. The clash they had witnessed from afar had reached terrifying proportions, and it was clear that the protagonist's battle was far from over. The fate of the city and its people rested on the outcome of this dangerous and unpredictable game. Kwon staggered backward, struggling to comprehend the sheer magnitude of what had just occurred. His eyes locked onto the protagonist, who stood calmly amidst the swirling dust and chaos, holding the severed wings of the fallen angel as if they weighed nothing at all. His stance was unwavering, his aura radiating power and confidence. In his hands, he held the Divine Divider, an ancient and legendary sword said to be capable of cutting both the heavens and the earth. More than just a weapon, it possessed a unique ability, turning parts of defeated monsters into powerful items. Kwon approached cautiously, his curiosity overcoming his disbelief. Though the protagonist remained silent, his presence alone was commanding. Kwon couldn't help but admire the calm, almost detached nature of the boy, who appeared to bear no malice despite the chaos surrounding them. Deep down, Kwon felt reassured. He knew the protagonist harbored no bad intentions. Though he had taken all the rewards through the sacrifice of sovereignty, he had said nothing to defend himself, not because he didn't care, but perhaps because he had no other choice. But just as Kwon's thoughts began to settle, a tremor in the air brought him back to reality. The fallen angel wasn't dead. Despite its wings being torn off and its aura seemingly vanquished, the creature began to transform. Its body twisted and contorted into something far more horrifying, a new form that radiated pure corruption. Its name changed in the system window to the Beast of Corruption, accompanied by a chilling description: "God does not care about this one." A vast dust cloud rose as the soldiers cautiously approached the creature's location. What they saw made their blood run cold. The Beast of Corruption was unlike anything they had encountered before. Kwon, surveying the situation, quickly realized that these three guardian monsters were far more powerful than the entire previous invasion combined. A dark thought crossed his mind: the protagonist might have left this monster for them to defeat. Whether it was to test them or because he believed in their strength, Kwon couldn't tell. Either way, it didn't matter now. The Beast of Corruption cared for nothing but destruction. It attacked indiscriminately, killing anything in its path, human, monster, or otherwise. The soldiers panicked and scattered, running in every direction to escape the monster's wrath. Kwon remained unfazed, his mind calm despite the chaos. His helmet's hidden ability protected him from fear and confusion, allowing him to stay focused. He took aim at the monster and began firing steadily, drawing its attention. His plan was simple: distract it until reinforcements arrived. If he could hold out for just a little longer, many lives could be saved. But plans rarely go as expected. The Beast of Corruption leaped toward Kwon, its claws glowing with a green aura of devastating energy. He knew the attack would be fatal. For a brief moment, time seemed to freeze. Then, with a sickening crunch, the monster crushed him beneath its weight. Silence filled the battlefield as the soldiers watched in horror, their leader taken down. The protagonist stood nearby, his face dark and emotionless. Quietly, he muttered, "That's one down." But just as it seemed all was lost, something remarkable happened. The green aura surrounding the monster began to weaken. Kwan's helmet, sensing his life was in danger, activated its hidden ability. A godly presence took control of his body, and all his weapons were instantly imbued with divine energy. Kwan's body rose, now a vessel for a god's will. His eyes burned with golden light, and his voice boomed across the battlefield as he invoked the goddess's hammer. The fanatic ability activated, spreading divine energy among the soldiers. Each one received a massive power boost, becoming stronger and faster, but also wild and relentless. Their strikes were filled with holy fury, and they fought with a crazed determination that bordered on madness. In the midst of this divine chaos, Kwan shouted a battle cry and planted a flag in the beast of corruption's head. His voice echoed across the battlefield. "In the name of the goddess, all the fallen will be avenged." Moments later, the system announced that Kwan's group had successfully taken down the pillar. His superior watched from a distance, nodding in approval. His earlier decision to promote Kwan had proven wise. Though uncomfortable with his new role, Kwan had more than earned his title as battalion leader. His calm, rational demeanor in crisis situations had always been his greatest strength, though that calm seemed to have been consumed by divine fervor, at least for now. Elsewhere, the protagonist stood quietly, watching the battle unfold. His eyes, however, were fixed on a new target, Goblin Master Swordsman Jack. While the others were caught up in their fight against the pillars, the protagonist had found his way back to Jack. Surprisingly, the two were deep in conversation. Choi Yul, unable to speak freely with anyone else due to the curse of Krasina's book, had found an unlikely ally in the goblin. For once, he felt a strange sense of relief. He leaned toward Jack and proposed a bet. Jack narrowed his eyes, unsure of what the protagonist meant. Calmly, Choi Yul explained that if he won, he would break the Demon King's seal. The suggestion sent a ripple of tension through the air. Jack, fully alert now, knew this was no idle challenge. Meanwhile, Go Hyeju was locked in another fierce battle. She faced off against a monster known as the anti-human machine, a creature designed solely to eliminate humans. But there wasn't just one, there were dozens of them, each adapting and improving with every passing second. Go Hyeju realized she needed to act fast before they became unstoppable. Raising her spear, she ordered everyone to retreat immediately. Unfortunately, her warning fell on deaf ears. The others refused to back down, driven by greed and ambition. They saw the opportunity for more points and weren't willing to let Go Hyeju take it all for herself. Despite her growing frustration, she knew there was no time to argue. If she didn't end this quickly, the machines would overwhelm them all. The city was unraveling piece by piece. Greed, chaos, and ambition had taken root. The protagonist knew that the real battle wasn't just against the monsters, it was against human nature itself. The soldiers and civilians scattered in chaos as the boss loomed overhead, emanating an oppressive, almost suffocating energy. The anti-human machine, now transformed into its level 2 form, had become even more dangerous. Its glowing blue eyes radiated destructive intent, calculating its next move with inhuman precision. Those hiding among the rocks, waiting for the boss to weaken before launching a final attack, found themselves frozen in fear as the machine rotated its head 180 degrees, locking onto their position. In an instant, it unleashed a destructive laser beam, obliterating everything in its path. The blast was so powerful it seemed certain the men would be vaporized. But just as the beam reached them, Go Hyeju intervened, her fiery shield absorbing most of the impact. The force knocked everyone back, sending debris and dust flying in every direction. Though her body trembled under the strain, she refused to show weakness. She would not allow herself to falter, not when lives were at stake. Go Hyeju planned to order the soldiers to retreat, but when she glanced back, they were already running, shouting for her to save them. Terrified and desperate. Their fear wasn't born of malice or selfishness. They were simply trying to protect their families. This battle was their only chance to secure the points needed to save their loved ones. The boss paused, its mechanical frame clicking and whirring as it ran an analysis of Go Hyeju. It identified her abilities, calculating the best way to counter her strengths. Within seconds, it evolved again, its form adapting to make it invincible against her attacks. The realization hit Go Hyeju like a punch to the gut. If she didn't end this quickly, the boss would overpower her completely. But before she could act, other machines swarmed her, locking her in place and rendering her immobile. Summoning all her strength, Go Hyeju transformed, flames erupting from her body in a fiery explosion. The heat incinerated the surrounding machines, reducing them to ash. The level 2 boss observed her from a distance, calculating its next move. Undeterred, Go Hyeju raised her spear and ordered everyone to fall back immediately. The civilians fled in panic, certain that death was imminent. The boss launched a powerful counterattack, but a beam of light suddenly struck it, interrupting its advance. The force of the blast threw nearby civilians into the air. Despite the chaos, Go Hyeju allowed herself a brief smile of relief until she saw the boss emerge from the smoke completely unscathed. Worse, it had evolved again, its strength growing exponentially. With terrifying speed, the machine teleported behind Go Hyeju and attacked her from every direction. No matter how she moved, none of her counters could make a dent in the creature's reinforced armor. Exhausted and overwhelmed, Go Hyeju collapsed, her vision fading. Just before she lost consciousness, she saw the protagonist appear, his figure glowing with energy. With a single, decisive blow, he split the monster's head in two, silencing it instantly. For a moment, the battlefield was eerily still, but something was strange. The boy wasn't done yet. He began channeling an immense power from the depths, causing the ground to split and crack beneath him. Everything within range was thrown into the air. When the dust settled, the boss was alone on the battlefield. It scanned the area, searching for its target. Go Hyeju had vanished. Confused but relentless, the creature began tracking her scent. Its queen's brain, compromised by the protagonist's earlier attack, activated its insane order ability, throwing it into an obsessive state of rage. It would not stop until Go Hyeju was dead. The protagonist looked up at the sky, a faint smirk on his face. He muttered that it had taken longer than expected for the pillars to fall. He knew that the first and second pillars were still being attacked by countless people, with the army slowly making progress. He could have easily taken down all three pillars himself, but that would have been pointless. His goal wasn't just to finish this mission, it was to conquer the entire game. For that to happen, the city had to grow stronger. It needed not just fighters, but a great commander and a powerful champion unit to lead the way. In a quiet moment, Go Hyeju opened her eyes. Her body ached, but she was alive. Looking around, she wondered how she had survived. Then she saw Goblin Jack, standing nearby. Fear flooded her senses. She hadn't expected a monster to save her. But Jack raised a hand, signaling her to remain calm. Jack spoke in perfect human language, telling her to be silent for a moment. His calm demeanor left her stunned. Walking away, the goblin explained that he had taken care of her injuries and suggested they start moving soon. Time was short. He mentioned something about learning from defeat to cultivate one's strength, a cliché often found in stories. Go Hyeju had no idea what he meant, but she followed him nonetheless. Suddenly, a shadow passed over them. The boss had found her again. It activated its annihilation mode, blue light swirling around its frame as it prepared to attack. At that moment, the protagonist stepped in again, this time using a bold strategy. He confused the machine into believing he was Go Hyeju, drawing its attention. Disoriented by the deception, the boss hesitated for just a second, long enough for Choi Yul to take control of the fight. The creature unleashed overwhelming energy, its rage boiling over. It charged at Choi Yul with terrifying speed, resulting in a series of massive explosions that shook the entire city. The force of the attack unintentionally destroyed the tower, reducing it to rubble. Choi Yul remained calm, observing the situation without a hint of fear. Looking at Christina's book, he muttered that this level should be enough. The boss was still blinded by its fixation on destroying Go Hyeju. In that moment of vulnerability, Choi Yul knew the fight was far from over, but this was no longer about just winning battles. It was about setting the stage for the city's true strength to awaken. He had a plan, a bigger one than anyone could imagine, and nothing would stop him from seeing it through to the end. The sound of clashing swords and spears echoed across the barren landscape, the sharp ring reverberating with the intensity of combat. From afar, Goblin Jack could be seen sparring with Go Hyeju, his voice calm but authoritative as he guided her through every movement. Flames flickered around her, summoned with her newfound strength. Jack took a few steps back and reminded her once again, "This power isn't yours. Don't overdo it." The goblin's words were clear. If she used all her strength at once, it would consume her entirely. Instead, she had to control it, taking only a portion of its power at a time. It wasn't about unleashing raw force, but mastering it, bending it to her will without letting it break her. Go Hyeju listened intently, absorbing his teachings. For the first time, she felt herself truly learning how to balance power and restraint. After the intense training session, Go Hyeju leaned against her spear, her thoughts drifting to the bet Choi Yul had made with Jack that she would be the one to defeat the boss. The idea seemed absurd at first, but it was slowly becoming a reality. She couldn't help but question it aloud, wondering if it was really possible. Jack remained silent for a moment, his expression unreadable. "Why did you let me teach you?" the goblin finally asked. Standing tall, Go Hyeju answered honestly. "I don't know everything about this game. There are so many missions I've never even heard of. If I keep thinking about the end, I'll never find the answer. So, for now, I'll strengthen my body at all costs. That's how I live." Jack smirked, his approval evident. "You're not being used by Choyul at all. You're just a martial artist forging your own path." He admired her clarity of purpose. Without wasting time, Jack promised that things would only get tougher from here, and their training intensified. 3 days passed, and the once relentless pace of battle left many in the city drained and desolate. Some civilians wondered aloud when the nightmare would end, their spirits worn thin. A small percentage of humans longed to help the army, but fear kept them from taking action. Beneath the city, a crack spread through the underground, signaling the boss's reappearance. The anti-human machine, still under the influence of Choyul's earlier attack, remained confused. Its head clouded, it identified every nearby human as Go Hyeju, triggering annihilation mode once again. The monster charged at them, unleashing destructive beams while the terrified civilians scattered, desperate to avoid the relentless attacks. But the boss quickly realized it had been deceived. It hadn't hit the real Go Hyeju at all. In that instant, Go Hyeju appeared behind the boss, her armor glowing brilliantly with illusion blaze energy, an ability she had inherited from Jack. A woman in the crowd gasped, staring at Go Hyeju in awe. To her, the girl looked like a celestial being, an avenging angel descending to fight. Standing in the distance, both Jack and Choyul observed the battle closely. Jack watched his apprentice with a critical eye. The protagonist asked what her chances of winning were, and Jack replied calmly, "It's 50-50. The machine is her natural enemy, but she has the advantage of martial arts. If the seed I planted grows at the right time, that damned machine won't stand a chance." The fight intensified. Go Hyeju's strike sent the boss flying, momentarily disorienting it. But the machine quickly recovered and launched a counterattack. It was relentless and fast, adapting to her every move. Go Hyeju knew she had to end it soon or risk being overwhelmed. Her newfound skills gave her an edge, but it was clear the battle would push her to her limits. 3 days into the mission, progress had been painfully slow. Despite the soldiers' persistence, only one pillar had been destroyed. The second pillar, however, had finally fallen thanks to their combined efforts. Go Hyeju battled the boss for nearly an entire day, and after a grueling struggle, she managed to defeat it. The people waited anxiously for the mission to end. Slowly, their wounds healed, and hope returned. Their self-esteem soared, and for the first time, they stood tall and confident, ready to face any challenge. Happiness was contagious. People believed they no longer needed Choyul's help. They had survived on their own, or so they thought. In reality, the boy had been helping them all along, pulling the strings from the shadows to ensure their survival. Jack turned to Choyul with a nod. "A deal's a deal. Since my apprentice won, I'll keep my promise. But this time, it's my turn." The goblin's tone carried an air of mystery and finality. Meanwhile, the army organized efforts to resupply and gather food. On the radio, a soldier complained to Quan about how he was only supposed to investigate the second pillar, yet somehow he had ended up destroying it entirely. With a tired sigh, Quan brushed off the complaint and told the surgeon to forget about it. The surgeon, however, chuckled and promised to promote Quan if he pulled off another success like that. Quan didn't seem thrilled by the idea, but he knew there was nothing he could do about it. Go Hyeju caught his attention, suggesting they move out. When he asked if she would be okay, she responded confidently, "I promised my master I would handle it." In her memory, Jack's parting words echoed, "Next time we meet, we'll be enemies." The sergeant grew concerned as they prepared to face a level 3 monster, wondering if they could truly win. Even Go Hyeju had struggled to defeat the last boss. Quan questioned the protagonist's intentions, unsure of what he was truly planning. Suddenly, a loud noise startled everyone. The sky above them cracked open, revealing a massive portal. The girl's eyes widened in shock. From the broken portal emerged none other than Choyul, his presence shaking the entire battlefield. His powerful kicks shattered the very air, sending tremors through the ground. The seal of the Demon King, once believed to be unbreakable, fractured under his relentless strikes. With a final blow, the seal shattered completely. For a moment, there was complete silence. Then, the system made an announcement the mission objective had been altered, and a special rift appeared in the sky. No one knew what to say. The entire battlefield seemed to hold its breath. Choyul stood at the center of it all, calm and unbothered, while the sky above swirled with chaotic energy. Everything had changed, and the true challenge was only beginning. The system updated with a chilling message: mission objective, defeat the Demon King. Failure will result in complete annihilation. Game over. A suffocating tension filled the air as the rift in the sky swirled ominously. The reality of the situation dawned on the survivors, and fear quickly spread. Soldiers, civilians, and fighters alike could barely comprehend what had just happened. Eyes turned toward Choi Yul with disbelief and anger, their whispers growing louder with each passing second. He had shattered the seal of the Demon King, an act that could very well doom them all. For many, Choi Yul was no longer the city's savior, he was its greatest threat. The accusations spread like wildfire. Panic turned to blame, and the people began to curse his name. Still, Choi Yul remained calm, as if the chaos surrounding him was no more than a minor inconvenience. His demeanor only fueled their hatred, making it seem like he didn't care about the lives he had put in danger. Meanwhile, Jack, who had seen many strange things in his long life, watched the unfolding events with an odd mixture of fascination and curiosity. He recognized the severity of the situation but seemed entertained by the unpredictability of it all. Without hesitation, Jack leapt into the rift, his body moving with the grace of a predator. He landed on a jagged rock overlooking the demonic battlefield. Below him, a vast horde of monstrous creatures waited, their red eyes glowing in the darkness. For most, it would have been suicide to confront them. Jack, however, dispatched them all in a blink. His attacks were devastating, so fast and powerful that everything around him, including the monsters and the very ground itself, was obliterated in an instant. Those who had witnessed the scene were struck with a deep, unsettling awe. Jack took a final glance at Go Hyeju before disappearing into the shadows, a silent reminder that this was only the beginning. Meanwhile, the protagonist calmly stepped into the infernal demonic dimension, protected from its deadly energy by the angel's halo. He walked through the burning wasteland as if it were nothing more than a leisurely stroll. There was no sense of urgency, no hesitation. The monstrous landscape seemed trivial compared to the task at hand. The Demon King finally appeared, a towering, grotesque creature exuding a sinister presence. The ground cracked beneath its feet with each step, and its glowing eyes burned with malevolent intelligence. For a moment, it seemed almost curious about Choi Yul, even asking how he had managed to arrive. Yet when the protagonist mentioned Kristen, the Demon King showed no sign of recognition. After a brief exchange, Choi Yul deemed the interaction a waste of time and turned his back on the monster. The Demon King's fist came crashing down, shattering the ground and sending shockwaves across the dimension. Choi Yul barely flinched. When forced to retaliate, he did so with precision, casually erasing the creature's arms with a single strike. The Demon King recoiled, eyes wide with shock and disbelief. He struggled to comprehend how a mere human could possess such power. Jack soon arrived at the scene, only to be greeted by the baffling sight of the Demon King missing its limbs. He quickly understood the gravity of what had occurred. The Demon King, humiliated but far from defeated, launched a ferocious counterattack. Destruction followed every punch, but Choi Yul's legendary armor absorbed each blow with ease, leaving him unscathed. Jack observed in silence, impressed yet unsettled by Choi Yul's calm composure. In his mind, Choi Yul knew exactly what he was doing. He had no intention of ending the fight too quickly. He needed to buy time for the citizens to accumulate points and ensure their growth. Each strike from the Demon King was a calculated opportunity. For now, Choi Yul allowed himself to be hit, waiting for the right moment. Outside the rift, chaos reigned. The soldiers fought tirelessly to evacuate civilians and push back the remaining monsters. The enemies weren't particularly strong, but their sheer numbers were overwhelming. Exhaustion seeped into every movement. Quan, battered from hours of battle, knew they couldn't hold out much longer. The fight seemed endless. The surgeon, grim-faced, declared that Choi Yul had become the city's greatest enemy the moment he broke the seal. Any death that occurred now was on his shoulders. In the midst of the chaos, Go Hyeju arrived at a shelter. Jumping from her vehicle, she quickly dispatched a wave of monsters with ease, cutting through them like paper. Her sharp commands sent people running to safety, though many paused to complain that this disaster was entirely Choi Yul's fault. Among them, a woman approached Go Hyeju, implying a deeper connection between her and Choi Yul. Embarrassed, Go Hyeju brushed off the accusation, but the words lingered in the air. The tension was cut by Kang, who nonchalantly threw a snack at her before walking away. Back inside the rift, Jack stood between Choi Yul and the Demon King, his gaze serious. He told Choi Yul to step back, signaling that it was now his turn to take on the creature. The goblin's strength was nearly depleted, but his resolve remained unbroken. Choi Yul could sense that Jack was willing to risk everything, even his life, for his friends and disciple. A hidden ability activated at that moment, triggered by their growing friendship. This sudden development caught Choi Yul off guard, but he quickly realized it was an opportunity, a rare one. The battle raged on, and the Demon King unleashed its full power. Jack was exhausted, his movements slowing, yet he refused to give up. The monster's overwhelming strength would have been enough to break lesser warriors, but Jack dug deep into his reserves and prepared to unleash his ultimate move, despite its lethal risks. It was his final act of defiance, a gift for his disciple, and a tribute to the bond he had forged with Choi Yul. In a flash, the Demon King was struck down. Jack's ultimate attack was devastating, cutting through the creature with unparalleled precision. The sheer speed and force of the blow left even Jack momentarily stunned. The Demon King attempted to retreat, its battered form crawling back to safety, but it was too late. Another strike followed, and with it, the monster was defeated. The system declared the mission complete, and the person with the highest contribution was Choi Yul. His calm demeanor never wavered as the world around him celebrated the victory. Yet deep in his mind he knew the battle was far from over. This was merely one chapter in a much larger story. He had shattered the seal of the Demon King not just to win a battle, but to change the course of the game itself. The system announcement echoed across the city: all summoned monsters will be annihilated. A surge of relief swept through the air. The battle was finally over. The survivors cheered, exhaustion giving way to cautious celebration. Choi Yul, however, stood silently as the portal closed behind him, leaving only the fading remnants of the rift in the sky. His eyes drifted toward Jack, the goblin warrior who had fought beside him until the very end. Without hesitation, Choi Yul activated Krasina's book, recruiting Jack before his presence could disappear entirely. A spiritual contract was formed, binding Jack to his side. The goblin remained on high alert but offered no resistance as the bond was sealed. Finally, the energy of the portal faded completely, leaving Choi Yul drained. He collapsed onto the ground, gazing at the darkening sky. In his mind, the weight of his choices pressed heavily. He was hated by the people he had fought to protect, now labeled a traitor and ally of a monster. Krasina's book, once his most valuable asset, had taken on the figure of Jack, symbolizing his further detachment from humanity. As he lay there, Choi Yul couldn't shake the feeling that with each passing day, his humanity was slipping away. This time, unlike the previous missions, the points were distributed normally. No one had absorbed information from the cursed pages of Krasina's book, and for that, Ku, one of the commanders, felt relieved. The rooftop became a temporary refuge for many as they caught their breath. Nearby, Kang casually questioned whether Choi Yul was a golden boy or a human bomb, his tone light but carrying a tinge of concern. Kwon, more pragmatic, admitted that he didn't know much about games, but it seemed like this one was primarily about defending the base from increasingly difficult enemies. He mulled over the possibility that, perhaps, Choi Yul was part of something larger, a supreme unit, a phenomenon that had somehow reached maximum level in an impossibly short time and defeated the Demon King. Could such an existence be allowed within the game? The system interrupted with another alert. An abnormal unit has been detected. Choi Yul felt a chill as his status window opened, presenting the gods with 4 choices for his fate. One of the options stood out: annihilation. Without hesitation, a god selected it. For a brief moment, Choi Yul felt a strange sensation, like invisible eyes were watching him from every angle. The system stuttered, and then an error message appeared: unit inspection initiated. Seconds later, the system declared that this unit would now be hidden from other players. Outside, life began to return to normal. Survivors distributed their points while a man with a rare communication item broadcasted his voice across distant areas. He informed everyone that they had received new dice, with rarities ranging from common to mythical class. Each roll promised new possibilities, and already, people were forming groups and trading items. Kwon, standing nearby, admired a newly acquired heroic class fork, a weapon that would return to its owner even if lost. As he inspected the item, he noticed that not all of the rewards were useful. Some were borderline useless, yet still part of the game's ecosystem. Groups began to form across the city as people organized themselves, hoping to maximize their chances in future missions. Kwon couldn't help but think back to what Go Hyeju had said about herself. She had always admitted that she wasn't well suited for the military, but even so, she was determined to help others as much as possible. Kwon admired that about her. He saw how humans adapted quickly to the most extreme situations. The city's residents, once paralyzed by fear, were now learning how to thrive in this strange new world. From a distance, Choi Yul observed the unfolding scene with a keen eye. The citizens were doing well, forming roles and adjusting to their new reality. Kwon and Go Hyeju had their places in this evolving society, but how they acted from now on would be crucial. Choi Yul understood the stakes. If his decisions were wrong, the entire city could fall into ruin. Lost in thought, Choi Yul was snapped back to reality when Kay approached him. greeting him with a calm, almost teasing tone. Choi Yul instinctively opened Christina's book to check her identity. Despite knowing her name, he still questioned how she had managed to reach him unnoticed. Kay moved closer, her expression unreadable, and spoke softly. She hinted that she had expected him to be lonely, isolated after everything that had happened. Instead, she found him calm and composed, seemingly unaffected by the turmoil. Her words lingered in the air, heavy with implication. Choi Yul remained wary but listened carefully. Before leaving, Kay taunted him, suggesting that he could easily consult the book to find answers, but reminded him that thoughts weren't information. With a cryptic smile, she grabbed a rope and leapt off the building's edge, disappearing into the shadows. As she vanished, she left one final remark, a parting shot at the protagonist's choices. Choi Yul couldn't shake the feeling that she knew far more than she let on. The sunset bathed the city in golden light, marking the end of the day. The system announced that the city had gained experience, unlocking improvements in convenience and infrastructure. Parts of the city would be partially rebuilt, giving the residents new hope. Choi Yul wondered how the points he had previously spent weren't recorded. He suspected that they had gone to Christina, further reinforcing the growing reach of the book's influence. Kwon greeted his superior, standing confidently despite his exhaustion. Nearby, Kay observed the soldiers, impressed by their progress. Lost in her thoughts, she considered her next move. The city was still dangerous, and though she exuded strength, she knew she was ultimately fragile in this chaotic world. For now, she would bide her time, waiting for the right opportunity to decide where she truly belonged. The system announcement echoed across the city, signaling that a new turn had begun. The city had landed in a new area, labeled ominously as the Trap of the Golden God. This mission would be unlike anything they had encountered before. Its duration was set for 2 weeks, with the objective being to satisfy the Golden God. There were 4 distinct maps, each with unique challenges. The system emphasized that rewards would be individual this time, with their value determined by how well each player pleased the Golden God. Kwon mulled over the extended timeline. Unlike the chaotic battles they had faced in previous missions, this one seemed far more open-ended. Other survivors whispered among themselves, noting the absence of summoned monsters. The announcement left many puzzled. Fu, usually composed and decisive, stood frozen in confusion. This mission's objective was entirely different from what they were used to. There were no enemies to defeat, no bases to defend. Instead, it was a test of satisfaction, which made the goal feel nebulous and dangerous in an entirely new way. The mission's description provided some hints, but it was vague and filled with cryptic statements. Go Hyeju decided to ignore the details for now, focusing on her immediate task, mapping out the area and gaining a full understanding of the 4 maps. She climbed to higher ground to get a better view, scanning the surroundings for key landmarks. The protagonist, meanwhile, chuckled quietly to himself. Luck had played a large part in rolling this mission. If things went well, the city could gain significant advantages, or, if mishandled, it could lead to disaster. Choi Yul resolved to use Christina's book once more to ensure their success. Suddenly, a spear materialized from the book, piercing Choi Yul's chest without warning. He gasped, momentarily paralyzed by the unexpected attack. The spear vanished just as suddenly as it had appeared, leaving no visible wound. Choi Yul, shaken, tried to catch his breath. The Demon King, Christina, had punished him for failing to bring sacrifices. A bolt of lightning struck him, draining his HP rapidly. The book coldly informed him that if no offerings were made soon, he would die, and Christina would find a new owner. Days into the mission, a group of adventurers stumbled upon a hidden dungeon. One of them, a former guild leader, hesitated, debating whether to inform the army. His companion, already drawing his sword, argued that reporting it would only yield a few points. Now that they were in this strange world, they could make history by conquering the dungeon themselves. Their ambition quickly turned to terror as a mysterious monster emerged from the depths. One adventurer, identifying it as the Doorman, immediately recognized the danger. Panic ensued as the monster unleashed chaos. Elsewhere, Choi Yul roamed the city, his appearance wild and almost unhinged. He whispered fragments of hidden information about the mission to anyone who would listen, warning them about a secret dungeon and urging them to use poison to complete the task. His warnings were met with confusion and fear. One man, pale and trembling, confessed that he had been so scared by Choi Yul's frantic behavior that he had nearly wet himself. Others saw his desperation as a sign that something was deeply wrong. Yet even those who feared Choi Yul couldn't help but acknowledge his max-level status. They cursed their fate as sacrifices of sovereignty, trapped in an isolation field that cut them off from the main mission. With nothing else to do, they could only sit and cry. Uli glanced at Krasina's book, noting with satisfaction that 2,000 people had already been registered. As a result, the punishment had eased slightly, reducing the strain on his body. He smirked, realizing that Krasina was hiding information from him. This wasn't surprising, but it confirmed his suspicions. He whispered to himself that this wouldn't stop his plans. In fact, it only fueled his resolve. Krasina thought she had him under control, but in time, she would learn who truly held the reins. His attention shifted to Sector B, Emperor Griffin's Nest, a difficulty 3 zone described as housing a monster with the blood of ancient dragons. The griffin charged at him with deadly force, its wings casting a massive shadow. Meanwhile, in another sector, Go Hyeju trained against an earth troll, a difficulty 2 monster. She defeated it with a single strike, her martial arts honed to a deadly precision. Stepping off the troll's crumpled body, she quietly thanked her master for making her stronger. Elsewhere, Kang found a mysterious chest and informed Go Hyeju. The two quickly fell into a friendly debate. Go Hyeju insisted on formality, addressing Kang as Miss, but Kang brushed it off, suggesting that being more informal was better for teamwork. The conversation took a strange turn when Kang playfully declared that sticking with Go Hyeju brought her more benefits. Go Hyeju, initially incredulous, accused Kang of being opportunistic. Kang countered, leaning casually against the wall and asking if Go Hyeju would abandon a weak, defenseless citizen. Caught off guard, Go Hyeju paused, unable to come up with a retort. Eventually, she relented and shared a third of the items they had collected. Kang, unimpressed, remarked that quality mattered more than quantity. Until they returned to the city, it was impossible to determine the true value of their finds, so she decided to take everything for now. Curious, Go Hyeju asked how Kang could be so sure about the value of their items. Kang simply smiled and said it was something she could tell just by looking. Go Hyeju couldn't help but think Kang was strange but undeniably cool. The two continued their journey together, growing closer despite their differences. Meanwhile, Choi Yul remained in Sector B, locked in combat with the Emperor Griffin. His mind never wavered from his larger goal. He knew that each step brought him closer to taking full control of the game, bending even Krasina's influence to his will. Every action was calculated, every decision deliberate. This was no longer about survival, it was about dominance. The Golden God's trap was merely the next step in his grand design. The mission continued with an air of tension and complexity that far surpassed previous experiences. Go Hyeju, still wandering with Kang, asked a seemingly innocent question whether Kang had any friends. Kang, unfazed, explained that the enemies in this game were not just monsters but also fellow pawns. The mission was essentially a treasure hunt, and at some point, battles between players would be inevitable. The treasure wasn't truly claimed until after the final evaluation, meaning that bandits could emerge to rob others of their hard-earned rewards. In truth, it was far easier for some to fight humans than monsters. Meanwhile, back in the city, the local police were busy investigating a string of thefts and robberies tied to the mission. Inside a modest house, Detective Dushik examined a crime scene. An ordinary citizen claimed that he had been drugged and robbed of his treasure, waking up to find everything gone. Detective Ko, a methodical investigator, suggested that the victim should have delivered his treasure to the Golden God immediately to avoid situations like this. His partner, however, commented that it wasn't so simple. It took 12 hours to complete the delivery process, and many saw it as a risky gamble. The detective dismissed the reasoning as weak and short-sighted, while his partner debated that interpretation was subjective. Their argument was cut short when a loud commotion drew their attention. Someone burst in, shouting that Choi Yul had appeared riding a griffin. There was no time to think. Detective Ku, wielding a legendary class weapon, attacked Choi Yul on instinct. The force of the blow created a massive crater, shaking the ground and scattering the onlookers. The man in the suit immediately ordered the evacuation of civilians, silently admiring the detective's courage. In his mind, however, he couldn't help but acknowledge the futility of the attack. Choi Yul was at max level, and fighting him was akin to suicide. Such reckless actions, if repeated, would only result in the detective's death. What surprised the detective the most wasn't that Choi Yul survived it, was the fact that he didn't even try to dodge or retaliate. His complete indifference unnerved everyone around him. Shortly after, the news spread like wildfire. Choi Yul had been captured and was now being interrogated without offering any resistance. For the citizens, it was a cause for celebration. The fear of the protagonist lurking in the shadows was gone, and treasure hunters seized the opportunity to hunt freely. The Golden God, however, remained silent and seemingly unhappy, though few paid attention to this subtle shift. In the Goblin village, the battle raged on. Soldiers cleared the area methodically, defeating goblins one by one. Hang, a seasoned soldier, declared part of the sector cleared, though deeper within the village more monsters awaited. Lee, equipped with a heroic class weapon, fired at the goblins, his shots felling them swiftly. In their eagerness, the soldiers fell into a heated argument, allowing a goblin to escape unnoticed. Thankfully, the sergeant intervened, striking the creature down before it could cause further trouble. Annoyed, the sergeant punished the bickering soldiers, ordering them to run 10 laps around the entire base upon their return. The platoon commander was informed that 18 missing citizens had been found, alive, and with only minor injuries. Back at the military command headquarters, reinforcements were dispatched to aid the wounded. The commander announced plans to convert the goblin den into an outpost to better secure the area. Turning to Quan, the commander asked if he had any idea what Choi Yul's ultimate goal was. Quan confessed that he didn't. The surgeon offered his own thoughts, pointing out that the most frightening thing about Christina's book wasn't the information it contained but Choi Yul himself. Despite everything, the surgeon didn't believe Choi Yul was an enemy. Outside the base, Choi Yul's griffin rested peacefully. Passers-by admired the creature, speculating that it must belong to the protagonist. Inside his cell, Choi Yul sat quietly, taking advantage of the time to eat. His relaxed attitude baffled his interrogators. One guard joked that even a max-level person feels hunger, and the room fell into an awkward silence. Detective Koo, his eyes sharp and calculating, addressed Choi Yul as a criminal who had committed numerous crimes. Choi Yul, however, calmly took responsibility for his actions without a hint of resistance. The detective, a veteran of 20 years, had seen countless criminals, but something about Choi Yul didn't fit the profile. His instincts told him that Choi Yul wasn't a bad person, just someone caught in an impossible situation. Comparing the situation to the Good Samaritan law, Dushik mused that such a law didn't exist in Korea. He was willing to clear up the misunderstandings surrounding Choi Yul if given the chance. Choi Yul, however, seemed distant. He dropped his spoon on the table and remarked that he wasn't here to seek help. The detective, puzzled, tried to decipher his cryptic response. Elsewhere in the city, treasure hunters flooded the streets, emboldened by Choi Yul's capture. Groups of adventurers explored new sectors, confident that without Choi Yul roaming free, the mission would proceed more smoothly. Go Hyeju, however, remained cautious. The city had grown unpredictable, and while others celebrated, she knew better than to let her guard down. In the shadows, Kang watched events unfold with a smirk, always a step ahead, knowing that the game was far from over. Back in his cell, Choi Yul remained silent, contemplating his next move. The system had thrown countless challenges his way, but this was only another step in his plan. His captivity was merely a temporary setback, and deep down, he knew the city wasn't ready for what would come next. The conversation inside the interrogation room was cut short when a soldier burst in with urgent news someone armed with a heroic class item was committing robbery and murder. Despite the many strong individuals nearby, the team was struggling to contain the situation. Without hesitation, Detective Dushik and his team rushed to the scene, boarding a bus to head toward the robbery site. The air was thick with tension as Duik, the ever-pragmatic and dangerously ambitious officer, remarked that when there are no direct rewards, cooperation falls apart. According to him, this was natural, a necessary step toward a new order in this evolving world, a world filled with superpowers and new rules. Koo, annoyed by Duik's cold philosophy, reminded him that despite everything, they were still human, not gods or kings. He insisted that law and decency still mattered, even in this chaotic reality. Meanwhile, a victim's desperate cries for help pierced through the air at the crime scene. The attacker, a man completely consumed by greed and power, prepared to strike him down, but before the fatal blow could land, Detective Dushik intervened, blocking the attack and declaring the assailant under arrest for robbery and attempted murder. With a calm but commanding presence, he gave the attacker one last chance to surrender or face violence. Fear gripped the attacker, and without resistance he surrendered, allowing Dushik to escort him to the bus. As they traveled back, Duik sat beside Koo, suggesting that the laws of the old world no longer held meaning. In this new world, becoming kings of the city was the logical next step. With his help, it wouldn't be difficult to achieve. Dushik smirked, acknowledging Duik's ambition, but subtly warning him that he kept him close for a reason. Duik was the most dangerous person in the city. In his thoughts, Duik couldn't shake his unease. No matter what he did, he couldn't predict Choi Yul's motives. He suspected Choi Yul's true goal was complete destruction, a conclusion that made his blood run cold. Still, Dushik defended Choi Yul, insisting that the boy wasn't evil. But Duik remained skeptical, noting how people weren't laughing but hiding, afraid of the unknown forces manipulating their world. In the cell, Choi Yul sat quietly, his face slick with sweat. The battle of patience had begun. Krasina's book warned him once again that she was unsatisfied. More sacrifices were required. Ignoring the looming threat, Choi Yul activated a rare item that allowed him to create a clone. Smoke filled the air, and moments later, an exact copy of himself stood before him. Using an invisibility cloak, Choi Yul vanished, whispering instructions to his clone to stall for as long as possible. The clone nodded, taking a deep breath as a soldier entered the cell, demanding to know why Choi Yul hadn't come out yet. The clone turned around, its face dark and intimidating, unsettling the soldier with an unnatural presence. Remaining calm, the clone told him that reinforcements were on the way, then walked out of the cell. Outside, Choi Yul's griffin began behaving erratically, taking flight and drawing the attention of onlookers. Hidden beneath the cloak of invisibility, Choi Yul smirked. Stage 1 of his plan was complete, and Stage 2 was about to begin. The army divided into two groups, one handling the interior, while another guarded the perimeter. Civilians were also given roles. Those without combat skills were assigned functional tasks. Slowly but steadily, the mission began to progress smoothly. Back at the former Goblin village, which had been converted into an outpost, Kwon and his team had cleared an entire sector in just 2 days. Though the progress was impressive, Kwon lamented how much easier it could have been if humans had cooperated from the start. The surgeon recalled a conversation with his superior, pointing out that the city's atmosphere had become increasingly tense. More and more treasures were being stolen, and human greed was growing by the day. The army refused to act as a police force, not wanting to alarm the civilians and create the impression that the situation was out of control. Their mission was to act only when absolutely necessary. Kwon remained silent, but the weight of the words hung heavily in the air. Even if the world changes, human nature never does. A truth that brought him nothing but frustration and sorrow. Elsewhere in the city, something far more sinister was unfolding. A bandit, hidden in a dark corner, had captured a civilian and was testing poison combinations on him. The tool he used, an abandoned magic pearl, grew stronger with each use, evolving the potency of its poison. The bandit watched with a macabre smile as the civilian writhed in agony. He taunted the man, claiming that experience was the greatest treasure, and refused to end his suffering. Screams echoed through the night as the bandit continued his gruesome experiment. By the time Detective Dushik and Duik arrived at the crime scene, it was too late. The bandit had vanished, leaving only the body behind. Dushik surveyed the scene with a grim expression. Duik, always analytical, remarked on how convenient the magic pearl seemed, capable of evolving endlessly. Both detectives noticed something unusual about the corpse. The poison hadn't just killed the man, it had corrupted his body in ways that defied explanation. The mystery deepened, and both knew this was far from an isolated incident. The city was unraveling. Greed, desperation, and power struggles were driving people to new depths of cruelty. In the midst of it all, Choi Yul moved through the shadows, unseen and always 2 steps ahead. His clone continued to distract the authorities, while the real Choi Yul watched from afar, plotting the next phase of his plan. Whatever his true goal was, Krasina's book still demanded sacrifices, and Choi Yul knew time was running out. But one thing was certain: he wasn't playing anyone's game but his own. Detective Dushik studied the crime scene with a keen eye, noticing something strange. The killer had left the treasure untouched. This wasn't the typical robbery they'd seen in recent days. The question lingered: was this the work of a single killer or a group? Duik, standing beside him, warned that something far more dangerous had emerged. When the Demon King Mule was sealed away, another entity must have taken its place. The growing chaos in the city pointed to this possibility. Ku remained calm, his mind always 1 step ahead. Though he firmly believed Choi Yul wasn't a bad person, he acknowledged that everything was happening because of him. He made a mental note to have a long conversation with Choi Yul later. When Duik questioned whether Choi Yul would reveal his true intentions, Dushik shook his head inwardly. In situations like this, the best strategy wasn't to confront Choi Yul directly, but to interrogate the people closest to him. Meanwhile, soaring through the skies on the griffin, Choi Yul sneezed unexpectedly, wondering if he had caught a cold. As he checked his status window, the system displayed troubling news: the satisfaction level of the Golden God hadn't even reached 10%. This worried him. He needed to adjust his plans if he was going to succeed. Desert Sector B lay ahead, and he knew he would find what he needed there. A massive sand tornado loomed on the horizon. His griffin, exhausted from continuous flight, began to slow down. They had arrived. Choi Yul told the creature to rest while he handled things from here. He had already taken the most valuable treasures from the map. Smiling slyly, he encouraged the griffin to eat and fatten up. His true goal wasn't to satisfy the Golden God, but to create his own Golden God. A hidden plan that would change everything. Back in the city, Sergeant Quan prepared to make a statement about Choi Yul to his superiors. The three corporals, seeing an opportunity, gleefully encouraged Quan to bring back ice cream. Once the sergeant was out of earshot, they celebrated this was their chance to take a day off. Another soldier nearby raised an eyebrow at their antics but ultimately shrugged, deciding there was no harm in taking a short break. The three danced in delight, even shouting for beer, much to the dismay of their superior, who silently cursed himself for leaving these fools unsupervised. Elsewhere, Choi Yul trained with Jack, who struck pressure points on the boy's body with remarkable precision. The pain began to subside immediately. Jack, now officially one of Choi Yul's 4 sovereigns, had proven his worth repeatedly. Though Choi Yul had many questions for the goblin, he decided to hold them back until the situation stabilized. Knowing that Quan was temporarily out of the jungle sector, Choi Yul prepared to raid the nearby houses for hidden treasures. However, Quan's car was soon ambushed. As potions fueled the attackers' aggression, Quan quickly realized the attackers were civilians, not monsters. Despite their relentless attacks, he knew that retaliating would escalate the situation into outright chaos. The sergeant made a tactical decision to flee, waiting for reinforcements to arrive. The car sped away at high speed, but something was following them, a dark figure moving unnaturally fast. Quan, his face grim, noted how the crime rate had worsened dramatically. The stronger humans had all gone treasure hunting, leaving non-combatants in the city. This created the perfect environment for criminals, and if a powerful bandit emerged, the city would become truly dangerous. In the chaos-filled streets, Choi Yul battled a difficulty 3 lizard monster. Several creatures surrounded him, preparing to attack, but none stood a chance. With a single blow, Choi Yul evaporated the entire group. His body felt lighter and more responsive, a benefit from Jack's training. Still, Jack warned him not to overexert himself, especially since this place resembled the demon dimension. The longer Choi Yul stayed, the stronger the monsters would grow, and Krasina's punishment would worsen. Ul knew this punishment wasn't just a simple penalty. Krasina was the Demon King, and her reach extended deep into his body and soul. His pain would only increase, making the environment more hostile. Even so, Choi Yul's primary goal wasn't to please the Golden God, it was to acquire as many treasures as possible and maximize his rewards. He didn't care about the satisfaction percentage. He had only one mission, complete it in the easiest way possible, and leave with everything he could carry. Suddenly, in another part of the city, a monster made entirely of poison attacked Quan and his soldiers. The two remained calm, already having called for reinforcements. Though the creature's presence was unsettling, they stood their ground, their training kicking in. The poison monster lunged at them, but the soldiers, with precision and coordination, held it at bay. As chaos continued to spread across the city, Choi Yul remained in control of the battlefield. He moved with ruthless efficiency, knowing that each step brought him closer to his ultimate goal. The hidden treasures scattered across the 4 maps were keys to his victory. But with each success, Krasina's hold on him tightened, and he knew that time was running out. In the shadows, something far more dangerous was watching, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. The surgeon's promotion had come with unexpected responsibilities, along with a heroic class item that provided momentary shelter, creating a 3-meter-wide safe zone for 3 minutes. Quan accepted it without much enthusiasm, quietly noting that he still wasn't used to such advancements. The item had already proven valuable, especially given the dangerous environment they found themselves in. Its temporary protection might just save their lives. The tension rose when someone leapt onto the moving car. The man, clearly no ordinary bandit, demanded their attention. Quan remained calm, demanding to speak with the leader and refusing to engage with lackeys. The man only laughed, mocking Quan before pointing at himself, declaring that he was the leader. His tone turned dark as he warned them to obey or die, his voice dripping with menace. A cloud of poison enveloped the car, the corrosive fumes hissing as the metal began to melt. The soldier panicked, but Quan, thanks to the protection of his helmet's anti-corrosion abilities, remained steady. He analyzed the situation in his mind. The poison was highly corrosive, and its coverage was wide. If they made a wrong move, their fate would be the same as those who had already succumbed outside the car. Quan, thinking quickly, offered a daring proposition. He told the bandit he could surrender and join his forces, claiming he could make the bandit more human. His fearless tone caught the bandit off guard. The soldier beside him was in disbelief, questioning the sanity of such a suggestion. The bandit hesitated for a split second, confused by the offer, but it was already too late. Quan had set a trap. The bandits' attention had been diverted, providing just enough time for reinforcements to arrive. Quan smirked, explaining that his distraction was intentional to give them an opening. The reinforcements quickly subdued the bandit. Though realizing he had been outmaneuvered, the bandit still tried to counterattack, conjuring a ball of poison. He launched it with a slingshot-like device, the projectile hurtling toward the group with deadly accuracy. Before the poison could strike, Quan reacted like a beam of light, pushing his ally out of harm's way. The poison bullet hit the ground, the force dissipating the wind tornado. Everything within range began to melt upon contact with the poison, leaving a smoldering crater. Detective Dushik stepped forward, determined to take the lead, but Quan quickly warned him that the enemy wasn't alone. Dushik insisted they couldn't run, while Quan argued for a strategic retreat. Their argument lasted a moment too long. The bandit used the opportunity to escape. Explosions rocked the city as chaos spread. The outer district was alive with criminals on the ground, many of whom were complaining about being stuck there. It didn't take long before they ran into Go Hyeju. Realizing who she was, they panicked and tried to flee. The girl chased after them, shouting for them to stop. One of the criminals threw a bottle at her, the glass gleaming with danger. An older woman nearby shouted a warning, urging Go Hyeju not to touch the bottle. It contained explosive poison with no known antidote. Go Hyeju, unflinching, caught the beer bottle in midair, skillfully spinning it to neutralize the explosion. The old woman sighed in relief, grateful for the girl's quick thinking. After the incident, the old woman explained that these bandits had become more organized than ever, adding that some of them possessed deadly poison bottles. Luckily, Go Hyeju had been there to defuse the situation. In her subconscious, Go Hyeju recalled Kang's words that humans were often more dangerous than monsters. Resolving to investigate further, she decided to pause her treasure hunt for now. Something was terribly wrong in the city, and she needed to understand what was happening. Elsewhere, Kang observed the clone of Choi Yul with amusement. Eating a cookie, she casually pondered his intentions. She knew it was only a decoy, but Choi Yul's absence would soon push the city into full collapse. Without him, chaos would consume everything. In another sector, Jack warned Choi Yul that a large battle was imminent. Choi Yul admitted he had expected chaos, but even he was surprised at how deranged some people had become. The goblins suggested they cut down their enemies quickly, but Choi Yul refused. He wanted something far more chaotic. The new arrivals in the city would only help accelerate his plans. Jack could only shake his head, finding it impossible to predict Choi Yul's true intentions. The boy reassured him that everything would make sense soon. For now, their priority was to clear the dungeon ahead. The massive door creaked open, revealing a dark, cavernous chamber. A deep voice echoed from within, welcoming them to the edge of the abyss. A new demon king emerged from the shadows, his glowing eyes locking onto the pair. His aura was oppressive, the weight of his presence nearly tangible. He mentioned it had been a long time since a human had descended so deeply into his domain. Without hesitation, Choi Yul asked the demon king if he knew Krasina. The creature paused, then chuckled darkly. The name seemed to carry a certain weight, though the true meaning remained hidden. The tension thickened as the demon king leaned closer, his grin widening, hinting that this was just the beginning of something far greater. Choi Yul smiled back, knowing full well that whatever lay ahead would bring him closer to his ultimate goal. The pieces were finally falling into place. The demon king sneered at Choi Yul, his voice dripping with malice as he taunted the boy's futile attempt to attack. Choi Yul charged with incredible speed, his axe ready to strike, but a magical barrier suddenly appeared, nullifying the attack completely. The demon king laughed, calling him a fool for thinking brute force could leave a scratch on him. He despised such arrogance and retaliated instantly, summoning several massive boulders that hurtled toward Choi Yul with deadly precision. The impact threw Choi Yul backward, and he barely managed to regain his footing. Recognizing the mage-type demon king's abilities, Choi Yul quickly realized that this boss was far more dangerous than expected. Its magical barrier rendered all physical attacks useless, which meant brute strength alone wouldn't help here. If Quan's platoon had come along, they would have been annihilated in seconds. This fight required cunning and precision. Jack and Choi Yul dodged the relentless barrage, weaving between cursed items and magical plagues scattered throughout the dungeon. Wielding his large magical axe, Choi Yul made his move. The axe's unique ability allowed it to convert physical strength into magical power, bypassing the boss's defenses. He swung with incredible force, cleaving through the barriers and striking the Demon King with enough power to kill him. As the monster fell, Choi Yul smirked and added that he planned to adjust the dungeon's difficulty to make it easier for citizens to clear. This dungeon would become a treasure trove for the city's people, a gift, not a death trap. At the West Police Station, a tense meeting unfolded. Inside the conference room, Detective Dushik outlined the growing threat of the poison bandit Inui, who had been terrorizing the city. Duik argued that arresting him was the only logical solution, but with their current strength, such a feat seemed impossible. Dushik proposed a joint operation involving the police, army, and willing citizens to launch a coordinated attack. Go Hyeju fully supported the plan, knowing that if they didn't act soon, the city's situation would spiral even further out of control. Kwon agreed, though his tone was grim. The longer they allowed the chaos to fester, the worse the outcome would be. The superiors who planned the joint operation must have been confident in their chances of victory. After all, failure would mean total annihilation. Back in the dungeon, the Demon King, though defeated, refused to stay down quietly. As his body disintegrated, he taunted Choi Yul once again. He admitted that Choi Yul had hurt him, a feat no mortal had managed in centuries. Choi Yul pressed him for answers, once again asking if the boss knew Christina. The Demon King grinned, intrigued by the question. He wondered if Choi Yul's query was related to the convocations, but Choi Yul wasn't sure what he meant. The creature explained that monsters received missions just like humans. Their goals often aligned with destruction, but their communication networks differed. Some monsters had deeper knowledge and connections. Choi Yul leaned in, eager to hear more, but the Demon King refused to say anything further. The closer Choi Yul came to uncovering these secrets, the closer he would be to death, the monster warned, cackling as the dungeon began to tremble. A massive earthquake shook the ground, and lightning illuminated the cavern. As the Demon King's voice resonated through the chaos, he vowed to wait for the great condemnation of Pawn Number 8, which would be induced by the protagonist himself. His parting words echoed ominously. Jack, sensing danger, pulled Choi Yul back, urging him to leave the crumbling dungeon. Choi Yul shouted for the boss to wait, but it was too late. As they exited, Jack asked if Choi Yul was all right. Choi Yul assured him that he was, but in his mind, the pieces of the puzzle were coming together. The Demon King knew too much, and Christina's secrets were far more dangerous than he had realized. Jack offered to search for more information, but Choi Yul declined for now, deciding it was enough to know that a powerful Demon King was aware of Christina's existence. Uli focused on his immediate goal, adjusting the dungeon's difficulty, which would take at least 3 days. Jack wasn't sure if humans could survive for that long given the state of the city, so he vowed to watch over his friends and apprentice until things calmed down. 3 days later, the city was in utter turmoil. The joint operation had taken its toll, many were injured, and the lack of medical supplies left wounds untreated. More people had fallen in battles between humans than in monster attacks. In the midst of the chaos, Dushik and Go Hyeju found themselves under attack by poison smoke. Trapped, they struggled to find a way out, while a masked man watched from the shadows, reveling in their desperation. The masked man's power was immense, his dark aura suffocating. He declared that their legendary class items wouldn't be enough to stop him. According to him, none of the soldiers wanted to truly fight, they were only in it for the easy rewards. What the world needed, he said, was an emperor, a supreme ruler who could dominate humanity and restore order. Go Hyeju refused to back down, proclaiming that Choi Yul was the strongest person in the world, the only one who could claim such a title. The masked man laughed darkly. He acknowledged Choi Yul's power, but added that Choi Yul had no chance of winning against him, not because Choi Yul was weak, but because Choi Yul hadn't come to face him directly. He believed Choi Yul was fully aware of his own limitations and had deliberately avoided a confrontation. As the tension thickened, Go Hyeju prepared for battle, determined to fight despite the odds. The masked man's words lingered, a chilling reminder that the city was teetering on the edge of complete collapse. Meanwhile, in the shadows, Choi Yul continued his silent work, adjusting the dungeon's difficulty and preparing for the next step in his plan. Each piece of the puzzle fell into place, and soon the city would face its greatest test yet. The masked man, smug and confident, stood amid the chaos, disappointed that Choi Yul hadn't come to face him earlier. He had prepared a secret weapon specifically for that moment. Before he could dwell on it, gunshots suddenly rang out, aimed directly at him. The bullets were easily stopped by his automatic barrier, which adapted to block projectiles without him lifting a finger. As the fight progressed, the villain's abilities began evolving, granting him new powers as he adapted to each attack. Realizing that their opponent was growing stronger, the soldier evaded the next wave of strikes, determined to take him down before the situation worsened. The masked man, sensing the growing desperation, offered them a twisted proposition. He promised to aid them in completing missions, sharing points and items, but only if they pledged their absolute obedience. His mind was already filled with dark intentions, seeing the soldiers and citizens as pawns to serve his growing ambitions. his voice oozing with malice. The masked man said they just needed to execute his every command, and all their troubles would disappear. Detective Ku, however, wasn't having any of it. His gauntlets crackled with energy as he charged up a powerful blow. He leapt toward the villain, unleashing a full-force attack, declaring that a serpent like him should crawl back into the nearest dungeon. But the masked man merely shielded himself from the wind blast, his body adapting to the attack as if it were nothing. Suddenly, the ground beneath them rumbled, and slime snakes began emerging in waves, rising from the earth like a deadly tide. They coiled around Dushik and Go Hyeju, encasing them in a sphere of toxic poison. The situation seemed hopeless until Go Hyeju, with her last bit of strength, summoned a protective barrier just in time to prevent the venom from consuming them. The masked serpent, standing atop the writhing mass of snakes, declared his superiority. He mocked Dushik and Go Hyeju, claiming that their powers were useless against his own. His eyes gleamed with sadistic joy as he decided to spare whoever screamed the loudest in agony. The sound of their torment would be his greatest pleasure. His venomous creatures shattered their protective barrier, forcing Detective Dushik to throw himself in front of Go Hyeju, shielding her from the venomous bites. Though the masked villain sneered at the display of self-sacrifice, Dushik refused to back down. As the eldest and an officer of the law, it was his duty to protect her, no matter the cost. He stood firm, bracing for the worst, even as the serpent prepared to strike the final blow. But just as the air thickened with poison, a sudden gust of wind swept through the battlefield, dispersing the toxic cloud. Everyone, Ku, Go Hyeju, and the masked man looked around in confusion, searching for the source of the wind. Standing calmly in the distance was Jack, his sword sheathed, his presence commanding and resolute. His eyes narrowed in disappointment as he looked at Go Hyeju, calling her struggles embarrassing against such a weak opponent. The masked villain, stunned, instantly recognized Jack as one of the monsters who had guarded the pillars in the previous mission. He couldn't understand how the goblin had survived after the mission had ended. Jack paid no attention to the man's confusion, stepping forward to teach Go Hyeju a lesson. Before the fight could continue, an emergency system notice appeared, shaking the entire city. A massive rumble echoed across the landscape, drawing everyone's attention to a mountain of gold and what seemed to be a giant hollow pig shell. Another golden deity had been discovered, one that competed for dominance with the city's current deity. This new golden pig deity, now in adolescence, posed a significant threat. The system updated the mission. Citizens were now required to choose which golden pig to offer their treasures to. Whichever deity received the most treasures would be crowned the winner. The rewards for backing the winning deity were immense, while those who chose the losing side would be left with nothing. The announcement immediately caused chaos among the citizens. As they read the notice carefully, suspicion began to brew, especially when they saw how much wealth the golden deity of the desert had compared to the one in the city. Some murmured that it was strange, almost as if Choi Yul had orchestrated it. Even the serpent's underlings started whispering that this was Choi Yul's doing. The masked man chuckled darkly at first, dismissing the idea. But then something unexpected happened. A massive force gathered to oppose him. The whole city, realizing they needed to protect their home, began to rally together. This kind of unity, where everyone joined forces to take down a single villain, was an old strategy, but still highly effective. The masked man's confidence wavered. He knew he wasn't ready to face a united front. At that moment, Choi Yul arrived on the back of his griffin, his shadow falling over the battlefield. The citizens, seeing him above them, immediately began to talk. Many feared him, calling him an evil figure, yet others were drawn to his power. Some wondered why he had come to help or to destroy. A few civilians suggested returning to the city, but others hesitated. The serpent villain was powerful, but next to the demon lord of greed's servant, even the serpent began to tremble in fear. The air grew thick with anticipation as Choi Yul hovered silently, watching the scene unfold. The masked man realized that facing Choi Yul was far more dangerous than he had anticipated. Choi Yul wasn't here to negotiate or share power. He was here to finish things once and for all. The masked man, filled with arrogance, launched a colossal venomous snake directly at Choi Yul. Its scales gleamed with a deadly sheen as it coiled and struck, swallowing him whole. Dushik and Go Hyeju, standing helplessly nearby, watched in horror as the snake consumed Choi Yul, its powerful jaws snapping shut with finality. The serpent villain laughed with satisfaction, his twisted mind reveling in the apparent victory. But his triumph was short-lived. Overhead, the Emperor Griffin soared silently, its sharp eyes locked onto the villain. The masked man prepared a finishing blow, conjuring a special poison bomb, a weapon he had designed to end even the mightiest of beasts. With a swift motion, he hurled it toward the griffin. Yet instead of retreating, the griffin snatched the poison bomb mid-air, crushing it effortlessly in its beak and swallowing it without hesitation. The villain's confidence crumbled into disbelief. The bomb had been engineered to destroy anything it touched, yet the griffin remained unscathed, its wings beating steadily in the air. Before he could react, Choi Yul materialized behind him, calm and unshaken, as if the snake had never touched him at all. The villain spun around, startled by Choi Yul's sudden appearance. His mind raced for answers, but Choi Yul leaned closer and whispered a single question. "Do you know why your poison failed?" For a brief moment, the masked man froze, his breath caught in his throat. Choi Yul offered no explanation, only a faint smirk. "Figure it out on your own," he said, and with a simple flick of his finger to the villain's forehead, he sent him crashing backward. The masked man lay stunned, his confidence shattered. Meanwhile, Dushik and Go Hyeju stood speechless, unable to process what they had just witnessed. The serpent villain, who had terrorized the city and held them hostage with his deadly poison, had been reduced to nothing in an instant. Without missing a beat, Choi Yul raised his voice, his words cutting through the silence like a blade. He declared the golden deity of the desert to be his. Any citizen who dared offer treasure to the giant pig would suffer under the demon lord of greed in every mission that followed. His eyes gleamed with mischief as he mounted the Emperor Griffin, his parting words a chilling challenge. "Find a solution before the mission ends, or suffer the consequences." With that, Choi Yul flew off into the sunset, leaving the crowd in stunned silence. Even Jack, the ever-loyal goblin, couldn't hide his discomfort. Patting Choi Yul on the back, he whispered that his villain act was pathetic, his tone half serious, half amused. The city remained frozen, trying to comprehend what had just unfolded as the sun dipped below the horizon. In the emergency meeting for the treasure hunt mission, tensions were running high. Inside the packed hall, Go Hyeju addressed the citizens with determination. The recent chaos had made it clear that unity was their only chance. She called for cooperation, asking everyone to join forces to gather enough treasure and defeat Choi Yul's growing faction in the desert. Su confirmed that Choi Yul was now the city's greatest threat, but they couldn't afford to lose focus. Their top priorities were clear: vanquish the wielder of the book, complete the upcoming missions, and find a way back to Earth. The inspector proposed they handle the situation just as they would in their original world, with teamwork and persistence. Go Hyeju, igniting her spear, vowed to lead them through the challenges ahead, her passionate speech inspiring the crowd. As dawn broke over the city union issued its first set of mission guidelines. 3 primary locations were defined. Monster habitats, scattered across the surface, housed hostile creatures that didn't live underground. Though relatively safe, these areas offered limited loot, but occasionally held rare and valuable items. Dungeons were far more dangerous, with hidden entrances scattered across the biomes. They contained the most valuable treasures, but entering one alone was strictly prohibited. Adventurers were encouraged to seek the assistance of experienced fighters from the army or police before venturing inside. The Treasure Evaluation Center served as a vital hub where adventurers could safely have their loot appraised. Inside the protected walls, an epic artifact, the idol of the true god, had recently been discovered, valued at an impressive 1,000 coins. The hunter who found it was hailed as a hero, his discovery quickly becoming the talk of the city. An old man, organizing a convoy of trucks loaded with treasures, prepared to escort the loot back to the city. As the convoy moved through the desert, a horde of flying monsters descended from the sky, attacking the trucks with relentless ferocity. The adventurers fought back with everything they had, struggling to protect the precious cargo until they reached the city gates. Near the city, other adventurers awaited their arrival, ready to provide reinforcements. When the convoy reached the gates, a massive battle erupted, with the humans of the city joining forces to drive off the monsters. The air was thick with chaos as spells flew and weapons clashed. Despite the overwhelming odds, the adventurers managed to hold the line, ensuring the treasures reached the evaluation center safely. Inside, the value of each haul was meticulously recorded. A large board tracked the wealth of each faction, and it became clear that Choi Yul's desert faction, Utoi, had amassed far more treasure than the city. Despite the city's control over most of the jungle and canyon sectors, only the desert remained largely unexplored, and it was there that Choi Yul had made his base, hiding with Christina's book and his growing army of loyal monsters. The city's leadership realized that if they didn't act soon, Choi Yul's faction would become unstoppable. A sense of urgency spread among the citizens, and plans were hastily drawn up to launch a full-scale expedition into the desert. Meanwhile, in the shadows, Choi Yul observed quietly, his mind always one step ahead. He knew they were coming, and he was ready. The citizens had always been cautious, deliberately avoiding the mysterious and dangerous areas surrounding their city. Until now, such places remained unexplored, shrouded in secrecy and fear. However, things had changed. For the first time, they were armed with the power to confront these unknown lands. On the table before them lay a shiny strand of hair. Se had just been informed that this hair was an exact replica of Choi Yul's. His partner confirmed it and explained that they had detained Choi Yul for questioning. The partner further clarified that if Choi Yul hadn't mentioned the desert's deity from the very beginning, most people would have preferred to avoid the whole affair. The deity, after all, struck fear into everyone's hearts. Yet Choi Yul, the wielder of the book, had chosen a different path. Rather than allow the people to cower in fear, he decided to take on the role of a villain. By becoming an antagonist, he aimed to push the citizens beyond their comfort zones, forcing them to face and conquer their fears. His plan was bold and reckless, but it had a purpose. However, the inspector in the room was not impressed. His anger boiled over, and with a violent slam of his fist, he shattered the table in half. He rejected Choi Yul's reasoning entirely, calling it foolish. The inspector declared that, at this rate, the outcome of the mission wouldn't matter. No matter what happened, Choi Yul would always be seen as a villain in the eyes of the public. Se's partner stood silently, deep in thought. His mind churned as he considered everything that had just been said. Slowly, he began to grasp the logic behind Yul Choi's actions. He realized that Choi Yul wasn't merely trying to complete the current mission. He was thinking several steps ahead, strategizing for the long game. The young man was fully aware that for the city to thrive, its people needed to work together, constantly evolve, and level up their skills. It wasn't just about a single mission or treasure, it was about securing their future. Choi Yul likely had a grand plan to ensure that the city would eventually succeed in their treasure hunt. He was pushing the citizens to surpass themselves, driving them beyond the simple task of looting valuable items and transforming them into something greater. Meanwhile, in the depths of the jungle, a giant stone tablet covered with ancient scriptures was discovered. A blonde woman examined it carefully, her sharp eyes gleaming with excitement. She immediately recognized its potential value. A plan started forming in her mind. She could make a handsome profit from this artifact, and might have even discovered a new way to win the treasure hunt. Elsewhere, a fierce battle raged in the desert, near the swirling winds of a massive tornado. It was the final day of the treasure hunt, and tensions had reached their peak. Detective Ku found himself face to face with the protagonist, Yu. Their confrontation was intense. Ku launched a powerful punch at Yu, but the young man managed to block it, his golden deity My Fortune lending him strength. His stats read an impressive 38,552,800. Still, Yu was not one to be easily overpowered. As the wielder of the book, he skillfully dodged every attack aimed at him, evading with the grace and precision of a seasoned fighter. The countdown to the end of the treasure hunt had begun. Less than 25 minutes remained. Yu turned to his opponents, who had formed an alliance against him, and mockingly referred to them as the allied forces of the city. His voice carried across the battlefield as he urged them to step up their efforts. Time was running out, and if they truly wanted to defeat him, they needed to work much harder. 4 days earlier, Hao had stumbled upon a shocking revelation. He had uncovered the true identity of the serpent, the feared villain who had terrorized so many. To his surprise, the serpent turned out to be a mere teenager, Sunan K, a level 24 youth with an arrogant streak. Sunan didn't bother hiding his disdain for Hao. He demanded to be left alone, and arrogantly stated that he would summon Hao when needed. This attitude enraged Hao, who had been tasked with keeping a close eye on the boy. Just as Sunan prepared to make his next move, something streaked past him at lightning speed, a spear. It was Hao's weapon, faster and deadlier than the orb of power the serpent wielded. The spear separated Sunan from the crowd, marking a clear line between him and ordinary people. Hao had obtained critical information from Sunwin's gang, who had betrayed Sunan at the first opportunity, exposing him as a poor leader. Yet, Sunan didn't seem particularly bothered. He didn't blame his treacherous underlings. He believed that betrayal was simply part of human nature. Once he had taught them a harsh lesson, they would be back at his feet, groveling for his favor. The high schooler claimed it was their essence as humans to act this way. Hao, irritated by his theatrics, called him a teenage edgelord and dismissed his grandiose speech. Sunan wasn't done boasting, however. He confidently declared that his wishing orb and epic item would soon reach its full power. When that happened, even Choi Yul would be no match for him. Henu, observing the situation, grew increasingly concerned. Sunan's bold claim about ruling the city someday didn't seem like an idle threat. The villain was right, his potential was immense. and once his powers reached their peak, there would be little anyone could do to stop him. The wielder of the demonic book was currently the only person who had been able to defeat him, but that victory seemed fleeting. Haonime decided that the city needed to take precautions before it was too late. At the Treasure Evaluation Center, two hunters were chatting casually. One of them had recently ventured into a dungeon for the first time and was sharing his experience. Not far from them, a police officer was busy writing up a hunter for carrying a sheathed sword in a restricted area. Zhao watched the scene with growing frustration. She needed some chaos and discord to carry out her latest plan. She had valuable intel to sell, and without a distraction, her profit margin was at risk. That's when she decided to call someone saved in her contacts as Miss Jackpot. Miss Jackpot turned out to be Hayu, who picked up the call with a worried tone. Hayu expressed her concern for her friend, but while they were talking on the phone, the villain was already moving. Sunan discreetly adjusted the settings on his wishing orb, preparing for his next big move. Zhao, not missing a beat, asked Hayu if she knew anyone interested in buying information. Instead of giving a straightforward answer, Hayu simply gathered the most important figures in the area. The meeting began with a question from a mysterious helmet-wearing figure. Before they could proceed, he needed to know one crucial thing. The young villain stood calmly at the center of the meeting, his presence both unexpected and deliberate. It was no coincidence he was there. The man beside him had specifically invited him to join. Despite his youth, the high schooler was undeniably gifted, a rare talent whose potential couldn't be wasted. These turbulent times called for such individuals, even if it meant placing him under Hayu's watchful eye as his warden. The inspector had been vehemently expressing his disagreement with this idea when he was suddenly cut off by a quiet but commanding voice. It belonged to none other than the level 1 champion Lee. According to the blonde girl's data, there was a critical point where a golden deity could be neutralized long before it had the chance to become a fully grown and unstoppable force. Even though Choi Yul remained a formidable obstacle, there was still a glimmer of hope for success. It was clear that they couldn't achieve it alone. They needed help. And, as predicted, the city would soon find itself desperately calling out for assistance. Yu seized this opportunity to propose a deal to those seated around the table, a sly glint in his eyes. Not far away, on the roof of a nearby building overlooking the swirling tornado, Yu and Jack sat in silence. The wind howled around them as Jack turned to his master, curiosity sparking in his eyes. He wanted to know if the Demon Lord of Greed required more victims. Observing the storm below, Jack noticed that Choi Yul was still under the influence of his demonic punishment. Yet, the book wielder remained unfazed. Choi Yul expressed that his goal wasn't to sacrifice more people, but to ensure that the city's inhabitants could claim as much treasure as possible. This time, he had a solution for those who had fallen victim to the cursed dungeons. He targeted individuals who were on the brink of entering such lethal dungeons or about to encounter cursed items. Some of these individuals needed to be isolated. He explained a necessary measure to protect the greater good. Jack was intrigued. The nature of the mission had taken a darker turn. At that moment, a team approached them. The lieutenant, the inspector, the high schooler, and the spear maiden, all drawing closer with soldiers in tow. A convoy of military trucks escorted the group, prepared to offer reinforcements in the upcoming fight. Jack's instincts kicked in. He was eager to face the incoming threat head-on. But Choi Yul stopped him. It wasn't time for direct confrontation. Jack's role was to hold back for now and instead focus on sending his weakest servant to babble first. Suddenly, a massive shadow loomed over the military trucks. The Emperor Griffin descended from above, attacking the city's allied forces with brutal precision. Chaos erupted. Su and Hedu barely had time to react as they noticed poison clouds swirling around them. The serpent, watching from a hidden vantage point, ordered his team to retreat. He wasn't interested in battling the Griffin. It wasn't his primary target. Instead, the young man chose to distract the beast, infuriating his two teammates, who swiftly launched a counterattack from above. The lieutenant remained calm despite the chaos. He barked orders for the soldiers to find a secure position and use their weapons to support the heroes. The soldiers moved with precision, executing the commands without hesitation. Meanwhile, the serpent remained in hiding. His goal wasn't to eliminate the Emperor Griffin. It was far more strategic. He intended to outwit those who had tried to manipulate him into fighting the golden deity of the desert. A gray-haired man stood at a distance, observing the unfolding battle. He suspected that the book wielder wasn't open to negotiation, and he whispered his recommendation to the team. The mission to eliminate the golden deity was nothing more than a distraction, a calculated ploy. The true objective was the giant pig that lay hidden in the desert, seemingly out of reach. If they wanted to succeed, they needed to deploy as many units as possible to loot the desert in a single trip. Time was against them, and they couldn't afford to leave the serpent unchecked in the weakened city. The convoy came to an abrupt stop. The man at the front stared in shock at the scene before him. He and his men had stumbled upon a ruined city won from Earth right in the middle of the desert. The soldiers stood in silence, surveying the eerie landscape. The city lay in ruins, its buildings crumbling, and the streets filled with treasure. Corpses were scattered everywhere, their bodies decomposed after what seemed like a year of abandonment. It quickly became clear that the city's downfall had been caused not by external monsters, but by its own citizens, who had turned on each other in a brutal civil war. The man couldn't shake the unsettling realization the city had once faced the same mission. But somehow, despite being given much more time than his own city, they had still failed. His shock deepened when the man with the hat proposed a disturbing theory. What if both cities had started the challenge at the exact same time, but time flowed differently for each one? The idea seemed far-fetched, but if true, it would mean that the players behind the game had the power to control even the flow of time itself. Back in the battlefield, claws slashed through the air as Su found himself face-to-face with the Emperor Griffin. The inspector launched a series of well-timed punches, each blow connecting with the beast and causing considerable damage. The great creature staggered under the relentless assault. Just as it regained its balance, something startled it. Keiju, who had been stealthily maneuvering through the chaos, seized her chance. With impressive agility, she leapt onto the beast's back, ready to deliver the decisive blow. She lowered her gaze for a brief moment and apologized to the Emperor Griffin. They had no choice. Winning this battle was essential, even if it meant burning the poor beast. Summoning her inner strength, she unleashed a wave of flames, consuming the mighty creature in an intense burst of power. Jack watched in awe, impressed by her skill and resolve. Both Essie and Hu had weapons among the most powerful in the entire game. Not only did these weapons grant additional stat points, but they also provided immense firepower, which explained why these two had been impressive right from the start. However, such immense power came with a downside. Their attack range was dangerously large, putting anyone nearby at risk. Recognizing this flaw, Yu had devised a plan. He decided to force them into joining forces so they could train together and learn how to control their overwhelming abilities. This type of training, however, would only be possible under the guidance of an experienced party of warriors who were used to working together in sync. There was no other way to manage their destructive potential. The griffin lay motionless on the ground, seemingly defeated. Yet, just as the inspector and the dragon warrior turned their backs, they felt a sudden movement. Choyul stood behind them, effortlessly carrying the enormous creature in his arms. He smiled approvingly at them, congratulating them on completing the first stage of their mission. The inspector narrowed his eyes, weary of Choyul's unpredictable nature, while CIA, another key figure in the mission, demanded that this masquerade end once and for all. "I'm not here to slaughter the desert pig," CIA declared, his voice calm but firm. Yu was caught off guard by the man's words. He hadn't expected someone to come and rescue him. Seeing that man working to bring him back to the city made Yu smile genuinely for the first time in a while. It was a rare moment of warmth amid the chaos. Yul stepped forward and challenged Dushik to arrest him. His words hung in the air for a tense moment before Yul flew away, leaving Dushik and Hao behind. Hao sensed something and instinctively jumped in front of the inspector, fending off a sudden attack. Kerr appeared beside her, repelling a powerful strike aimed directly at their group. Her quick action successfully protected all of her allies. Jack observed from the sidelines, clearly impressed. He admitted that his student was the only one who had ever managed to repel his attack so effectively. This realization made Jack pause. He reminded himself to hold back in future encounters, otherwise he might accidentally kill someone. The lieutenant, watching carefully, recognized Jack as the strongest of the city's three-pillar guardians. During the last mission, it had taken an immense number of fighters and countless hours to bring down the weakened pillars. This made the man wonder if they could ever hope to defeat the Goblin Swordmaster with such a small unit, especially now that the serpent had vanished. Far away at the Emperor Griffin's nest in the canyon sector, Yu knelt beside the creature. Stroking its feathers gently, he praised his weakest minion and advised it to rest well. Its ability to heal quickly would be crucial in the coming battles. Yu apologized sincerely for sacrificing the griffin like a mere pawn, acknowledging the harsh reality of their situation. As a gesture of apology, he used the legendary tool known as the Weather Orb. The artifact could alter the weather in a small area, but only once. Summoning a thunderstorm, Yu ensured that the griffin's nest would be protected until the mission's end. With that task completed, Yu set off at an impressive speed. As he raced through the sky, his mind wandered back to the inspector's words. Yu had always prided himself on predicting the actions of others, yet he had never been able to read what was in their hearts. Smoke began to rise in the distance. Back at the scene, Dushik and Hayu found themselves standing face to face with the goblin swordmaster. Ku's mind raced as he tried to think of a way to defeat the goblin, but its presence felt nearly invincible. His attacks were calculated and deadly, each one pushing Dushik further to the brink. "Master," Hayu begged, desperation evident in her voice. "Grant us access to your power." Jack refused. He didn't believe they should earn victory through negotiation. If they wanted to succeed, it had to be through combat. The lieutenant, who had surprisingly survived, proposed a tactical retreat. They still had some time left, time they could use to strategize. The goblin only counterattacked, never initiating a fight, which meant they might still have a chance if they approached carefully. Jack stood atop a ruined building as Yu arrived. The goblin swordmaster stood beside him, surveying the city. He spoke in a calm, knowing tone. Zhang Guang was wise to leave when he did. Inside a nearby military tent, Yu and his team gathered to analyze their opponents. The atmosphere was tense but focused. They knew that raw strength alone wouldn't be enough. A party needed strategic thinking to thrive, especially in battles like these. Yu saw the mission as an opportunity to make them more experienced at tackling dungeons. It wasn't just about survival, it was about ensuring that no single group or individual rose to power unchecked. The city needed multiple and diverse groups working together to maintain balance. As for the serpent, Yu decided to keep a close eye on him. The boy was still young, on the cusp of becoming something far greater. He was dangerous, yes, but there was potential in him, potential that could be guided, if carefully watched. A voice interrupted Yu's thoughts. Someone commented on the sandstorm raging ahead, pointing out how powerless Sei looked within its swirling depths. The speaker calmly explained that the plan was to eliminate the golden deity of the desert, while the others kept its protector distracted. Passing through the storm was the only way forward. Back in the city, the young man watched with surprise as the results of his actions unfolded. He turned to the inspector and asked how he had figured it all out. The inspector gave him a knowing look and replied, "You'll never follow the mission's rules, will you? Instead, you'll use them to your advantage to earn as much as possible." The man reflected deeply on what he would do in their place. And it was during this moment of contemplation that he discovered how to significantly increase the value of a treasure before offering it. With this strategy in mind, the city had to act quickly, either amass greater wealth than the desert deity, or hope that the scent unit could eliminate it first. His thoughts shifted to the various ways the city might secure victory, wondering which path would ultimately lead to success. The organizing and cataloging of the city's treasures proceeded efficiently, every movement and action timed like clockwork. In the desert sector, a policeman and a soldier were concerned about the sandstorm, which was slowing down the trucks carrying valuable supplies. They also lacked the necessary equipment to handle such severe weather. Despite these worries, the inspector swiftly devised a solution and reassured them. With renewed confidence, they executed their orders. Both men were surprised to hear themselves instinctively calling him boss, a sign of the trust he had quietly earned. As they worked, someone asked about the inspector's partner. Hayu believed that the inspector's partner must have been incredibly powerful if he had been entrusted with the task of leading the city's citizens. Dushik confirmed this, but noted that his partner was more famous for his resourcefulness. It was this quality that made him truly dangerous. Dushik wouldn't have left him unsupervised if not for the current crisis, but given the urgency of the situation, he had no choice. While these thoughts ran through his mind, he ate his meal in one swift gulp, which caught Hayu off guard. In another part of the desert, the serpent was engaged in a fierce battle. He fought with all his strength but still found himself overpowered by the immense forces against him. The sandstorm surged with overwhelming intensity, launching him far away and leaving him lying helpless in the sand. He was stunned and confused, expecting his wishing orb to level up after its use, yet it remained unchanged, failing to evolve as it should have. Ul watched from afar, his book open in his hands. He sighed quietly, realizing the serpent was wasting the opportunity he had been given. In order to master the wishing orb, the young boy needed to continuously face stronger opponents. His poison, though deadly to weak monsters and humans, was ineffective against elite creatures. Choi Yul knew that if the serpent had fought alongside the city's heroes, his progress would have been much faster. Still, Choi Yul decided not to reveal this secret. For now, the serpent remained a valuable asset despite his immaturity. In the distance, a figure moved with incredible speed. It was Jack, landing with precision on the roof of a building. Suddenly, the structure beneath his feet exploded, forcing him to leap clear of the debris. Soldiers nearby received the green light from Sei to proceed with their operation. The detective focused all his power into a single punch, blinding the swordsmen. With their enemy momentarily incapacitated, the soldiers opened fire, unleashing a relentless storm of bullets. Moments later, a missile soared into the heart of the tornado, detonating in a massive explosion. Amid the chaos, one soldier began to celebrate prematurely. His companion quickly silenced him, warning him that such behavior could bring misfortune. Standing in the aftermath of the blast, Hiju emerged from the rubble, unharmed. Her master had used her as a shield to protect himself, and calmly stated that the attack hadn't been strong enough to penetrate his barrier. The lieutenant realized that their current power was insufficient, but remained impressed by their efforts. Recognizing their progress, he decided to let them pass, acknowledging that they had learned to fight and adapt in this dangerous world. Jack turned to his disciple, reminding him that teamwork was one of the most powerful tools they had. The lieutenant couldn't help but marvel at the pair, believing they were part of a story far larger than anyone around them realized. The master then expressed his high expectations for his disciple, encouraging him to strive for more. With those words, the allied forces of the city resumed their journey. Jack walked away with a satisfied smile, leaving the man with the glasses deep in thought. He wondered if their enemy had been training or testing them all along. The question lingered in his mind as he contemplated what might have happened if their performance hadn't been satisfactory. He ordered his forces to remain vigilant, aware that the wielder of the book was undoubtedly expecting them. The allied forces debated how best to get past the raging tornado. The detective appeared to have an idea. He pushed himself to his absolute limit, creating a temporary passage through the tornado. Everyone watched in astonishment as he achieved this impressive feat. Choi Yul noted that the detective's gauntlets shouldn't have granted him such power, raising questions about how he had managed it. This unexpected display of strength earned the detective newfound respect from Pun, who hadn't anticipated such capability. Hayu stood nearby, shocked by the detective's presence. Before she could react, she and the detective suddenly vanished into thin air. It was the result of a powerful heroic tool-free warp tickets that had been used to forcibly teleport them to an unknown location. This tool allowed the user to transport someone to a specific place, provided they weren't stronger than the user. Hayu and CIO assumed they had been teleported far from the battlefield. Before they could fully assess their surroundings, someone approached from behind. It was the serpent. He observed them calmly, clearly impressed by the fact that they had survived. The griffin and the serpent stared at each other in silence. The serpent found something odd about the griffin and the villain. He began to wonder how these two could have changed so drastically within a single day. Hugh, growing suspicious, wanted to know if Huel had teleported him to this strange place, but the griffin denied it, claiming he had simply woken up there. This left Hugh uncertain, questioning whether Huel had truly brought him here or if something else was at play. The serpent assumed that Huel had sent them away to prevent them from slaying his giant pig. However, the protagonist firmly denied this, stating that it was never his intention. Yol calmly explained that the final clash had always been held in a special, secluded place. The serpent found this idea ridiculous and began to mock him openly. Yol dodged the serpent's sudden attack, surprised that he knew about such a detail. The young man smirked, revealing that he had learned it from the many people he had harassed. The more a target resisted, the more involved it became in the role he had designed for them, and the serpent had become quite skilled at playing his part. Yol was now sure the serpent was the perfect antagonist for this mission. The soldiers, on the other hand, had lost contact with the rest of the team. They were running dangerously low on ammunition. Although they had successfully escorted the high schooler out of the city, they still worried about whether the citizens could gather enough points in time to complete the mission. With only 2 days left in the race, they had no time to devise new strategies. Their only option was to proceed with their current plan and focus on locating the dragon warrior as quickly as possible. As the battle raged on, Hu and Yol clashed fiercely. Hu sought to negotiate, but Yol had no interest in talks. The protagonist pointed out that Hu's pride would ultimately be his downfall, just like every other villain before him. Babel declared that everyone present had the potential to slay the deity with a single attack, as it was full of health but lacked any defense. With a cruel laugh, he decided to give the first person who landed a hit the chance to kill his giant pig. The serpent began slipping into character, feeding off the atmosphere. His set mood became darker and more menacing, prompting Si and Go Hyeju to exchange wary glances. They were amazed at how the serpent's acting skills had become even worse and yet more convincing in his villainous role. Despite fully understanding the mission's objective, the young boy's bloodlust would not be satisfied with just one strike. Driven by his relentless hunger for destruction, he launched a powerful multi-directional attack at Choi Yul. Poison shot toward the protagonist, but Choi Yul repelled it with ease before counterattacking. He struck the serpent square on the forehead, knocking him down once again. Defeated for the second time in quick succession, the serpent lay in silence as Choi Yul turned to Sei and Hao. He asked about their next move, leaving no room for argument. Although they had opposed the serpent earlier, the bear and the dragon warrior agreed that it was time to confront the wielder of the book head-on. Elsewhere, the trucks were being loaded with treasure. A soldier informed the adventurers that the vehicles were now full, leaving no space for additional passengers. He instructed the old man and the guards to return home with the non-fighters, while the remaining team would carry the rest of the loot on foot and meet them midway after delivering the treasures. This plan would save precious time. As they prepared to depart, the soldier took a final glance at the ruined city. His gaze lingered on the devastation, paying silent respect to the fallen citizens who had perished in the chaos. Back in the heat of the fight, Yol evaded Hu's flames with incredible agility. Set tried to catch him off guard, but Yol disappeared before their eyes. He reminded them that he was far stronger than his monster companion, and warned them that they would have to do much better if they hoped to defeat him. Despite not taking them seriously, Yol's air shoes gave him an unpredictable advantage, allowing him to move with speed and precision. In the midst of the chaos, Kay was lost in thought, trying to recall something about the goblins. A voice suddenly called out through her earpiece, snapping her back to reality. Guan yelled in her ear, trying to get her attention. Apologizing for her distracted state, Kay promised she was ready to focus again. The lieutenant assured her that it was fine, noting that they had managed to find their target despite the communication lapse. However, their call was abruptly cut off, leaving Guan concerned. Hiju tried to call him back but was interrupted by a message that appeared on her phone. It was from the man with the helmet, telling her to listen carefully when he called back. The lieutenant wanted to discuss Yol's speech about the golden deity. According to him, those words were not merely taunts but crucial clues for completing the mission. This revelation left Hiju perplexed. Guan, on the other hand, was more interested in receiving a full battlefield report. He documented every detail carefully before ending the call, instructing the girl to buy some time while he formulated a strategy. Hiju felt a surge of anxiety at the thought of keeping up with Guan's fast-paced plans. Deciding not to overthink it, she plunged back into the battle with renewed determination. By now, the sun had begun to set, casting a golden glow over the battlefield. The serpent finally regained consciousness, his eyes fluttering open. To his surprise, everything around him had changed once again. The serpent stood in the aftermath of the battle, his allies scattered and defeated. He laughed, seeing how predictable the outcome had been all along. Confident in his strength, he strode toward Choi Yul, ready for another confrontation. Choi Yul calmly pointed out that the serpent's weapon had been abandoned, and that decision alone had allowed its power to grow exponentially. But power without control came at a cost. Used recklessly, it would corrupt the young teenager. Despite the warning, the serpent refused to listen. His desire for victory overwhelmed him, and he charged at Choi Yul once more, driven by his obsession to win at all costs. Meanwhile, communication crackled over the Spear Maiden's device as someone tried to reach her. The lieutenant had finally devised a strategy. By nightfall, the golden deity of the city had amassed nearly 16 million in treasure. It had been a grueling night for those who struggled to return on foot from the desert, but at last, dawn broke, bringing a renewed sense of urgency. The old man arrived to pick up the weary adventurers, and with their combined efforts, the city's total treasure collection surged to 27 million. There were now 116,000 participants, and it was officially the final day of the treasure hunt. The golden deity of the desert had accumulated a staggering 38,552,800 at this stage. Sei received a sudden message when only 21 minutes remained. He immediately instructed the Spear Maiden to get into position. It was time for the final move. Yol swiftly evaded the rising tornado, but the detective was relentless. The book wielder found it increasingly difficult to dodge attacks. His strength was waning, and the pain was returning, causing him to lose control over his power. Sensing his weakness, the serpent seized the opportunity and lunged for the kill. But the serpent was caught off guard when the detective dashed out of the battlefield at full speed. Even more shocking was the sight of the soldier giving a signal, followed by Ku landing right in front of the startled young man. The soldier advised him to hold on tight as they were about to depart. The confused teenager, refusing to give up, leapt toward them and conjured a poison claw, aiming directly at their boat. The soldier kept a close eye on the road, determined to see if they could finally escape Choi Yul's grasp. With only 15 minutes left, the tension rose. Yul slashed through the tornado with his sword, preparing to give chase, but Hayu stood firmly behind him. She had been consuming recovery potions in rapid succession, ensuring she could block his pursuit. She reminded Choi Yul of the secret power hidden within the Fang, its ability to unleash Prominence, the Dragon of the Sun. However, it came with strict conditions. For full power, the user had to stab themselves with the Fang while at full health. But Yul tried to warn her something crucial was still missing, and attempting to use the power now would be fatal. Hayu remained undeterred. She had made up her mind. The Fire King's spear was a powerful weapon, capable of summoning the dragon once all the requirements were met. However, this power could only be activated at dawn or sunset. Yul knew that Hayu was well aware of these limitations, but she insisted it had been the lieutenant's idea to proceed regardless. The lieutenant believed that predicting Yu's strategy was impossible, but he wasn't invincible. His soul type, once identified, revealed his predictable weaknesses. With that, Choi Yul admitted defeat. He could continue chasing them, but it wasn't necessary anymore. His goals had already been achieved. As the final 7 minutes ticked down, the team prepared for their last stand. Sei propelled the boat forward at incredible speed, lifting the wind to create an opening for others to pass through the storm. Suddenly, the serpent reappeared, emerging from behind with a wild, crazed laugh. His summoned snake nearly struck the soldiers in his path. His eyes locked on the golden deity of the desert, the giant pig. Determined to seize it, he ordered the deity to stop struggling. With a burst of dark energy, the serpent extracted the golden deity from the center of the tornado. Wang and his squad opened fire with their rifles, unleashing a synchronized attack on the deity. At the same time, the soldiers worked feverishly to upgrade their equipment. Armor was tailored and enhanced, ready to be offered to the giant pig. Less than 5 minutes remained when the lieutenant decided to use a grenade, further damaging the golden deity of the desert. In another part of the battlefield, the golden deity of the city rejected a shield with an absurd design. A child had crafted it and deemed it unworthy and ugly. However, just as despair settled in, the shield began to glow with a brilliant light. The child's expression brightened as the artifact took on a new, unexpected power. Only 1 minute and 35 seconds remained. The tension hung thick in the air as the final moments of the treasure hunt unfolded. Yul, standing at the edge of the battlefield, decided to ask his friend for a favor. He had seen the pattern before. He predicted that, in time, the citizens would inevitably turn on each other and plunge into chaos. This, he believed, was the essence of human nature. His words shocked Hedu, who found it difficult to accept such a grim prediction. Time was running out. Everyone was giving their best effort when something unexpected began to happen with the golden deity. As the final seconds ticked down, only 4 seconds remained. Zhao watched the scene in admiration as the citizens worked in harmony. 2 seconds left, and it appeared that the giant pig was about to explode. Instead, in an instant, the golden deity let out a sigh of relief, signifying the end of the race. The mission was officially complete. The golden deity of the city had won the race. On top of Med's lifeless body, the serpent laughed maniacally, convinced that he was about to level up and claim unimaginable power. Yet, to his utter dismay, all his points were stolen by the Greed Lord at the last moment. Everyone outside the city was teleported back in an instant. Su and Guang congratulated each other and agreed to meet for drinks later to celebrate. Moments later, they too were teleported back to the city where the citizens' reward points were doubled. Hu landed in the city, confused and searching for any sign of Yul. Meanwhile, the high scores were announced. Gukong took 3rd place with 33,440 points, just behind Gay Sion with 45,460 points. In 1st place, however, was none other than Wang Park, with an impressive 324,032 points. The citizens erupted in joy, tossing the old man into the air in celebration. Ever humble, the top scorer declared that the true hero was Hayu, whose treasure contributions had made the victory possible. Despite his modesty, Wang decided to celebrate his success by inviting everyone to a grand dinner at his expense, earning even louder cheers from the crowd. Sunshine bathed the city as it came alive in celebration. The lieutenant received a notification informing him that all party members had been rewarded with golden deity equipment and 12-sided fate dice, which would increase their chances of obtaining heroic items. Wang found the golden deity's gifts quite generous, despite the fact that their ultimate reward would be left up to fate. Additionally, the golden pig granted the city a special bonus until the next mission. All experience points earned by the city would be increased by 10%. With that, the golden deity happily departed. The city now had a single day to rest before the next mission began. Yul, satisfied with the outcome, reflected on how they had managed to stop the Greed Lord's punishment just as his health dropped to a tenth of its full strength. Jack remarked that the city once saw them as enemies, but Yol dismissed the notion. The swordsman quietly mocked him while proclaiming himself as Sei's greatest catastrophe. Despite the chaos, Yol was genuinely pleased that the citizens had overcome this challenge on their own. It would take an extraordinary disaster to break the city's spirit now. When Jack noted that Yul had guided them to victory, he realized his master was lost in his own thoughts. The city had more than enough points to secure its success, and was brimming with new energy. In the wake of this victory, a new city number 8 would soon rise after the break between missions. Elsewhere, a crab-like creature was busy gathering its spoils. Many citizens flocked to offer their services to Wong Park, who remained humble and deflected their praise toward Haiyu. Two blushing men, overcome with admiration, confessed that they wanted to work with her because of her heroism. The citizens had come to see Haiyu as an angel of the flames, a warrior who fought tirelessly for them despite having suffered at the hands of the Greed Lord. She was now the most popular warrior in the city. Hadu observed the crowd in silence, remembering Yol's words and how he had encouraged her to be a ray of hope in the dark times ahead. She realized that she had become exactly that, a beacon of light for the city when it needed her most. Finally, she stepped forward and addressed the crowd. Denying that she was anyone special, Hadu invited them to fight alongside her by forming a guild. In medieval Europe, guilds were groups of artisans or merchants united by a common goal. In gaming, guilds were formed by individuals with shared objectives. The detective compared them to social clubs, while Dusk confirmed that there were many types of guilds. Sue wondered if the city system allowed for guild creation. The guild option had always been part of the system, but no one had created one yet because of the hefty price, 100,000 points. This resulted in the establishment of 3 official guilds and several unregistered ones. The most popular and influential guild was the Dalonix Guild, which focused on completing missions and keeping the city safe. Its guildmaster was none other than Hao, with Wong Park serving as her deputy. The formation of the guild marked the beginning of a new chapter for the city. With the next mission on the horizon, the citizens prepared themselves for whatever challenges lay ahead, knowing they were stronger together than they had ever been before. Initially, the members of the newly formed guild wanted to call it the Haiyu Guild in honor of their guildmaster. However, Haiyu was so embarrassed by the suggestion that they opted to name it after her favorite flower instead. With this new name, the guild took on a softer, more symbolic identity. Detective Ku, who trusted Haiyu, the so-called Flame Angel, was confident that her guild members wouldn't cause any trouble. The second guild formed was a completely different story. Known as the Armed Forces of City Number 8, or simply Armed Forces. This guild was built on the strength of the colonel's leadership and the lieutenant's battlefield prowess. Dushik respected the 2 men leading it and trusted that only the best would join their guild. The third guild, however, left the detective in shock. The Serpent Guild, also referred to as the Kingdom Guild, had risen unexpectedly. After the Serpent's infamous victory with his wishing orb, he attracted a large following, most of them greedy criminals, into his guild. They had one shared goal: to seize control of the city and rule it after defeating its greatest enemies. The Serpent, who had always been a cunning opportunist, thrived on this new influence. Sei, observing the growing chaos, recognized the danger. He stated that they needed to gain more power quickly to counter the Serpent's ambitions. The Serpent would remain hidden, biding his time until he could kill the wielder of the book and make his move. Meanwhile, the police force struggled to form its own guild. They were too occupied with chasing outlaws and protecting the city, leaving them vulnerable and increasingly powerless against the rising threats. As Sei stood by the window, he turned to Dusik and asked if this was his idea of a solution. Outside, they could see dozens of men greeting them in unison, all expressing a desire to work under Dusk by becoming police officers. This unexpected show of loyalty made the detective suspicious. He grew curious about his partner's activities while he had been away in the desert. Dusk reassured him that he had no intention of overthrowing the current police force. His efforts were focused on recruiting people willing to help restore order in the city. Sei, convinced by his explanation, thanked him for gathering all his followers in one place. Yet tension rose again between the fox and the bear when an officer interrupted them. The officer reported something strange. Most of the recent victims of the Greed Lord had been registered as criminals in their previous world. This realization hit Dusik hard. It explained why the Serpent was the only villain bold enough to reveal himself openly in the city. Once again, he stated how powerless the police force had become. His frustration boiled over, leading his partner to burst into anger and finally agree to hire the new recruits. As Sei walked out, He made a crude gesture toward his partner, insisting that the recruits follow police protocol strictly. Despite the serpent not being the only troublemaker in the city, Sei knew it would take a long-term plan to restore balance. Fortunately, the fox excelled at long-term strategies. As the detective left, papers fluttered into the air, flyers inviting citizens to join the armed forces. The flyers also encouraged people to return to the military. However, the colonel grew concerned when he noticed no one wanted to join. The word re-enlist frightened people away, according to Juan. Still, the few who did apply were serious adventurers, which gave them hope. It seemed the lieutenant had something important to tell his superior. Supplies were running dangerously low. The guild was almost out of fuel and ammunition. Their food stores were dwindling, and while they still had electricity, they would soon have to rely on basic resources. A return to a simpler life without technology seemed inevitable. Fortunately, with the citizens' morale at an all-time high, it was unlikely that many would complain. The colonel threw a bundle of papers onto the table, calling them a valuable asset. These were archives from City Number 4, the ruined desert city. Before that city went extinct, its people had left behind records of their adventures. The colonel proposed combining their knowledge with City Number 8's experience to create a new mission manual that would help them prepare for future challenges. Meanwhile, Yu sat in silence, lost in thought. The person next to him remarked on how happy he looked. Yu confirmed it with a faint nod, but he was startled to find Zhao sitting beside him. She offered him a bag of chips, casually mentioning how his actions had allowed her to earn some extra points. Zhao then asked him if he was planning to form his own guild. Yu denied it immediately, explaining that any guild he formed would eventually fall victim to the Greed Lord. Zhao leaned in closer and asked him to promise that if he ever changed his mind, she would be his first recruit. With that, she suddenly stood up, leaving the city's most infamous villain feeling oddly intimidated. Her movements were deliberate and calm. Her hulking presence cast a shadow over him as she smiled. Then, without hesitation, Zhao offered her help to Yol. She suggested becoming a victim of the Greed Lord herself. Before he could respond, she jumped off the tall tower. Zhao was a strange girl, unpredictable and fearless, yet somehow always one step ahead. Zhao left him the bag of chips, and Yul sat in silence, lost in thought. His mind wandered back to the increasing obstacles in the city, specifically the Demon Lord's punishment and the victims of the Greed Lord, who had grown into significant challenges. These issues were starting to interfere with the completion of missions. Yul began to analyze the situation carefully, focusing on how Krisha was tied to this mission. While his efforts had made things easier for the citizens, it came at a cost. The Greed Lord received no rewards because Choi Yul hadn't earned any points by betting on the losing golden deity. This, however, was part of Yul's plan. It was a deliberate message to the Demon Lord, a warning not to stand in the way of his ambitions. Yul intended to repeat the same strategy until the entity responded. He had no doubt that the Greed Lord would answer him soon. Kish, the Demon Lord of Ultimate Greed, was fully aware that Choi Yul could help him get exactly what he wanted. Yul could feel it, something was about to happen. Suddenly, the protagonist found himself in a vast, white, empty room. A mysterious figure stood in the center, surrounded by floating books. The figure seemed oddly familiar. Without hesitation, Yul charged forward, sword in hand, ready to strike. He recognized the figure as none other than the Demon Lord of Greed. But just as his sword was about to connect, Yul found himself seated in a chair, completely disarmed. The entity stood behind him, holding a plate full of fruit. Yul's instincts kicked in, and he tried to attack again. But once more he was magically pulled back into the chair. His surroundings shifted, a table appeared in front of him, and he was now dressed in formal attire, seated at what appeared to be a tea party. The Demon Lord of Greed, Krish, sat opposite him, quietly sipping tea. This was unlike any encounter Yul had ever experienced. Krish felt different from the other Demon Lords. For the first time, Yul felt genuinely powerless in the face of this entity. Yet, despite the tension, Krish showed no signs of hostility. Yul decided to stay calm, attempting to speak. But as soon as he opened his mouth, he realized with shock that he couldn't talk. Krish spoke first, claiming that he had answered Yul's call purely out of curiosity. Then, with an air of superiority, Krish gave him a choice. He could either become someone crucial to the Demon Lord's plans, or remain merely an interesting figure for a short while. For a moment, Yul allowed himself a brief, smug smile. He had piqued Krish's interest, and that meant he had power in this negotiation. But Krish quickly reminded him not to get ahead of himself, warning him that he could easily replace Yul, while Yul would never be able to replace him. It was then that Yul realized the Demon Lord could hear his thoughts. He now had a critical decision to make. He could stay in his current role as someone amusing to Krish, or take a more promising path by becoming someone the Demon Lord truly needed. The floating books in the room shifted and transformed, adapting to his potential choices. Yule weighed his options carefully. He asked himself if choosing this new path would put an end to the suffering caused by the Greed Lord and the ongoing punishment from the Demon Lord. Krish, however, clarified that his offer had nothing to do with such promises. He was merely offering Yule a chance to become someone essential to him. There were no guarantees that Yule would be able to fulfill this new role. Yule remained silent, deep in thought. The task seemed overwhelming, but he knew that such an opportunity could reshape the destiny of all captured cities. The weight of the decision left him momentarily stunned. Still, he acknowledged that the high price might be worth it. By accepting this mission, Yule would gain the power to alter the fate of countless cities. Meanwhile, the city had reached level 3, jumping 2 levels at once after its inhabitants began spending their accumulated points. The city began to partially restore itself, offering its citizens new opportunities and abilities. Players were now able to choose their rewards, and it became apparent that they had more options than the simple fate dice had offered in the past. One player in particular had stayed mostly inactive until now. It was the player from city number 4 who had ultimately caused that city's downfall. In contrast, the player controlling city number 8 seemed either lazy or uninterested until now. This time, the player made a significant decision by summoning an NPC helper. The summoned NPC was a strange and powerful being, its appearance and equipment randomly generated. Citizens were immediately advised to exercise caution around it. The NPC was known to treat anyone who attacked it as a hostile threat. Those who admired its high attributes and impressive level were quickly humbled, while others simply ran away. The NPC's presence reminded Yule of a powerful village guard, a protector whose strength could shift the city's balance. The player's choice to summon the NPC indicated that he was finally becoming more active, or perhaps more dedicated to the city's fate. After the summon, the player received a detailed notification. Upon analysis, it was revealed that Yule was a perfectly designed unit. However, the presence of an underlying error couldn't be ruled out. The player now faced 3 choices: fix the error, enhance Yule further, or let things continue as they were. The player opted for the invasive analysis, a dangerous choice that posed a direct threat to Yule's life. As the system activated, a giant hand seemed to make up its mind. Yule was plunged into a deep slumber, his consciousness fading into darkness. In this dreamlike state, Yule's thoughts drifted back to Keisha's cryptic words. He began to wonder if the Demon Lord had been referring to other cities when he mentioned units. The Demon Lord, as if reading his mind, confirmed it. Yule was startled to realize he could speak again. This was unexpected, given that the owner of the book held power over much of the game's structure. Kriso, the overarching force of this world, was far more powerful than the other Demon Lords. It was now time for Choi Yule to make his choice. Yule was far more interested in understanding why Sha had been summoned, but the entity denied being invoked, claiming instead that it had come by its own will. Keisha then made his intention clear. He wanted to steal everything that belonged to the player down to their very last possession. It became apparent to Yule just how deeply the Demon Lord despised the players. Yule recalled how other Demon Lords viewed the players as deities, invoking them as mere pawns to complete their missions. The protagonist found himself staring at 2 identical books, each representing a different path. After a brief hesitation, he reached for one of them. This action brought a satisfied smile to Keisha's face. The Demon Lord began to fade, his voice lingering in the air. "You've made the right choice," Keisha said. "The most obvious one." Yule was left stunned. He barely had time to process what had happened before learning that this encounter would soon be erased from his memory. The Demon Lord stated that for now, it was crucial to keep everything as it was. As Yule began to fall into darkness, he felt disappointed and unsatisfied. When he awoke, Yule assumed he had merely drifted into sleep without receiving an answer. China reassured him that the book would continue to guide him. Outside, the sun was setting over the city, casting a golden glow across the rooftops. Suddenly, someone was running at full speed through the narrow streets. It was Zhao, her expression tense as she glanced over her shoulder. She was trying to shake off her pursuers when a hand slammed against the wall beside her, blocking her path. Zhao felt a surge of unease as a familiar voice filled the air, brimming with affection. Hayu had tracked her down, determined to invite her into the guild. Zhao immediately refused, calling Hayu childish and reminding her that she preferred to work alone. The Spear Maiden, however, refused to take no for an answer. With her blazing red hair flowing behind her, Hayu threw herself onto Zhao, affectionately comparing her to a kitten that she would never let out of her sight. Elsewhere, the armed forces were hard at work, training for the next battle. They had been instructed to make use of the recovery function, a unique ability that cost 10 points and allowed users to restore their stamina as if they had slept a full night. This feature not only restored physical health, but also enabled the body to perform at its peak. It became a crucial part of their training regimen, significantly boosting productivity. With recovery, they could work tirelessly through the full 24 hours of each day without suffering fatigue. Yule was training with Jack, the master swordsman. Jack carefully corrected his stance, ensuring he mastered every detail. Meanwhile, the serpent watched his servants with amusement, ordering them to entertain him by starting a bloody riot. He promised to make the strongest among them his second in command. The recovery function, which could replace sleep, was a key factor in surviving the upcoming mission. As the player behind City Number 8 rolled the dice, the new turn began. The dice landed on 4, triggering the next challenge. The city was transported to Cannon Tower Square. This time, the challenge was called Joint Mission, suggesting that it would require multiple cities to work together. Yule's book began to act strangely as the system searched for a partner for the city. After a few moments, City Number 17 appeared. Hayu quickly deduced that City Number 17 must have been summoned into this game as well. Its inhabitants looked nothing like Earthlings. If they were from Earth, they had likely endured countless hardships before arriving here. A dark night descended as City Number 17's gaze locked onto City Number 8. The map began to generate, slowly filling in the empty space between the two cities. The resulting battlefield was almost completely barren, except for a small cannon in the center. This mission's difficulty would be determined by the player's cumulative dice rolls. The cannon tower's difficulty level was set to 11, far higher than expected. Suddenly, something began to rise from beneath the small cannon. It emerged slowly, a massive mechanical structure revealing itself bit by bit. The ground trembled as the cannon transformed into a towering weapon of unknown origin. Both cities stood in silence, bracing themselves for what was to come. The mission had officially begun. The cannon tower had fully activated, and its random targeting system was now in place. The mission's objective was simple: endure the onslaught until time ran out, or conquer the tower entirely. The tower consisted of 11 floors, with each floor representing a level of difficulty that matched the dice roll. The duration of the mission was also determined by the rolls, and it was set for a full week. As soon as the mission began, the tower's massive cannon swiveled into position and unleashed a barrage of cannonballs on the cities. The sky above City Number 8 darkened as cannonballs rained down mercilessly. Hadu and Seiya moved quickly to intercept the incoming projectiles. The Spear Maiden, determined to protect the city, attempted to destroy the first cannonball with her spear. But to her shock, the cannonball was nearly indestructible. Her flames failed to incinerate it. The detective quickly warned her to focus on redirecting the cannonballs instead of destroying them, as they seemed nearly impervious to attack. He instructed her to prioritize the safety of the citizens, ensuring they wouldn't be harmed by the falling projectiles. Upon impact, the cannonballs caused devastating damage, leveling entire sections of the city. Fu grew increasingly worried about the city's condition. But Ku reassured her that the well-being of the inhabitants was more important than the buildings. Dusk, however, disagreed. He reminded them that the mission's goal was to protect the city itself, not just its people. If too much of the city was destroyed, they would lose the game entirely. With a tenth of the city's health already gone, Yol realized the urgency of the situation. Observing quietly, the wielder of the book decided to analyze City Number 17 to gauge its power and abilities. The inhabitants of City Number 17 began to chant softly, their voices rising in unison. Yule watched in disbelief as the citizens started to pray to their player as a deity. Moments later, a powerful Hardened City spell was cast, creating an enormous shield around City Number 17. This shield absorbed the cannonball strikes, protecting the city and preserving most of its health. The Cardinal immediately recognized the spell. It was one of the powerful cards mentioned in the Fallen City's archives. This meant that players had another way to influence the game beyond rolling dice. They could use cards to intervene directly. Seeing this spell in action was a stark reminder of how the players regarded everyone else as mere pawns in their larger game. The ultimate cannon at the top of the tower began to move ominously. It selected City Number 8 as its next target, but it would take 1 hour for the cannon to fire its devastating shot. With the temporary lull in cannon fire, the military forces of City Number 8 decided to advance toward the tower. However, as they drew closer, unidentified objects began rising from the ground, smaller towers, armed and ready to strike. The soldiers accelerated, dodging the bullets that rained down from these secondary towers. Despite their efforts, 2 vehicles were lost and 1 soldier was injured. The injured soldier refused to retreat, assuring his superior that he would hold the line. Wang ordered the soldiers to keep pushing forward, but with one condition: they had to return alive no matter what. It became clear why the map initially seemed so barren. The terrain could shift and generate constructs or monsters as needed to create new challenges. A soldier lamented that Hayu should have joined them in this mission, but his superior disagreed. Leaving Hayu on the front lines would leave the city defenseless. Her presence inside the city, along with the detective, was crucial for ensuring its survival. The soldiers decided they needed to study the tower and develop a more effective strategy. Just as they suggested forming an alliance with City Number 17, the lieutenant caught sight of the serpent through a window, flipping him off with a mocking grin. Wang turned his head in time to see the villain standing on top of a bright red sports car, talking animatedly about making a great first impression. The serpent and his kingdom guild rushed headfirst into the obstacle-filled battlefield. Without hesitation, the masked young man used his venomous powers to obliterate the smaller towers blocking their path. The soldiers watched in stunned silence as the serpent advanced ahead of them, cackling madly. Wang hoped that this reckless behavior wouldn't lead to a full-blown conflict with City Number 17. With 47 minutes and 30 seconds left before the ultimate cannon fired, cannonballs were once again launched into the air. Each cannon had its own cooldown, allowing for a continuous barrage. Meanwhile, the Kingdom Guild had already breached the tower's lower levels. Suddenly, the soldiers were surprised by a voice from behind them. A mysterious figure had approached unnoticed. This person, dressed in regal battle gear, introduced himself confidently as Roble von Lexus, a level 62 elite citizen. He observed the architecture of City Number 8 and its citizens with interest. Roble assumed that City Number 8 must be a first-generation city based on its outdated design and traditional outfits. The lieutenant was intrigued. This new arrival seemed knowledgeable and powerful. His presence raised new questions about the connection between City Number 8 and other cities involved in the game. With the mission heating up, the soldiers prepared to make their next move. They knew that time was running out. The ultimate cannon was still counting down, and the future of City Number 8 hung precariously in the balance. Roble von Lexus, head of his house, revealed that he had been called by the Divine to protect his city. He proposed an alliance with City Number 8 to ensure mutual safety. However, before committing to the alliance, Wang informed Roble that he was representing the armed forces of City Number 8, not the entire city itself. Roble immediately understood the situation. City Number 8 had yet to unite as a single entity, much like his own city in its earlier days. Recognizing the complexity, Roble decided to reschedule the alliance. Still, before departing, he proposed a Pacific Pact, a non-aggression agreement between the two cities. According to this pact, neither city would act violently against the other. In case of an attack, the aggressor would face punishment decided by the defending city, which could include lethal force if necessary. Roble made it clear that the pact's sole purpose was to protect his city. As a gesture of goodwill, Roble provided a manual for clearing the mission, explaining that his city had already completed the Cannon Tower mission in the past. This revelation confirmed that cities could land on the same square multiple times. Wang expressed his gratitude and offered to share intelligence about which individuals could be valuable allies and which ones might pose problems. Satisfied with the interaction, Roble scheduled another meeting for the following day at the same time. Wang, curious about Roble's lack of interest in scouting the tower, asked why he wasn't actively trying to enter. Roble calmly explained that forcing entry was impossible. The tower's entrance required a special ritual, and without it, breaking in was useless. This news frustrated the serpent, who had already tried to force his way inside without success. Preparations would be necessary if they wanted to proceed. Roble also mentioned that City Number 17 had been active for a century and a half, far longer than City Number 8. Jack observed Choyul sitting quietly on the side, his expression unreadable. The wielder of the book seemed deep in thought, making himself difficult to read. Meanwhile, the book's power activated, prompting a smile from Yule. He had been given a personal task from the demon Lord Krish, requesting that he offer an object from the real world in exchange for sparing 100 victims of the Greed Lord. Yule found the side quest intriguing but ultimately unsatisfying due to the meager reward. He assumed that Krish would try to meet him in person, picturing him as a hideous monster. Suddenly, the anti-hero slapped himself, snapping out of his thoughts. Although he knew the task ahead would be difficult, he was pleased that Krish had responded to his call. Determined, Yule decided to fulfill the request, confident that one day he would meet the Demon Lord face to face. If Krish didn't appear willingly, Yule was ready to force him to manifest. As the mission progressed, an unsettling atmosphere settled over the city. Citizens became alarmed as they saw their greatest threat, Yule himself, moving through the streets. An alert was triggered across the city as the NPCs began to act strangely, their behavior shifting unpredictably. Yule had been targeted for invasive analysis. The situation escalated quickly, and just as the ultimate cannon activated, Ku leaped headfirst into the blast, attempting to intercept the massive cannonball. The Angel of Flames, Hao, remembered her master's advice to use her power with caution. But now, she had no choice but to unleash her full strength to protect the city. The cannonball was immense, far more powerful than anything they had faced before. Seeing Hao struggle, Yule decided it was time to intervene. He summoned Tatham, the legendary throne weapon said to have once pierced the eye of the demon god. Tatham was an extraordinary weapon that could be used 10 times per mission, but its power increased exponentially if fewer projectiles were used. Yule knew he only needed one perfect throw. He concentrated all of Tatham's power into a single shot and hurled it at the cannonball. The projectile struck the massive sphere with pinpoint precision, causing it to crack and fracture before exploding in a titanic blast. The resulting explosion was so powerful that the sky lit up for miles around. Sei congratulated Hao for her incredible effort, but the Spear Maiden quickly clarified that it wasn't her doing. The anti-hero had intervened once again. The explosion left everyone shaken, and Hao realized that they couldn't possibly counter the Ultimate Cannon's attacks on their own. The Ultimate Cannon began to rotate once more. Its next target was City Number 17, and it would fire in 1 hour. Meanwhile, the map began to change, the flat terrain giving way to solid walls that rose from the ground. These walls provided the soldiers with much-needed cover, allowing them to regroup and plan their next steps. The battlefield was evolving, the stakes growing higher with each passing second. The citizens and soldiers knew that this was only the beginning. With the Ultimate Cannon now targeting City Number 17, the pressure to survive and protect both cities intensified. The lieutenant began to understand how the map functioned after analyzing the data provided by Robel, their new ally. With this knowledge, Wang quickly devised a strategy and ordered his men to regroup and prepare to move out. However, when they tried to start their vehicles, they realized the engines had been damaged by the rising walls that had reshaped the battlefield. Some soldiers watched with envy as the forces of City Number 17 rode on horseback, effortlessly maneuvering through the chaotic terrain. Suddenly, a red streak appeared in the sky, signaling a new phase of the mission. Yule swiftly cut down the defense towers with his sword, clearing the way. His book led him to a specific location where he was instructed to cut a 16-square-foot section of ground beneath him. The instructions were precise and detailed, requiring absolute accuracy. Once the section was carved out, Yule placed the piece onto his book as directed. In an instant, the ground fragment vanished, transported to Krish, the demon lord of greed. The demonic entity appeared satisfied, crushing the piece in his hand. The fragment was part of a powerful key capable of unleashing great havoc. Krish, now holding a fraction of this key, decided to protect his servant, Yol, until his services were no longer necessary. Without warning, the NPC tasked with the executive analysis appeared behind Yule. Its presence outside the city caught the anti-hero by surprise. The NPC attacked, and Yule initially thought it must be malfunctioning. His alarm grew when the NPC's level shot up to 600, matching Yule's strength. For the first time in a long while, Yule began to bleed. The physical checkup, part of the invasive analysis, had begun. Yule struggled to fight back, trying to escape the quarantine zone that had suddenly formed around him. He made a desperate dash for the exit, but just before he could escape, the NPC grabbed his leg and dragged him back inside. The NPC declared that he was forbidden from participating in the mission until the analysis was complete. The invasive analysis intrigued Yule. He was suspected of being a defect in the system or a hacker, given his immense power at such a relatively low level. Enraged, Yule grabbed the flying book and threw it at the NPC, blaming the Demon Lord's book, the very item given to him by the system, for his predicament. The NPC coldly informed him that he would be tested. If he passed, he would be deemed normal and allowed to continue. If he failed, however, he would be immediately terminated. The developers of the game had turned their gaze toward him, treating him like a potential virus in their carefully controlled world. This made Yule reflect on how similar the developers were to the oppressors in his home world, reducing everything to a controlled, lifeless system. While Yule faced the NPC, a new guild of adventurers known as the Raiders had formed and set out to explore the newly transformed map. To conserve the city's precious fuel, the Raiders traveled on bicycles. Unlike other guilds, their goal wasn't to fight but to map and scout the area ahead. Despite the raiders' progress, cannonballs continued to rain down on city number 8, reducing its health by nearly 20%. Ku noted how the city was taking constant damage, but Hao reassured him with a confident smile. "This isn't the same city anymore," she explained. The detective, intrigued by her statement, agreed. According to Dusk, they needed only to defend specific sections of the city, using the newly risen walls to their advantage. Hao could even use the wall as a platform during battle, turning the city's defense into a strategic opportunity. Suddenly, one of the raiders sent an urgent request for assistance. His guildmaster stood frozen before a newly risen wall, awestruck by its structure. Meanwhile, Wang Park continued giving firm instructions to his men. Some citizens suggested repurposing the cannonballs to produce durable and powerful gear after noticing how resistant they were, even to Hao's flames. A hooded figure watched the cannonballs closely. It seemed to have discovered something significant. Zhao, always opportunistic, decided to sell her newfound data to the highest bidder. With elements like Choyul, the Serpent, Dusk, and many others still in play, chaos reigned over the battlefield. Unbeknownst to them, someone was spying on Ku and Hao's conversation. The spy, wearing the shadow-fit armor, a piece of heroic protective gear, remained completely hidden in the shadows, its invisibility making it virtually undetectable. City number 17's defense was far superior, having sustained no damage so far. Its health remained at 100%, thanks to the Hardened City spell and its well-coordinated defense. Robel von Lexus observed the battle with interest, impressed by City number 8's potential despite the fact that it had only been in the game for a month. However, not everyone in City number 17 agreed with Robel's optimism. Hank Sith, a level 33 elite citizen, worried that the knight had revealed too much information to the newcomers. Meanwhile, Hilt, a level 47 strategist, believed it was the right decision. In his mind, sharing knowledge would help both cities thrive and ensure survival. The clock continued to tick down, and with 47 minutes remaining, the ultimate cannon loomed once again. The map, constantly shifting and evolving, was still full of surprises. The battle was far from over, and every choice would determine the fate of both cities. As City number 8 struggled to find its footing, City number 17 surged forward with newfound momentum. The Squid Citizen card had been activated, granting all of City number 17's inhabitants a temporary speed boost for 3 hours, determined by the roll of a 6-sided dice. With their reflexes and agility heightened, Robel von Lexus seized the moment and ordered his troops to charge. His soldiers, confident in their strength, followed him into battle without hesitation. To Robel, this was a sign of the player's favor. The city had been chosen and blessed by the entity that ruled this game. He believed that without the goodwill of their player, no city, no matter how well equipped or powerful, could hope to survive in this grand, brutal contest. Robel wielded the legendary sword Stormbreaker, a one-handed relic capable of summoning devastating lightning strikes. With a single swing, he unleashed chained lightning, annihilating the defense towers that blocked his path. Meanwhile, Yule was still trapped inside the quarantine zone, battling the NPC tasked with invasive analysis. The NPC easily dodged his sword, moving with an almost mechanical precision. As the fight dragged on, Yule came to a harsh realization. Despite his immense power, his combat skills were embarrassingly lacking. He had always relied on the book's power and his maxed-out stats to carry him through battles, but without true mastery of combat techniques, he was vulnerable. Yule recalled the basics of martial arts he had recently started learning from the goblin swordsman as a precaution. Despite his efforts, it wasn't enough to handle a foe as relentless as this NPC. The more he fought, the more the NPC confirmed its suspicions. It was almost certain that Choi Yule was cheating the game, exploiting a bug or glitch. The NPC adjusted its strategy, trying different methods to detect any flaws or irregularities in his code. Yule quickly deduced that the NPC was prioritizing his survival, meaning it wouldn't kill him outright until the analysis was complete. He decided to summon his overlord for assistance, but nothing happened. The quarantine zone forbade any external help, leaving him to face this powerful foe alone. As the fight continued, the NPC delivered a brutal kick to his face, sending him flying across the zone. Yule started to lose hope. His health was dropping rapidly, and he could barely keep up with the NPC's relentless attacks. But just when he thought he was doomed, Kish, the demon lord of greed, decided to intervene. Yule couldn't believe his eyes. The entity hadn't abandoned him after all. The NPC, unfazed, continued the invasive analysis, seeing that Yule was still breathing. It charged again, but this time something changed. As their attacks clashed, the system sent Yule a notification: Overlord possession unlocked. This new skill, a gift from Kish, allowed an overlord to temporarily possess Yule in exchange for forfeiting its summoning for the rest of the mission. Without hesitation, Yule activated Goblin Possession, allowing the Goblin Swordsman's sharp combat skills to fuse with his own body. A surge of power flooded Yule's senses. His movements became faster, more precise. For the first time, he could truly match the NPC's speed and ferocity. Yule grinned, feeling the strength of the Goblin Swordsman flow through him. However, he couldn't help but recall the Goblin Swordsman's dislike for him. There had been no respect between them in the past. Yet now, he silently prayed to Kish in gratitude, promising not to attack the Demon Lord should they ever meet again. The fight took on a new tone as Yule and the NPC clashed on equal terms. Both fighters moved with deadly precision, their blows creating shockwaves that reverberated throughout the quarantine zone. Yule's confidence grew. He began to think of the incredible feats he could accomplish by combining Jack's elite fighting skills with his maxed-out stats. His mind raced with possibilities. He could become unstoppable. But just as Yule allowed himself to dream of victory, a ghostly figure appeared beside him, the astral form of the Goblin Swordsman, Jack. Jack, floating calmly, crossed his arms and watched Yule with mild disappointment. He mocked Yule's enthusiasm, pointing out that none of his grand plans would matter if he couldn't properly execute them. Yule assumed it was normal for Jack's spirit to appear during possession, but the swordsman's words left him intrigued and a little insulted. Jack smirked and explained that the NPC wasn't more combat-oriented than he was. The problem was Yule's pitiful combat skills, not the NPC's strength. He went on to criticize every misstep Yule had made during their fight, calling out his poor footwork, sloppy sword swings, and lack of balance. "You've got raw power," Jack said, his ghostly presence circling Yule like a drill instructor. "But you fight like a novice who just picked up a sword yesterday. Power without precision is worthless." Yule gritted his teeth, determined to prove himself. He tightened his grip on the sword and adjusted his stance. For the first time, he truly listened to Jack's advice. With Jack's guidance, Yule's form began to improve. His attacks became sharper, his movements more deliberate. The Goblin Swordsman's combat prowess flowed through him, and for the first time, Yule felt like a true warrior, not just a wielder of overwhelming power. The NPC noticed the change immediately. It launched a new offensive, but this time, Yule didn't falter. The battle was far from over, but for the first time since it started, Yule felt like he had a real chance to win. After the intense battle, Yule was presented with a critical choice: let the Overlord fully control his body or continue fighting on his own. He chose to allow the Overlord to take over temporarily. Suddenly, Yule's face transformed, his eyes changed color, glowing with an intense light. His stance shifted into something far more refined, his movements brimming with deadly precision. The NPC braced for impact, ready to defend itself, but before it could react, its arm was severed cleanly by a blindingly fast movement. The Goblin Swordsman had used superior wind movement, Storm, a battle technique that allowed him to move in a perfectly straight line at incredible speed, creating a gust of wind in his wake. The NPC tried to counterattack, launching its sharp claws toward Jack, but Jack's mastery of battle was unmatched. He dodged the strike effortlessly and knocked the NPC into the air, leaving it vulnerable. Jack decided to end the battle with his signature battle art, Celestial Wolf Fang technique, Wolfclaw Moonstrike. His sword glowed with celestial energy, and he prepared to deliver a devastating finishing blow. But just as he was about to strike, Yule restricted him from terminating the NPC. Jack pulled back at the last second, instead opting to strike it with 3 waves of sword aura, leaving the NPC heavily damaged but not destroyed. As the NPC stumbled back, battered and smoking, Jack turned to scold Yule for not telling him to spare it earlier. The Goblin Swordsman's spirit began to fade, leaving Yule's body. The anti-hero remained silent, feeling drained and conflicted. He knew it wasn't over yet. With his head clear, Yule focused on the Make Peace function. This special ability, initially created to spare NPCs accidentally harmed by players, would send the NPC back to its spawn point and remove its hostility. But there was a catch: the NPC had to be neutralized first. Yule sighed, realizing the complexity of the task. He couldn't help but wonder if he had passed the first part of the invasive analysis. The empty silence in the room gnawed at his nerves, making him increasingly anxious. Just as the tension peaked, a mysterious voice echoed through the void, informing him that he had successfully passed the physical checkup. Relief washed over Yule, but it was short-lived. The system announced that the final analysis was about to begin. This left Yule wondering what more lay ahead. The voice seemed to come from the void itself, adding an ominous tone to the already surreal experience. Meanwhile, the lieutenant, deep in thought, reviewed the books offered to him by Robel von Lexus. Determined to take advantage of this new intel, Wang summoned his shield and declared that he and Minu would take the lead while the rest of the soldiers provided cover. The soldiers stared in awe at the heroic item gifted to their lieutenant by the Golden Deity. Some items, like Wang's shield, could be summoned only when needed. Known as the Shield of Helden, the Inquisitor, the shield could create a divine energy barrier that expanded in proportion to the strength of Wang's bond with his party members. As Wang charged forward, the shield formed an impenetrable wall of energy, protecting his men from the bullets fired by the defense towers. The first step to entering the cannon tower was to gain access through the side door of a mini tower. Upon entering, the lieutenant and his team encountered a goblin sitting at a command desk. Without hesitation, they neutralized the goblin with a precise shot to the head. The goblin dropped a low-level ID card, the first step toward accessing the cannon tower. Wang quickly realized how labor-intensive the mission would be. Players had to collect 100 low-level ID cards to create a high-level card, and 100 high-level cards would be required to forge a master card. Only teams with a master card could enter the cannon tower, and each card allowed up to 10 members inside. Wang knew their objective was to create as many master cards as possible to infiltrate the necessary number of troops. Meanwhile, the serpent found himself stuck at the main door of the tower, frustrated and powerless. Just as he was about to lash out, Zhao appeared, offering to sell him intel. The level 17 civilian, Solji Wo, recognized Zhao immediately. She had placed second in the previous treasure hunt, an impressive feat for someone who worked alone. Solji's first instinct was to replace negotiation with threats, but Zhao remained unfazed. She told him this bargain would determine how they treated each other from now on. Her eyes glinted with confidence as she reminded him of her second-place finish. She knew the serpent was dangerous, but she admired his boldness, and he, in turn, found her daring personality intriguing. Zhao proposed a simple deal. If her information proved useful, they would spare her life. If it didn't, well, she would leave that decision up to fate. The tension rose between them as Zhao made a sly remark about Solji's wisdom being tied to his old age, which earned her a sharp glare. Despite the friction, Solji agreed to hear her out, acknowledging that someone with Zhao's skill might be more valuable as an ally than an enemy. The serpent crossed his arms, waiting for her offer. Zhao, confident and calm, was ready to make her move. She had no intention of losing this game of wits. The serpent found himself caught in the chaos, overwhelmed by the events unfolding around him. For the first time, even the great villain felt a flicker of fear. Meanwhile, back on the battlefield, Robel had gathered multiple low-level ID cards. As they glowed in his hand, they fused into a high-level ID card, bringing the total number of high-level cards for city number 17 to 12. However, victory had come at a steep price. They had lost 42 men and had 123 injured. Despite the heavy losses, the troops remained eager to fight for their player, their loyalty unshaken. City number 17 was now in possession of far more cards than city number 8, giving them a significant advantage. Robel, ever cautious, began to pray. Seeing him, his fellow royal knight joined in. Robel wasn't praying for victory in the name of the player. He prayed for strength and survival for his people, urging them to dedicate their lives not to the player, but to each other and the city. His words inspired the troops, who charged forward with renewed determination. As Robel pressed on, he couldn't help but recall Yul Choi, supposedly the most powerful figure in city number 8. Yet, the man had been noticeably absent from the action for far too long. Robel wondered if Yul had deliberately distanced himself from the city's well-being, despite possessing immense power. To him, this made Yul unworthy of the strength he had been granted. Meanwhile, inside the quarantine chamber, the system had begun the final phase of its invasive analysis. All active effects had been removed from Yul's body to ensure accurate inspection. Paralyzed by glowing rings, Yul was helpless as the system prepared to dive deep into his memory. The purpose was clear: to determine if Yul was truly a defect that had encountered an unauthorized entity. The inspection began with a slow, methodical probe into Yul's memories, focusing first on his experiences with the victims of the Greed Lord. This journey into his painful memories left Yul in tears. The system found nothing suspicious at first but decided to dig deeper, venturing into Yul's past life before the game even began. Suddenly, Yul was no longer in the quarantine chamber. He found himself back in his old life on Earth, sitting at his desk. Everything felt real: the familiar scent of his room, the hum of his tablet. He was on the phone with his mother, casually executing tasks with his usual precision. On one screen, he was winning his 1,000th consecutive game of online chess. At the same time, he received a $150 prize from another successful venture. Yul reassured his mother that everything was fine before asking about a mysterious person. His mother's hesitant response worried him. "He's always been the smartest," she said softly. Yul nodded in agreement, confident that this person would be all right. Still, the worry lingered as he prepared for his part-time job. Suddenly, the memory glitched and distorted. Furious, Yul instinctively forbade the system from going any further into his personal history on Earth. The system complied, halting the analysis to prevent any damage to the rebellious unit. In the end, the system concluded that Yul had never encountered an unauthorized entity and labeled him as a regular unit. With the analysis complete, Yul was sent back to the game. The experience left him completely drained. His wounds had begun to heal, but the encounter with the system had disabled his recovery temporarily. As he regained his senses, Yul found himself in the same position as when he had received the Demon Lord's punishment. He reflected on the limits of his power. Everything he had was merely what the game allowed him to have. But this realization didn't break him. Instead, Yul made a decision: he would surpass the boundaries of the game. He wouldn't remain a pawn in someone else's world. He would rise beyond the restrictions placed on him, even if it meant challenging the players themselves. As Yul stood up, the ultimate cannon fired at City Number 17. The Black Steel Knights of City Number 17 activated their Shield of Black Steel, a powerful defense capable of absorbing all physical damage and partial magical damage for a single attack. The cannonball struck with devastating force, but ultimately failed to breach the shield. City Number 17 emerged unscathed, its health bar barely dented. Determined to grow stronger, Yul envisioned himself one day rivaling the players and surpassing even the game's creators. As he lay on the ground contemplating his next move, a group of hunters passed by. Seeing the overpowered unit lying there, they assumed he was simply slacking off. "Let's leave before we fall prey to his curse," one of them whispered nervously. But not everyone agreed. Kim, a silent hunter, broke away from the group. Without hesitation, he raised his sword and stabbed Yul in the throat, leaving his comrades horrified. To their shock, Yul remained uninjured. Calmly, he grasped Kim's sword and pulled it away. His gaze locked on the hunter. "Why?" Yul asked, his voice calm but intense. "Did you just try to kill me?" The other hunters froze, too terrified to move. Kim's hand shook, but his eyes burned with conviction. There was no malice in his attack, only determination. He took a deep breath and with surprising boldness responded. "You'll understand soon enough," he said. Yul narrowed his eyes, intrigued but wary. He could tell Kim wasn't an ordinary hunter. There was something far more dangerous and calculated about him. Kim's eyes burned with hatred as he was led away, consumed by the desire for vengeance. His teammates silently supported his decision, understanding that the only path forward was to become stronger. Despite his current weakness, Kim's heart was set on rising beyond his limitations and confronting Yul when the time was right. The vision of that moment when he would finally strike down the wielder of the book played over and over in his mind. Yul watched them from afar, his gaze cold and calculating. The goblin swordmaster, observing the entire scene, seemed confused by Yul's actions. He couldn't understand why Yul had punished the men instead of retreating. Yul, however, remained calm and assured, knowing his reasons. He was fully aware that if he had simply left, Kim's overwhelming rage would have driven him into reckless actions, putting his teammates in even greater danger. The punishment wasn't just for control. It served a deeper purpose. Suddenly, the ground shook violently. A massive robot emerged from beneath the battlefield. The Doom Machine Octopus, a fearsome boss monster created from the fusion of multiple mini-towers, loomed over the area. Its towering frame was covered in reinforced steel, and its abilities were significantly boosted due to its combination with the towers. The machine wasted no time and immediately opened fire, unleashing a torrent of projectiles at everything in its path. The Doom Machine Octopus was no ordinary foe. Its strength was comparable to that of a raid boss, making it nearly unstoppable. However, defeating it would grant an instant MasterCard, providing direct access to the cannon tower, a much faster and more dangerous route than collecting 10,000 low-level ID cards. Yul wasted no time. He activated Jack's powers and summoned his sword, preparing to face the machine. With the Celestial Wolf Fang technique, Descent of the Black Wolf, he charged toward the towering robot. His blade gleamed with dark energy as he moved with lethal precision, slicing through the machine's outer shell. Each strike weakened the creature further, and with one final, decisive blow, the level 5 threat fell to his blade. The robot exploded in a brilliant flash of light, signaling its defeat. Jack, however, was unimpressed. He scolded Yule for executing too many unnecessary moves that lacked focus, pointing out how much energy had been wasted. Jack emphasized the importance of maintaining a clear and focused mind to avoid falling victim to overconfidence and impulsive decisions. Yule acknowledged the wisdom of the Goblin Swordmaster and silently vowed to refine his skills further. Despite earning a Master card, Yule decided not to use it immediately. He understood the stakes. Once inside the cannon tower, the only way out was through victory or death. For now, he preferred to deal with other matters first. Moments later, Yule was seen standing at the gates of City Number 17's castle. Without hesitation, he pushed past the guards and barged into the throne room. His sudden appearance caught the court by surprise. The king of City Number 17 rose from his throne, glaring at the intruder. Yule's presence was overwhelming, his aura crackling with power. He demanded an audience with the player of City Number 17, leaving no room for negotiation. The king, aware of the accusations of betrayal, denied everything, insisting on his innocence. However, Yule had no patience for lies. He had already uncovered the network of spies crawling within his own city, confirming his suspicions. The citizens of City Number 17 gripped their weapons, ready to defend their king. The air was thick with tension as Yule made it clear that he wouldn't leave without answers. The king, sensing the inevitability of conflict, stepped down from his throne. He admitted that he could easily change his subjects, but nothing could escape the omniscience of Yule's book. Yule gave him an ultimatum. Cooperation was the only option if the king wished to survive. The king, defiant and unafraid, warned Yule about the danger of pride. He believed that Yule's power had made him arrogant and reckless. He taunted Yule, reminding him that he had yet to face a real player. With that, the card duel system activated, summoning a new dimension where their units would battle in single combat. The stakes were set. Both sides prepared for battle, knowing that victory would not only secure control of the mission, but also determine the future of their cities. The countdown began. The Colosseum appeared, its walls rising into the sky, creating a massive arena for the card duel. The rules were clear. Both fighters would have their levels equalized to that of the weaker unit, making it a battle of skill rather than raw power. Rulos von Lexus, the level 99 mayor of City Number 17, stood across from Yule, his eyes gleaming with confidence. Armed with Oper, an epic greatsword named after the sky god that controlled lightning, the king was determined to protect his city's secrets and eliminate his opponent. Powerful bolts of lightning crackled across the arena as Rulos charged at Yule, declaring that the book was the root of his downfall. Convinced that without his immense level, Yule was no more than an inexperienced novice, Rulos believed the fight would be a swift victory. However, he was soon shocked. Yule dodged his attacks with uncanny speed and struck from behind, sending the old man hurtling into the air. Unlike Rulos, Yule's power didn't rely on level. It was refined skill and mastery of his overlord's combat techniques. His sword cut through the air with precision, each movement calculated. The battle ended with Yule delivering a devastating blow, as if a dragon itself had pierced the city mayor. Rulos fell to the ground, defeated. His defeat left the guards in the palace stunned. Panic spread among the soldiers as they drew their swords, trembling. But Yule, calm and unfazed, proposed working together on the joint mission. Despite his offer, fear had taken root in the hearts of the soldiers. The unexpected defeat of their king sent a ripple of fear even to the player of City Number 17, who now watched from afar, shivering at the realization of what Yule was capable of. Suddenly, the entire city shifted. The guards' eyes glazed over, their demeanor changed. A surge of bloodlust filled the air. Every soldier, once hesitant and cautious, now charged forward with reckless aggression. City Number 17 had activated its trump card, Frenzied City. This ability enhanced the power of every unit under the player's control, while turning them hostile toward all outsiders. A massive explosion rocked the castle as the Frenzied City effect took hold. Yule evaded the incoming lightning bolts with ease, realizing that City Number 17 had planned to use this card to betray City Number 8 later on. Upon landing, he found someone waiting for him in the rubble. The citizens of City Number 17, once proud warriors, were now nothing more than puppets controlled by their player. Their attributes were boosted with another card, making them more formidable as they charged at Yule all at once. Clearing the cannon tower would take an entire day, but leaving these citizens alive would only ensure that they would continue attacking City Number 8's forces. Jack, sensing the danger, offered to do the dirty work for his master, but Yule refused. Determined to carry the burden himself, he summoned his sword and prepared to face the frenzied citizens. A massive magical explosion roared through the streets as Yule unleashed his full power. One by one, the frenzied units fell beneath his blade. The battle turned into a bloodbath, with no chance for retreat or redemption. Yule's blade cut through the chaos, leaving destruction in his wake. There was no turning back. The city was already consumed by violence. The sky above darkened as explosions erupted across city number 17. The player of city number 17, now in full panic, frantically tried to locate the source of the attacks. But the system offered no answer. The attacker remained invisible to him. Lightning rained down again, but Yule blocked it effortlessly, standing firm as the father and son duo charged at him. Yule remained uncertain if his words could reach them. But his mind was set. He promised to avenge the fallen city that had endured 150 years of slavery. The prince and king of city number 17 fought with everything they had, but it was futile. The king's severed head rolled onto the ground, staring blankly at his player one last time before the light left his eyes. The streets of city number 17 were soaked in blood. Yule single-handedly butchered every soldier and citizen who opposed him, fighting until nightfall. His body was covered in blood, his eyes hollow, his heart heavy. Jack appeared at his side, checking on him. Despite his usual bravado, Yule admitted that the massacre had taken its toll on him. Even though he had mentally prepared for this moment, the weight of the slaughter was almost unbearable. He pushed aside the guilt, knowing there was no other choice. The citizens of city number 8 wouldn't have been able to complete this mission without him. He had carried their burden, even if it left him scarred. Just as he tried to focus on the next step, a notification from the system appeared. City number 17's player was left without units. The system questioned if the fallen citizens could be resurrected, offering the player a grim choice. The consequences of Yule's actions had shaken the entire game. The world around him felt still, as if holding its breath. Yule raised his head to the sky, his thoughts racing. Despite the carnage, a faint spark of determination remained in his eyes. The game wasn't finished yet. The player of city number 17 had fallen into despair, stripped of his status, and condemned by the system. He was no longer a player but a city eater, one of the most powerful and terrifying entities in the game. His eyes glowed red as his transformation completed. With a massive hammer forged from pure energy, the city eater set his sights on city number 8, intending to destroy it completely. In that moment of desperation, the player hesitated. Among his deck of cards, there was one that offered an escape. By sacrificing all the rewards earned during the mission, he could roll a die and teleport his city away from danger. The card hovered before him, but instead of using it, his hand froze. His indecision sealed his fate. The hammer fell, obliterating city number 8 in a blinding flash of destruction. Buildings crumbled, towers shattered, and everything was shredded into dust. Hao and Ku, along with the rest of the city's inhabitants, vanished in the chaos. Yule watched helplessly as his home was destroyed, his heart sinking into darkness. But then, he woke up. Yule found himself lying in an empty white space, his book glowing red. He was alive, but the world around him had changed completely. His shock deepened when he saw the figure standing before him. It was the Demon Lord Kish. Reacting instinctively, Yule attacked, but the Demon Lord stopped him with a single finger. In that frozen moment, Yule's mind flooded with memories, fragments of their first and only meeting. He remembered everything, how Kish had once judged him unworthy but had given him a second chance. The air in the white void grew colder, silence pressing down on him like a weight. Kish stood unflinching, his voice calm and absolute. He confirmed that every citizen of city number 8 had met their end, leaving Yule the sole survivor. The young man fell to his knees, grief overwhelming him. Kish explained that simple units couldn't possibly defeat a city eater. Their fate had been sealed the moment the transformation occurred. Only players had the power to stop such an entity. Yule's anger surged, demanding to know the truth about the game, the players, and why he was the only one left alive. The Demon Lord had all the answers but refused to reveal them. Time was short, and Yule had only a brief window to save his fallen city. Kish summoned a glitched item, confirming that reviving city number 8 was possible. Intrigued, Yule listened carefully. He had lost everything, and now the only path forward was to defeat the city eater and earn the right to restore his home. Glitching fragments began to cover Yule's sword, its color shifting to a deep purple as Kish infused it with his power. Yule admired the glowing blade, but doubt crept into his mind. How could he defeat such an enormous creature with nothing more than a sword? Before he could question further, he found himself in the vacuum of space, face to face with the city eater, the fallen player of city number 17. The massive entity swung its giant weapon, missing Yule by a hair. The resulting shockwaves sent him flying, the force rattling his bones despite avoiding a direct hit. Kish informed him that city eaters were the strongest creatures in the game, even feared by players. Reaching the limit of his power, Kish had made Yule temporarily as strong as a city eater. Yule's anger flared at the insinuation that he alone would be responsible for failure. His focus sharpened as he noticed the fallen player preparing to use a card. Summon Mirrors, the card read, invoking 12 massive meteorites. The glowing rocks rained down toward Yule at incredible speed. With precise movements, Yule managed to parry and evade each one, his blade cutting through the projectiles. According to Kish, Yule was now the equal of a player, with gear and abilities on par with those of the highest level. His strength, combined with his fusion with the Overlord, made him a formidable force. Yule charged forward, his sword burning with power, and delivered a devastating slash across the City Eater's face. The mask of the fallen player cracked, revealing the monstrous face beneath. The entity fell to the ground, but before Yule could land another blow, giant tentacles emerged from the shadows, trying to crush him. Yule swiftly cut through 2 of them, spinning mid-air and landing with practiced ease. He paused, his mind racing, before turning his attention back to Kish. Yule asked the Demon Lord about the true nature of players if they were all as monstrous as the one before him. Kish denied it, explaining that players varied greatly in appearance, behavior, and even their cards and strategies. Each one was unique, some benevolent, others destructive, but all with their own ambitions. The fight was far from over. The City Eater began to rise again, its mask now shattered, revealing glowing red eyes and rows of jagged teeth. It prepared to summon another card, and Yule tightened his grip on his sword. His heart pounded in his chest, but his resolve never wavered. He would fight until the very end for his city, for his fallen comrades, and for the chance to rewrite fate itself. The City Eater raised its massive arms and used Thunderstorm, summoning countless bolts of lightning that descended from the sky, striking everything within its wide area. The storm struck Yule head-on, sending a shockwave through his body. For a brief moment, his vision blurred, and his skin burned from the intense energy. As he struggled to parry the continuous lightning strikes, the young man came to a chilling realization there were City Eaters even stronger than this one. Disappointed but resolute, Yule dodged the next wave of strikes, reflecting on how much easier his task would be if all players were as reckless as this City Eater. This comment amused the Demon Lord Kish, who summoned the swords of the fallen king and prince of City Number 17, controlling them telepathically. Kish boldly declared that the old player was weak despite his impressive arsenal of cards, revealing that even powerful beings like this were bound by fear and hesitation. The fallen player, now a City Eater, kept his distance from Yule, clearly wary of close combat. Instead, it continued to cast wide-range spells like Bombardment, summoning non-elemental explosive shells aimed at eliminating Yule. The arena was engulfed in chaos as explosions erupted around him, forcing Yule to dodge with precision. He used a free warp ticket at the last second to escape an enormous blast, teleporting just out of harm's way. Yule noticed something strange. The City Eater never attacked him directly. It relied solely on its powerful cards, recklessly burning through them. It was clear that the creature feared direct confrontation, opting to exhaust its resources rather than engage head-on. Yule began commanding the 2 additional swords with telepathy, moving them in perfect harmony while closing in on the City Eater. The Greed Lord observed the battle closely, noting that Yule's tactic was deliberate. Rather than rushing in recklessly, he was mentally breaking down his opponent, forcing the City Eater to waste its cards and leave itself vulnerable. As the fallen player struggled to keep up, Yule decided to end the fight. He directed the heroic sword to strike, piercing the creature's core. Chain lightning activated, sending bolts of lightning coursing through the City Eater's body, causing it to tremble violently. Yule summoned the Weather Orb, a legendary tool that allowed him to manipulate the weather within a small domain, and activated Overcharge, absorbing the surrounding lightning to amplify his power. The downside was the intense pain and damage it caused him, but Yule endured it, his body glowing with accumulated energy. A massive lightning bolt erupted from his sword, striking the City Eater with unimaginable force. The combination of Overcharge, deeper shock, and rage of the Thunder God multiplied the damage several times over. The ground shook violently as the energy converged, the City Eater's body convulsing before collapsing to its knees. Despite its guts exposed and body ravaged, the City Eater was still alive. Yule contemplated turning it into a lab rat, eager to learn more about its kind, but he quickly realized he couldn't afford that luxury. His city and its citizens were waiting for him. With a final thrust, Yule drove his sword into the creature's core, intending to finish it. The City Eater's body began to crack, but to Yule's surprise, its flesh shifted and wrapped around his sword, pulling itself toward the blade. The Demon Lord Kish calmly advised Yule to step back, warning him that the process wasn't over yet. The mass of flesh began to reshape, molding itself into a perfectly spherical egg. Yule watched in shock as the egg began to hatch. A man with horns emerged from its shell, gasping for air as though breathing for the first time in ages. Yule questioned whether this was all part of Kish's plan. The Demon Lord, his eyes gleaming with malice, confirmed it was exactly what he had intended. Kish remarked on how the creature smelled as vile as ever, indicating that the reborn entity had once been something far worse. However, Yule was more interested in seeing Kish fulfill his side of the contract. Without hesitation, the Demon Lord activated his red magic, and Yule instinctively prepared for combat. But instead of attacking, City Number 8 began to rebuild itself. The remains of the once ruined city gathered and reassembled, buildings rising from the ground, streets repairing themselves. Yule stood in stunned silence, watching the city come back to life, its familiar shape returning before his eyes. He couldn't believe it. City Number 8 was fully restored, yet something was missing. The streets were empty, eerily quiet. Yule scanned the area, realizing that the citizens had not returned. For a moment, his heart sank. He assumed that Kish had tricked him again, but the Demon Lord reassured him with a smirk. The power absorbed from the City Eater was only enough to restore the city's structure, not its people. Reviving the citizens would require absorbing more fallen players and their power. Kish explained this calmly, but Yule wasn't convinced. He suspected that the Demon Lord was hiding his true capabilities. Even so, he had no choice but to move forward. The promise of bringing back his fallen comrades was too great to ignore, and for that, Yule would have to face more City Eaters and grow stronger. The stage was set, and the game was far from over. City Number 8 stood ready, an empty shell waiting to be filled with life once again. Yule tightened his grip on his sword, his eyes filled with determination. The next chapter of his journey had only just begun. Yule was deep in thought, piecing together the truth of the game's mechanics. His eyes burned with intensity as the realization struck him. Cities must gain experience from units trading their points, causing the city itself to evolve. This evolution most likely rewarded the players with a special currency, which they used to purchase plans and cards. It was the only logical explanation for the endless cycle of resources in the game and how players seemed to possess an infinite supply of new abilities and spells. Yet something didn't add up. Yule had spent countless points without seeing City Number 8 evolve. The answer was clear, and as soon as he voiced his theory, the Demon Lord Kish burst into uncontrollable laughter. His voice echoed like a madman's, shaking the very space around them. Kish admired Yule's ability to piece together the bigger picture. Even after losing everything and surviving a battle with a fallen player, the Demon Lord was genuinely impressed. His eyes gleamed with satisfaction as he confirmed that Yule was correct. Crisano, amazed by Yule's genius, openly praised the young man's insight. The young man speculated that Kish must have encountered players before, his knowledge far exceeding what a mere entity of the game should possess. Suddenly, Yule's glowing sword materialized before him, crackling with newfound power. Kish acknowledged Yule's strength and assured him it would be used when the time was right. But for now, he asked Yule to trust him, promising to fulfill his end of the bargain. With a massive gust of wind, the Demon Lord blew Yule away from the void, sending him soaring above his newly restored city. Yule's breath caught in his throat. Below him, City Number 8 gleamed with its familiar streets and buildings, yet it looked different, cleaner, untouched, and strangely empty. Kish instructed Yule to observe carefully. He pointed to the true nature of the game, revealing the things hidden from view during his battle with the City Eater. The game, Kish explained, only allowed its participants to see what they were meant to see. A new perception opened for Yule. His eyes widened as he found himself standing before a colossal entity. The City Eater he had fought was nothing compared to this giant mountain of flesh that loomed before him. Yule looked like a mere pebble in its shadow. Kish explained that in order to revive all the citizens of City Number 8, Yule needed to slay 3 more fallen players. Only then would the city be fully restored and returned to the game, and Kish would become its new player. The massive City Eater roared and activated a card, granting itself the ability to fly. Its body rose into the air with shocking speed, closing the distance between itself and Yule in moments. As it approached, its grotesque form began to divide into 3 distinct parts, each with its own head and limbs. Yule's heart pounded in his chest as he realized the implications. He was facing the equivalent of 3 fallen players at once. Each part of the City Eater summoned a non-elemental shield, absorbing a significant portion of the incoming damage. They shared buffs and support effects, making them even more dangerous. One of the fragments equipped itself with a blade, ready for close combat. Yule, watching their coordinated strategy unfold, found himself intrigued by their tactics. Kish commented that just like humans, each player was unique in their abilities and fighting style. He warned Yule not to let him down, reminding him that City Eaters had already lost the game and now existed in the void between life and oblivion. If Yule failed, only nothingness awaited him. The young man, fighting for his life, had no time for further conversation. He demanded that the Demon Lord revive the citizens immediately, refusing to let them remain in limbo any longer. Kish calmly assured him that everything was already prepared. At that moment, Zhao and Hao appeared, confused and disoriented. They had no memory of how they ended up back in City Number 8. The Demon Lord Kish addressed them directly, introducing himself to all the citizens of the city. His presence radiated an overwhelming pressure that made every person fall to their knees, unable to stand. Kish announced that he was their new player and resurrector, causing a wave of panic to ripple through the crowd. The serpent, ever bold and reckless, assumed Kish must be one of the greatest bosses in the game, and boldly declared his intent to kill him to gain ultimate power. But something strange happened. The serpent suddenly froze in place, his words cut off mid-sentence. Time itself seemed to cease to exist, trapping everyone in an eerie, motionless state. Kish's voice, calm and commanding, filled the air once again. He instructed them to listen in silence. He explained that the citizens stood at a crossroad between survival and demise. Two gates materialized before them, a white gate and a black gate. The white gate represented continuing their existence in the game, returning to the harsh, brutal reality they had endured for so long. The black gate offered something entirely different, a peaceful journey to the other side, a final escape from the endless suffering of the game. The citizens stared at the two gates in stunned silence. The meaning of Kish's offer settled heavily in their minds. Many believed he was asking them to commit suicide, an idea that, under normal circumstances, would have seemed horrific. But now, after enduring so much pain and loss, the thought of ending it all no longer seemed entirely revolting. The gates stood open, glowing ominously, waiting for the citizens to choose their fate. The Demon Lord Kish stood at the center of the crowd, radiating overwhelming pressure. His presence forced nearly everyone to their knees. But amidst the crushing force, the dragon warrior, Hao, stood tall, joined by Detective Ku, Inspector Su, and Lieutenant Wang. Their determination allowed them to push through the oppressive atmosphere. Hao raised her hand, her voice cutting through the silence, and asked about when the gates would open. The other citizens, particularly Dusk and Colonel Wan, felt a flicker of hope. They longed to rejoin the fight and reclaim their lost lives. The Demon Lord watched them silently for a moment before snapping his fingers, summoning a giant screen that appeared in the sky. It showed Yule battling the City Eaters, his every move illuminated for all to see. The crowd gasped in shock as they saw Yule on the big screen, fighting 3 towering City Eaters at once. Hao's curiosity deepened as she analyzed her friend's monstrous opponents. Kish explained that the gates would only open once Yule defeated all the fallen players. He pointed at the colossal creatures on the screen and presented them as the disaster the resurrected citizens would have to face once they returned to life. He warned the crowd to think carefully. He had no use for those who would cower in fear at the sight of the impossible. On the screen, Yule clashed with the charging barrier of one City Eater, while the other 2 attacked him from behind. His sword gleamed with power as he activated Gravity Ball, a skill that created a gravitational vortex, pulling everything in range toward a single point. The 3 City Eaters were yanked together, slamming into each other with incredible force. Amid the chaos of tangled tentacles and monstrous flesh, Yule emerged from beneath the carcasses, his body covered in sweat and blood. With a final surge of strength, he raised his sword and slashed the monstrous tentacle mass in half. The 3 City Eaters met their end, collapsing into nothingness as the ground trembled beneath them. The crowd watched in stunned silence, their eyes wide with disbelief. The once unstoppable titans had fallen at the hands of a single man. Yule, exhausted but victorious, plunged his sword into the second fallen player, and with that, the remaining tentacles faded into nothingness. Despite his victory, Yule realized something crucial: he couldn't regenerate during these battles, leaving him vulnerable and drained. Time was against him. Calling on the Overlord's power, he demanded the next fallen player to appear. The fog thickened, and a new shape began to emerge. This 4th opponent was even more terrifying than the others. Its form was more cohesive, less chaotic, and it wielded multiple cards at once, buffing itself with an array of powerful effects before launching its assault. Yule braced himself as the creature closed the distance with shocking speed, its giant axes smashing into the ground, sending shockwaves through the arena. Yule quickly observed that this city eater preferred close combat, which allowed him to formulate several strategies to take it down. However, he was racing the clock, each second ticking away. The city eater's strikes were relentless, forcing Yule to block the massive weapon with his blade, the clash creating sparks that lit up the battlefield. Realizing the danger, Yule allowed himself to be possessed by Jack, handing control to the goblin swordsman, who immediately attacked. Jack's combat instincts kicked in, and with a series of swift strikes, he slashed through the giant creature, making it bleed profusely. The city eater screamed in pain, its monstrous voice echoing across the battlefield. Jack marveled at the absurdity of the situation. He had been in countless battles, but this fight was beyond anything he had ever imagined. Yule, trying to offer advice, was immediately ignored. Jack was a master swordsman and could see the path of his blade with perfect clarity. He continued his relentless assault, covering the ground in the creature's blood until it finally collapsed. The final city eater fell, its body reduced to a lifeless heap. The citizens of city number 8 stared in awe, their silence speaking volumes. Kish turned back to them and reopened the gates, giving them the choice once again: a hellish life in the game or peaceful oblivion through the Black Gate. Yule found himself back in city number 8, but its streets remained empty. The structures stood tall, yet not a single soul roamed the alleys. He questioned Kish, wondering where everyone had gone. The demon lord assured him that he had kept his word. All the citizens were in the process of choosing their fate. The city was still out of the game, its status in limbo. Yule asked if the canon mission was still ongoing. Kish confirmed that the mission had not yet ended. The original player of city number 8 had deserted them after the destruction of his game piece, leaving the city without a player. Kish had stepped in to take his place, but even he admitted that he was still a beginner in the role. He couldn't stop the city's collapse when it happened. For players, there was always a countdown, a race against time. The countdown had been ticking since Yule's first battle with the city eaters, a deadline that determined whether a city would live or fall. Kish explained that hard choices awaited them all, as the citizens began returning from their choice of gates. Slowly, city number 8 emerged from the empty square, its buildings shimmering back into existence. The city resumed its journey, rejoining the game's vast, ever-evolving landscape. Yule stood at the heart of it all, his eyes burning with determination. The battle was far from over, and the game's mysteries were still unraveling. For now, though, city number 8 was alive once more, and its people had returned ready to fight, survive, and face whatever the game would throw at them next. The canon mission resumed with an hour and 6 minutes left on the clock. Yule was satisfied with the time remaining, his mind sharp and ready for what was to come. The demon lord Kish assured him that no one would ever again become a victim of the greed lord. As Kish no longer needed victims, he now owned city number 8. Yule, however, denied this claim. He asserted that the city did not belong to Kish nor to any player. It belonged to its inhabitants, those who had fought and died for it, and who had now returned to fight once more. With that, all units were back in the game. Even the angry serpent and his minions Zhao and the raiders were resurrected and transported back to the canon map. The odd one among them, Zhao, couldn't help but smile at the outcome. But her moment of joy was short-lived. Suddenly, a massive explosion shook the ground. Hao, the Angel of Flames, had accidentally destroyed too many towers, triggering a reaction beneath her feet. The earth quaked violently, and Doom Machine Earthworm, a level 5 boss made from many combined towers, burst from the ground. The enormous mechanical beast roared and lunged at Hao. Without hesitation, she ordered her allies to warn everyone not to draw the monster's attention. The Doom Machine Earthworm chased her through the map, its gigantic body coiling and smashing everything in its path. Finally, Hao lured it into a trap that had been carefully laid out. With a deafening crash, the earthworm was decapitated, its metal body collapsing in pieces. Hao caught her breath and praised her partner's precision for the successful execution of the trap. Yule returned the compliment, giving her full credit for being strong enough to face such a threat. He asked her to continue protecting the city since the mission would be over soon. With his MasterCard, Yule was now ready to enter the Cannon Tower, a place he couldn't leave until the challenge was complete. The Cannon Tower's first floor was known as the City of Minor Goblins, a vast maze filled with goblin-engineered traps and mechanical enemies. Yule found the entire floor wasteful, a mishmash of unnecessary resources and chaos. The player controlling the tower encouraged him to focus on the bigger picture, claiming that everything was for the sake of ultimate victory. As Yule moved through the city, a goblin piloting a giant machine ambushed him, raining bullets in his direction. Yule disappeared in an instant, making the goblins believe they had won. They celebrated their supposed victory, only to freeze in horror as a notification informed them that their boss on the top floor had been slain. Yule had ignored all other monsters, going straight for the level 6 boss known as Multibrain, the heart of the cannon tower's defense. With ruthless efficiency, he took down the boss, bringing victory to city number 8. He was swiftly teleported back to the city along with everyone who had been outside. All eyes turned to Yule, the man once branded as the city's greatest villain. He paid no attention to their stares, calmly walking away. But before he could disappear into the shadows, someone called out to him. Yule turned to find a small, mysterious container offered to him, a token of gratitude from the citizens. He accepted it with a polite nod and flew off, fading into the sky. From below, Yugin Kim, watching with burning resentment, clenched his fists. He declared that he and others weren't brought back by hope, but by the powerful desire to see Yu Choi as a corpse. Their hatred fueled them, and they swore to one day see him fall. City number 8 was given a 24-hour rest period before the next mission. Yule, standing atop the tallest tower, felt a sense of calm. He was grateful that everyone had been resurrected, and relieved that no one would ever become a victim of the Greed Lord again. Suddenly, Yule tried to slash the Demon Lord with a surprise attack. Kish, curious rather than afraid, watched as Yule's blade stopped just short of him. The young protagonist smirked, aware that this was just a projection of the Demon Lord. He pointed out that he still had use for Kish, which only piqued the entity's curiosity further. Kish was intrigued by Yule's boldness and allowed him to decide the next step of the plan. The Demon Lord even admitted that Yule had more experience manipulating city number 8 than he did. Yule had something in mind for their new player, and despite the difficulty, Kish agreed to grant him a favor. Suddenly the city began to shake. Buildings across city number 8 rose into the air, leaving everyone confused. Entire structures levitated, slowly rearranging themselves. The training center, a building that players could create to train units against simulated opponents, appeared in the heart of the city. Although these simulated battles wouldn't grant rewards, they provided crucial experience without risking lives. The citizens marveled at the floating structures, realizing that the city was evolving once again, preparing for even greater challenges ahead. Yule stood in silence, his mind racing with possibilities. He knew this was only the beginning. The real game had just started. The unit training center was unlike any other. According to its owner, this new structure was unique. It could teleport units to existing maps across the game world, allowing them to gain real rewards in exchange for putting their lives at risk. Inside the control center of the training complex, the book's owner and wielder Kish and Yule stood together, overseeing the center's operations and finalizing the regulations. Yule had crafted special training programs for the city's most elite units. However, the right map had to be chosen carefully to ensure their success. With the help of the unit training center, the strongest among them, like Haju, the Spear Maiden, could finally begin her journey to reach new heights. Michoi Yule, one of Kish's assistants, informed Haju that she only had 18 hours left before the next mission began. Tailoring her specific training program took some time, but thanks to the Greed Lord's power, time would pass differently for her in the training map. 1 year would pass for Haju inside the training world, while only a few hours would pass in reality. Haju was sent to the land of the dormant sun, where her special training would focus on earning the respect of prominence, the ancient being tied to her spear's power. Her goal was clear, but the risks were high. In case of extreme danger, or if she wished to retreat, she could break the hard glass that connected her to the city, instantly returning home. However, Yule reminded her that this was just one path to gain power. She needed to be cautious and trust her instincts. Meanwhile, the two detectives, Kuu and Dusk, were sent to the Forsaken Mountain of the Old Kings. Their mission was to locate the vessels of W and Wara. Their training map, known as the Mausoleum of Dormant Demons, required them to face terrifying demonic creatures and awaken the map's master demon, ultimately taking up his will. For the Serpent, things took a darker turn. The insolent villain, always eager to defy authority, demanded to be released from the unit training center. He even lifted his middle finger at Yule, fully expecting to be punished. However, instead of retaliation, Yule offered him a final chance, the chance to choose his path. The wishing orb the serpent wielded was special. It could either become a dragon of light, walking the path of righteousness, or an evil serpent, descending into darkness and malice. Normally, a decision like this would take time and careful reflection, but Yule accelerated the process. The serpent stood at a crossroads. He could leave and risk falling behind the others, or take this chance and forge his destiny. After a moment of hesitation, the young villain chose the path of darkness. His wishing orb shifted, its light turning into a swirling mass of shadows. His training map, known as the Venom of the Wishing Serpent, was a horrific place filled with endless dangers. His only goal: survive. The moment he stepped into the map, he realized how serious the situation was. There was no turning back. Meanwhile, Yule created virtual spaces for the rest of the citizens to sharpen their skills. The guildmaster of the raiders decided to revisit the ogre mission, but his team was less enthusiastic after their humiliating loss the last time. Still, they prepared themselves for another chance at redemption. In room 3 of 06, Egan Kim requested a special simulation. His only desire was to fight Yule Choi. The system asked if he wanted to lower Yule's immense level, but Kim refused. He demanded to face him as he truly was, regardless of the odds. His impossible training began, driven solely by hatred and vengeance. While monitoring the progress of the key units, Yule decided to confront Kish about something crucial. He wanted to know what the Greed Lord truly was. Kish wasn't exactly a demon lord, nor was he a player. When Yule asked, Kish found the question pointless, stating that the main focus should be on returning City Number 8 to Earth. Yule wasn't surprised by the evasive answer, but pressed further. He had a theory that piqued Kish's interest. Yule wanted to know about the city's first player. He wondered if abandoning the city had been a calculated move to prevent himself from turning into a city eater. Kish finally admitted that the first player of City Number 8 still controlled another game piece. Yule's eyes widened in shock. The realization hit him hard. The first player had never truly cared about City Number 8. It had been nothing more than a resource farm, a way to gather points and supplies for his primary game piece. Since the victims of the Greed Lord had greatly reduced the city's output, the first player had cut his losses and abandoned the city without hesitation. The Golden Hand, as the first player was known, had exploited City Number 8 for everything it was worth, then discarded it when it no longer served his purposes. This revelation fueled Yule's determination. He swore to take back control of the city, protect its people, and never allow it to be reduced to a pawn again. The path ahead was dangerous, but Yule knew he had no choice but to press forward. Suddenly, the entire city began to tremble once again. Buildings continued to levitate and reshape, and the unit training center's capabilities expanded. A new simulation chamber was introduced, capable of sending units on real missions to earn experience and rewards, further blurring the line between training and battle. Yule stood atop the control tower, watching his city grow stronger, preparing for the next mission. His eyes burned with resolve as he whispered to himself, "This city belongs to its people, and I'll make sure it stays that way." Yule's assumption about the old player was accurate. The first player of City Number 8 didn't hesitate to abandon them. Not every player controlled multiple pieces, but the Golden Hand was a unique and dangerous exception, now commanding game piece number 43. This particular entity had left devastation in its wake. 3 cities had once allied together in an effort to take it down, but even with their combined might, they failed miserably. The aftermath was nothing short of a massacre. The battlefield was littered with the corpses of countless units, with only a few barely clinging to life. Suddenly, a blue-eyed figure emerged from the smoke, his presence chilling and ominous. Panic spread like wildfire among the injured units. The old samurai, refusing to give up, summoned his strength and unleashed his battle art. 1,000 blossoms in the sky, a flurry of deadly strikes meant to overwhelm any opponent. The air shimmered with his sword's movements as he tried to deal a rain of slashes, but with a single swing, the blue-eyed knight pierced his heart, ending the samurai's life in an instant. Confused and gasping, the samurai's last thought was how his opponent had predicted his every move so easily. Nearby, a cowboy raised his legendary rifle, Pioneering Spirit, a weapon once wielded by an explorer who conquered a continent. The cowboy activated his battle art, Spaghetti Western, which allowed him to fire his rifle without consuming bullets while reducing its reload time. He fired at the blue-eyed knight with deadly precision, but the knight's bloody sword deflected the bullet. In a cruel twist of fate, the deflected bullet pierced the cowboy's skull, killing him instantly. A masked swordsman, seeing his comrades fall, tried to attack from behind, but it was too late. The blue-eyed knight had already set his silent trap. As the masked man's eyes widened in fear, the knight's sword remained impaled in his throat, leaving the swordsman confused and gasping for air. The silence was suffocating. The army of the White City of Silence never spoke, even in the heat of battle. The masked warrior collapsed, his confusion lingering until his last breath. City number 99, known as the White City of Silence, was infamous for its ruthlessness. Its strongest unit was Wai Choi, the maxed-out invincible mayor, whose reputation was feared across the game. With the rest period ending, the player rolled the dice, and City number 8 landed on the Dungeon Rush Square, a random dungeon mission, where the goal was to slay the boss inside the dungeon before the countdown hit 0. As the countdown began, the dungeon gates would soon open, unleashing a wave of monsters. Dungeon Rush was a joint mission, and another city that had landed on a similar square was summoned to join. This time, city number 32 was chosen for the joint mission, a 5-day survival event. Yule pointed out that this would be the first time city number 8 was summoned to another square, making the situation even more critical. The Greed Lord assured Yule that his units were more than capable of finishing the mission on their own. But Yule didn't share Kish's sentiment. He refused to see the citizens as mere pieces. His goal was to return as many as possible to Earth, so he decided to venture to city number 32 and propose an alliance. Despite Yule's good intentions and even offering all dungeon data labeled with difficulties ranging from A to D, the mayor of city number 32 refused to cooperate. Carlson Bounder, a level 97 city mayor, had lost all hope for his city's survival. His once proud city was now short on equipment and resources, down to its last 1,000 citizens, and the despair in his eyes was palpable. Carlson, clearly drunk and broken, advised Yule to focus on his own city, convinced that city number 8 would eventually share the same fate. Yule realized that trying to reason with the man was pointless in his current state. Instead, he adopted a different approach, determined to protect his people and prove Carlson wrong. The dungeon mission continued, and Yule's mind wandered to the White City of Silence and its fearsome mayor. Carlson had described it as the place where cities met their end, and the thought left Yule more determined than ever. Meanwhile, deep inside a dungeon of the highest difficulty, known as a Fragment of the Abyss, Hao, the Angel of Flames, faced her greatest challenge yet. Her opponent was Sealed Fenner, a giant wolf that loathed divinities, a level 5 boss notorious for its savagery. After spending an entire year training with the ancient being tied to her fang weapon, Hao had gained new skills and grown stronger than ever. The wolf charged at her, its crimson eyes glowing with rage. Hao stood her ground, her spear blazing with the power of prominence. This fight wasn't just about survival, it was a test to prove that she had mastered her weapon's true potential. The dungeon echoed with their clash, each strike shaking the ground as fire and shadow collided. Hao knew that victory wouldn't come easily, but she had prepared for this moment for what felt like a lifetime. Back in city number 8, Yule remained in the control center, closely monitoring his key units. He knew that the outcome of their battles would determine the city's fate. His thoughts returned to Carlson Bounder's despair and the Golden Hand's betrayal, but he refused to succumb to doubt. The countdown continued, and city number 8's fate hung in the balance. Suddenly, draconic wings of flame burst out of Haju's back, illuminating the dungeon with an intense heat. In the past, Haju could only borrow the dragon's power, but now she had gained a new level of mastery. She could even adopt the dragon's physical traits. Sealed Fenner, the giant wolf, growled in recognition of the rising threat, his instincts warning him of great danger from this single girl. The Spear Maiden flapped her burning wings, and the ground beneath her melted into glowing embers. In a desperate move, Fenner began chanting a powerful spell, summoning spikes of thick ice that erupted throughout the dungeon, trying to trap his opponent. The ice formed a dense barrier, blocking out the light and encasing the battlefield in shadow. But from behind the ice, a small light began to grow brighter, an ominous glow that sent a chill through the wolf's heart. Before Fenner could react, Prominence, the ancient dragon's fire, surged through the cracks in the ice, consuming everything in its path. The flames wrapped around the giant wolf, and with a final, agonized howl, Sealed Fenner was devoured by Prominence's fire. The battle ended with Haju standing victorious atop the ashes of her opponent. The level of dungeon was conquered, and most of the credit went to Fenner Slayer, the Spear Maiden of city number 8. Back at the control center, Kish watched the event unfold with great satisfaction. The Greed Lord was genuinely impressed by Haju's surprising strength. He praised Yule for entrusting her training to Prominence, admitting that it had been a wise decision. Meanwhile, Yule, lost in thought, felt uneasy about convincing other game pieces to cooperate. Kish, however, was pleased that city number 32 had not become an obstacle. Yule remained convinced that city number 32 wouldn't survive without their help, and his determination to assist their struggling citizens grew stronger. Seeing Yule's concern, Kish smirked and asked him directly, "What do you want me to do?" The question irritated Yule, who prided himself on his independence. "I want to conquer their city," he declared without hesitation. Kish, pleased by this ambition, agreed. Haju exited her dungeon triumphantly, curious about her next challenge, when something caught her attention: a titanic entity locked in battle with a mysterious flying individual. Player number 32, desperate and out of options, had used a card to summon homing magic missiles, which never missed their target. But Yule Choi, now fully engaged in battle, sliced through the magic missiles with ease. Kish explained that a player's astral form only manifests when they've become a city eater after losing the game or when they're challenged to a one-on-one battle by another player. Player number 32 had accepted the PvP match, though normally both sides had to consent to the battle. But Kish's influence allowed him to force the player into combat. The fight was brutal and quick. Yule concentrated all his power into his palm, driving his blade deeper into player 32's astral form, landing a critical blow. With that, player number 32 was defeated. As his essence began to dissolve, Kish opted to keep the fallen city intact, rather than dismantling it for resources. He saw potential in the city and offered to preserve it as a favor to Yule, though he reminded him that every favor had a price. Kish usually absorbed the fallen player's essence, but in this case something far more valuable caught his attention: a lost fragment of the key. Yule recalled how the Greed Lord used these fragments to bypass the game's strict rules, effectively hacking the system. So that's how he does it, Yule thought to himself. The victorious player then tasked City Number 8 with clearing the dungeons that had been transferred to their territory after City Number 32's fall. Haju was shocked. As the system bombarded her with notifications, the number of active dungeons had doubled. Colonel Wan confirmed that the dungeons were popping up all over the city. Despite the overwhelming number of challenges, Yule remained calm. He assured them that the citizens were highly qualified, and with him as their guide, the mission would become much easier to clear. Kish, curious, asked if this claim extended to those who despised him. Yule indirectly denied it, hinting that even his enemies would benefit under his protection. Meanwhile, someone was spying on City Number 8, using the Observing Eye card to collect intel. The Greed Lord, ever aware, sensed the intrusion and blocked the attempt, stopping the Golden Hand from gathering any valuable information. The old player Number 8, now revealed to be the owner of the White City of Silence, wasn't deterred. He had a plan to reveal Kish's personal information to all other players, exposing the Greed Lord's weaknesses. But before that, he needed to land on the catch a burglar square during his turn. Inside the chaotic streets of City Number 8, the mission began. A green goblin thief darted between alleyways carrying stolen equipment and points from the city. Detective Ku pursued him, frustrated by the number of hiding spots scattered throughout the city. The goblin, feeling confident, chuckled at his pursuers until he was violently stopped by a massive man with a scary face holding a torch. The giant man loomed over the goblin, his eyes burning with intensity. The goblin gulped, realizing too late that his luck had run out. The first confused goblin found himself captured, writhing under the grip of a determined police officer. The second goblin struggled helplessly beneath Zhao's foot, unable to comprehend how they had been so easily cornered. What they didn't realize was that it was all due to Yule's meticulous planning and the power of the Book of the Greed Lord. The city units had become highly efficient, operating in perfect sync to complete missions on their own. With each successful mission, Yule used Kish's privileges as a player to upgrade the city further. They created structures like the Cornfield of Resilience, which enhanced the endurance and stamina of all who trained within it. Alongside these structural upgrades, the city also amassed rare items capable of bending the game's rules and tracking down fallen players. These tools were critical for strengthening their player and ensuring long-term survival. During joint missions, City Number 8 established a fearsome reputation, merging with fallen cities after defeating their players. The magic city of Buchen witnessed this firsthand, shocked as their once unbeatable player fell to Yule's strategy. From that moment, City Number 8's evolution became unstoppable. Units trained between missions with discipline and focus, quickly becoming powerful enough to handle most challenges without Yule's direct intervention. X-level disasters now only seemed to appear during periods of calm, keeping the city in a constant state of readiness. The city's next challenge came when it landed on a battle square. The objective was brutal. 4 cities were randomly placed on the same square, with the sole goal of eliminating one another. The lieutenant grew tense at the prospect, while the other officers pondered whether the units or the cities themselves would engage in battle. Haju, the spear maiden, dreaded the thought of fighting against other human beings, but the young villain, always eager for chaos, was thrilled at the opportunity. The countdown began, and 3 other cities charged at City Number 8, their forces converging in a united front. A colossal stone wall erupted from the earth at Kish's command, shielding City Number 8 from the initial onslaught. Yule knew he couldn't simply defend forever. He needed to eliminate the enemy players quickly before the tide turned against them. The 3 players launched simultaneous attacks, shrinking themselves to gain agility in exchange for sacrificing health. Their small, swift forms darted around the battlefield, each strike calculated to take advantage of Yule's momentary weakness. One player slammed Yule into the ground, leaving him momentarily stunned. Before he could recover, another dashed toward him with blinding speed while the third hung back, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. A giant energy explosion rocked the battlefield, kicking up a dense cloud of dust. From within the swirling dust, a bright light flashed, revealing a critical blow had been struck. One of the enemy players collapsed, his body cleaved in two by Jack, the goblin swordsman. His blade shimmered as he stood ready for the next strike. Jack, having taken control of Yule's body, was relentless in his attacks, slashing with precision and brutal efficiency. The remaining players faltered, recognizing that the young man's gear and abilities were now on par with their own cards. The ground trembled violently as all three players charged at once, each unleashing a devastating attack. Jack's instincts kicked in, his blade moving faster than the eye could follow, blocking each strike in rapid succession. The stones beneath them crumbled, and the battlefield shook with every blow. Jack slashed again, carving through one of the players, his attacks relentless and methodical. The second player fell, their life force fading into the air. The third player, realizing the fight was unwinnable, attempted to retreat but was caught by Jack's final strike, collapsing into nothingness. The battlefield grew silent once more. 3 players had fallen, their cities left without leadership. City number 8 stood victorious. The system broadcasted the victory notification across the game, declaring City number 8 the dominant force on the square. With this victory, new dungeons and resources transferred to their territory, further strengthening their foothold in the game. Yule, now back in full control, stood amidst the wreckage, scanning the battlefield. The Book of the Greed Lord pulsed in his hand, glowing faintly. Kish, always calculating, observed the aftermath with satisfaction. His eyes gleamed as he considered the growing strength of their city. For now, they had survived, but there were still many unanswered questions and dangers ahead. Far away, in the depths of the White City of Silence, the Golden Hand watched in silence. His eyes narrowed as he analyzed the battle, formulating his next move. He had always considered City number 8 a resource farm, but now it had become something far more dangerous, a threat that needed to be eliminated. The next mission was approaching, and the stakes were higher than ever. Yule knew there would be no room for error. The game was far from over. The wall of stone, which had shielded City number 8, finally crumbled, and the hostile armies surged forward, determined to annihilate its inhabitants. Lieutenant Wan noticed the soldier next to him trembling in fear. It was understandable. The soldier was about to fight human beings, not monsters. Despite the fear in his eyes, the man chose to stand his ground, refusing to abandon his team. The wall collapsed, and with a deafening roar, 3 enemy armies charged through the breach. Their goal was simple: destroy everything and everyone. As they stormed into the city, they were met with an unexpected sight. One figure stood in their way, calm and unyielding. It was the Serpent, the dark and ruthless teenager, with a wicked glint in his eyes, ready to draw the first blood of this battle. The front guard of the enemy army froze in place, confusion spreading to those behind them. The soldiers tried to press forward, but panic erupted when they saw their comrades suddenly collapse and writhe in agony. Some attempted to flee, but it was too late. The Serpent activated his venomous power, reducing his victims to skeletons wrapped in rotting flesh as he absorbed all their experience points. Those who survived lay on the ground, grunting in unbearable pain or begging for death. But the Serpent refused to grant them mercy, watching them suffer as his wishing orb glowed ominously. Collecting enough evil karma points to trigger its next evolution. His power grew darker and more twisted, and with that, the evolution of the merciless corrupt serpent began. Elsewhere on the battlefield, Jack engaged the 3 enemy players, wielding his sword with unmatched skill. The players were formidable opponents, but Jack saw them as worthy teachers, each move sharpening his instincts and pushing his limits. Determined to give it his all, he faced them head-on, his attacks becoming increasingly precise and powerful. A giant bolt of lightning crackled above, summoned by one of the players. The elemental shield they conjured could counter any magical attack, but it was weak against physical damage. Jack seized the opportunity, launching a devastating strike that forced one player to defend his comrade using a card, but the overwhelming force caused a massive explosion that left the battlefield in chaos. Kish watched the unfolding battle with growing concern. The Overlord was beginning to crumble under the pressure of fighting 3 cities at once, and City number 8 was clearly outmatched. But Yule seemed oddly calm, almost as if he were waiting for something. This piqued Kish's curiosity. Suddenly, a man dressed like an Italian gangster appeared through the breach. His dark suit and fedora gave him the air of a foreigner, but his perfect Italian greeting caught the old man Park off guard. Even more shocking was the revelation that the Italian man was actually South Korean, leaving Park bewildered by his strange attire. The outsider explained that his style suited his player's taste and coldly suggested that city number 8 surrender, implying that their player didn't truly care for them. Park's expression darkened, and he swore to give them a tormenting death. Before he could react further, the serpent appeared behind Jung and Kim, his venomous claws impaling the man's body. Blood spilled from his wounds as the serpent smiled with twisted pleasure, savoring every drop of his victim's agony. The serpent's carnage began, cutting a bloody path through the enemy forces. His poisonous gas spread across the battlefield, affecting even the citizens of city number 8. But the high schooler didn't care. He reveled in the chaos, completely lost to his dark desires. Haju, the angel of flames, had no choice but to intervene, reminding him that they were all on the same side. But to her shock, the serpent intercepted her fang of prominence with ease, his newfound power far exceeding her expectations. He let out a primal scream, his body convulsing as the final stage of his corrupt evolution took hold. Dark scales covered his body, and his eyes burned with unholy light. The transformation was complete. Realizing the danger, Haju ordered Park to lead the citizens to safety. The situation was already dire, but the serpent's uncontrolled power made it far worse. His corrupt form tore through the wall of stone with terrifying strength, leaving city number 8 dangerously exposed. The 3 enemy mayors, Mamono, Kojiro, Sanctu, and Donkaro, mocked city number 8, assuming that its walls had collapsed by their own mistake. Mamono Kojiro, the old samurai, summoned his own dragon, confident that his colossal reptile would emerge victorious. But as soon as his sentence ended, his dragon's decapitated head fell at his feet. Stunned into silence, Mamono and Donkaro stared at the lifeless body of the green reptile. Yule had intervened at the last moment, delivering a precise blow that severed the beast's head in a single stroke. His patience had paid off. He waited until the serpent evolved, ensuring the fight could reach its final stage. Haju grew worried about Yule's wounds, but before she could act, the corrupt serpent lunged at Yule from behind. The young man remained unfazed. With a single powerful blow, he repelled the beast, knocking it to the ground with devastating force. The battlefield fell silent again as Yule stood tall, his eyes locked onto the corrupt serpent. This battle wasn't over, and it was clear that only one would walk away victorious. Hesitate to put himself at the greatest risk when it came to winning battles. Yule's body was deteriorating quickly, the passive skill avatar of self-destruction pushing him to his physical and magical limits. His health bar steadily drained, but the boosted stats and raw power made him an unstoppable force, at least for a limited time. The third player, cloaked in layers of self-repairing magical shields, continued his defensive strategy, hoping to outlast the poisoned and weakened Yule. The multi-layered barrier glowed brightly, repairing itself each time a fragment was broken, while hidden shield sigils rotated around the player, enhancing his defense and regeneration. Yule knew there was no time for hesitation. He couldn't allow this battle to drag on any longer, or his own poisonous state would kill him first. He gritted his teeth as venom burned through his veins, ignoring the pain as he charged at the third player, his blade glowing with dark energy. The first strike clashed against the barrier, sending sparks and fragments flying everywhere, but the shield immediately began to repair itself. The third player grinned, confident that his defenses would hold. But Yule had no intention of waiting for the shields to reset. He activated the new spike ability, conjuring multiple poisonous spikes, each one laced with a deadlier variant of the serpent's venom strong enough to corrode magical energy and disable the self-repair functions of the shield. The spikes pierced through the shield, causing it to flicker and weaken. The player attempted to raise another defense, but it was already too late. Yule pushed his body beyond its limits, unleashing a torrent of strikes that tore through the remaining barriers. Each swing of his blade carried the strength of 2 overlords, making every attack heavier and more devastating than the last. The barrier shattered, and the third player was left exposed. For a brief moment, panic flickered in his eyes as he realized that his self-repairing shield was gone. Yule didn't give him a chance to recover. With a swift, decisive strike, he plunged his blade into the player's chest, the poison from his attack quickly spreading throughout the player's body. The third player convulsed, unable to resist the deadly venom. His movements slowed, and the light in his eyes faded as the poison consumed him. Finally, the third player collapsed, his corpse dissolving into the battlefield, leaving nothing but a fading shadow. The battlefield grew eerily silent. Yule stood over the fallen body, his chest rising and falling as he fought to stay conscious, his body racked with pain from the serpent's venom. His eyes scanned the battlefield for any remaining threats, but it was over. All 3 players had been defeated. Jack, still weak and barely able to stand, looked up at Yule with a mix of respect and exhaustion. The first Overlord's heroic-class sword gleamed faintly, still dripping with the remnants of the red player's blood. Kish, observing from a distance, grinned with satisfaction. The battle was won, and City Number 8 had emerged victorious once again. The enemy armies, once so confident, now stood paralyzed with fear. Yule turned toward them, his eyes glowing with an ominous light, and a twisted smile crept onto his face. The serpent's influence was still present, and it radiated from him like a dark aura. He silently invited the enemy soldiers to continue the fight, a challenge that none of them dared accept. The soldiers dropped their weapons, retreating in panic as they fled back through the breached wall. City Number 8's defenders watched in awe, the reality of their victory slowly sinking in. They had survived an impossible battle, and it was all thanks to the unorthodox tactics and sheer determination of Yule Choi. But victory came at a cost. Yule could feel his body nearing its breaking point, the venom from the corrupt serpent still ravaging his insides. The passive effects of Avatar of Self-Destruction hadn't fully worn off yet, and his health was dangerously low. He fell to one knee, his breath ragged, but his will remained unbroken. Suddenly, the system notification appeared, declaring City Number 8 the victor of the battle square. Cheers erupted from the surviving citizens and units, but Yule remained silent, his mind racing with thoughts of the future. He knew that this victory was only a temporary reprieve. There were greater challenges ahead, and the White City of Silence was still watching. Far away, the Golden Hand monitored everything with calculating eyes. His fingers tapped rhythmically against his desk as he pondered his next move. City Number 8 had grown far stronger than expected, and Yule's reckless use of power had made him both dangerous and unpredictable. The Golden Hand's lips curled into a smile. This game was far from over. For now, City Number 8 would celebrate its hard-earned victory. But, deep in the shadows, new enemies were already preparing to strike. The game wasn't finished yet, not by a long shot.
A golden hand descended from the sky, signaling a divine command that would alter everything instantly. The demon general raised her blade, eyes fierce. "Prepare! We're going for the player, no hesitation now!" Yule Choi watched her movements carefully, confused. Wait, why does it feel like she's suddenly rushing in? He braced himself. One wrong move and we're finished. A single opening and we'll lose everything. Just as they clashed, a message appeared. You cannot request for a PvP. Both froze. The system triggered Sanctuary, a game rule banning player versus player combat within the museum's protected zone. Immediately after, Absolute Seal activated, freezing the target's actions completely for a limited duration. Golden Restraint slammed down on the demon, stopping her charge before she could swing her blade. Her eyes narrowed. This movement and speed. The players before this were just bait to confirm. Yule Choi shouted, "There's no second try. It's our only chance." He knew failure wasn't an option now. The system's message echoed, "Bloodshed." A warning and trigger for a hidden phase just initiated. Twin portals opened above, a golden object hovering reacting to the combat within the museum's sealed boundary. The demon narrowed her eyes. He verified the museum was protected, even used cards to test. She clenched her fists. "We were detected too early. Our forces aren't in position just yet." Her gaze sharpened. "Still, he always calculates too well. We need to respond before it escalates." The system denied his action. "It's unfortunate, but you cannot request PvP from here." Yule Choi paused. A portal opened. Yule Choi leapt out alongside his ally. "Shield! Enemies in the museum!" he shouted. He held his massive blade steady. "It's not about combat strength," he muttered, "but rule control." He activated his relic. "I meet the conditions. I have enough qualifications to command this domain." Without hesitation, he ordered, "Sort their citizens by level. We prioritize the strongest threats first. Move." Yule Choi whispered, "Their strongest?" As the system finished calculating threat levels from the enemy's side, his eyes widened in shock. A sudden alert flashed. He wasn't ready for what was coming. "No way," he muttered. His body froze as realization sank in deeper than expected before. Footsteps echoed fast, heavy, and synchronized. A powerful enemy unit was already breaching the museum halls. Leading them was a masked warrior with gauntlets crackling. Yule Choi instantly knew this wasn't an ordinary soldier. The masked warrior growled, "Our mechanics are being perfectly read. Every trap countered before it's triggered," and he scanned the battlefield. "And it's happening here, in our own city at that." Above them, enemy soldiers lined the rooftops, silent, organized, waiting for the exact moment to strike. With a surge of energy, their blades shimmered, triggering a skill, interference field, divine gear disruption. A system alert followed. Low-rank gods' abilities are neutralized. Yule Choi gritted his teeth, breath heavy and strained. A grinning man lunged forward. "You have quite a good item," he said, eyes gleaming confidently. Raising a gloved hand, he added, "I'll take that sword, don't mind if I do." Without hesitation, he dashed through enemy lines, evading strikes while snatching a glowing blade mid-motion. Watching from behind, another player muttered, "Are they all sharing the items between themselves during battle?" An explosion shook the floor. Yul Choi turned, yelling through smoke, "Hey, Choi Dushik, what are you doing?" Choi dashed forward, muttering, "They're moving unnaturally, synchronized." He couldn't understand how perfectly they coordinated. He struck down 2 foes. It's as if all the citizens are acting as one group. The crowd circled tighter. His eyes scanned dozens of purple-cloaked figures advanced in eerie unison. Another fighter growled, "How dare you attack a cop?" But his shout only stirred more hostility. Yul Choi urged, "Let's fall back. No use staying split." His comrade replied, "You think they'll let us?" Blades drawn, masked enemies advanced in perfect formation, closing the distance with sharp, practiced coordination. Yul Choi shouted, "They're coming!" As he pulled his ally aside, barely avoiding the sudden rush, a green wave burst outward, swallowing the area. Magical circles flared, spreading a dense, toxic mist. One soldier coughed. "This, Makobi's poison?" The air grew heavy. His expression turned grim. "He's actually here." A masked figure appeared in the fog. "This way," he barked, motioning urgently through the haze. The masked ally shouted, "We can't last long! Hurry!" While green energy pulsed around his hands. One soldier turned in confusion. "Who?" he muttered, trying to pinpoint the approaching force within seconds. A blinding golden flash burst open the battlefield, its intensity overwhelming and impossible to ignore. Out from the explosion emerged a blazing warrior, flames twisting around his armor as he advanced. His sword gleamed as it descended, sharp, swift, and hot, cutting through the smoke like a divine strike. Flames surged between them as the armored warrior clashed blades with an elite enemy. Sparks exploded instantly. He gasped, "What? It's a slow attack, but I can't dodge it." His counter missed completely. The leader stepped back. "It's not just strength, they're seeing through everything like it's already decided." Another fighter growled, "It's as if we're only reacting, moving exactly the way they expect us." Still, the golden warrior clenched the elixir tightly. "I can't give up, not now, not ever." The battlefield lit up with a fiery burst. A powerful skill ignited, engulfing enemies in flames. At the center stood a burning figure, glowing with destructive aura, unleashing chaos with each step. Screams echoed through the firestorm as the warrior's flames surged skyward, consuming everything within their reach. From behind, someone yelled, "Yul Choi!" as his silhouette moved toward the heat without hesitation. Another shouted, "Are you crazy? That thing's not human." But Yul Choi's eyes stayed fixed ahead, unshaken. A voice called out, "Yul Choi?" The elf interrupted, firm. "Listen to him, no hesitation now." She blinked in surprise. "Master?" He nodded. "I'll help him. You protect the humans?" Without another word, she turned and dashed across the battlefield, heart torn but mission clear. Watching her go, the armored woman paused. Both Yul Choi and Master seemed nervous. "That's unusual," she frowned, uneasy. "I must be misreading it, right?" But doubt was already in her chest. Yul Choi stood beside the elf warrior, blade ready. Footsteps approached. He knew who it was. From across the dust, a familiar voice spoke. "It's been a while, weren't you waiting?" Yul Choi's eyes widened. "Brother..." The word felt heavier than expected, loaded with old memory and tension. His brother smiled faintly. "You've gotten sharper?" What a face, Yul Choi. Their past still hung between them. "I can't explain everything," his brother said quickly, grabbing Yul Choi's shoulder. "There's no time for us to fight." Yul Choi's brother stepped closer. "Are you trying to reset the game and return to Earth?" Yul Choi blinked. He hadn't expected that question, yet it pierced directly through his intentions. "That's a very you-like thing to think," his brother said. "But you'll fail, like always." His voice darkened. "If that's your goal, you'll have to defeat me to make it happen." He floated above the tower. "You've never beaten me before," he said. The wind echoed below. Yul Choi shouted, "Killing intent, move aside." As purple and golden energy surged violently from his blade, he dashed forward, aura clashing with blue light. Power radiated between them, distorting the very air. Both warriors collided. The force sent shockwaves through the ground. Eyes widened, this was no ordinary strike. Swords locked mid-air. Yul Choi gritted his teeth as his brother pushed back with overwhelming strength. With calm cruelty, his brother whispered, "It's okay, Yul Choi. Just be dead for a bit." Yul Choi was pierced through the back, blood spilling. His brother whispered, "Perfect happiness will await you." In a vision, Yul Choi smiled gently, surrounded by friends in peace, playing games in a hospital room. Yul Choi turned swiftly, blades clashing. He gritted his teeth and whispered, "Just "Sleep for a bit," he roared, delivering a heavy blow toward his brother's exposed side. The clash intensified. Sparks burst between their swords as the momentum shook the rooftop violently. Yul Choi roared in pain, golden light erupting from his hand, straining to contain the rising power. A radiant sword burst skyward from his palm, divine energy ripping through darkness with blinding explosive force. Golden sparks surged from Yul Choi's hand. Power swelled, unstable, barely held together by sheer will. A shock wave burst forth. Fragments of blue cubes scattered as stunned enemies were blasted backward. His brother crouched, silent. A faint glow circled his hand. He was already preparing another spell. A notification appeared. Magic trap dagger. Dispel magic. Cancel spells. Explodes after set delay. Breathing heavily, Yul Choi staggered. I knew you'd use that trick, he muttered with clenched teeth. Yul Choi exhaled, sweat on his brow. It's been a while, he said, steadying his stance. His brother grinned calmly. Since we played like this, he muttered as flames blazed behind them both. Elsewhere, a doctor explained. Their brains are too active. It's the cause behind all the symptoms, the woman asked, concerned. Both of them? As she looked toward Yul Choi and the other boy. Yes, the doctor confirmed. In the hospital room, both boys smiled faintly, unaware of the diagnosis. The woman remarked, but Yul Choi doesn't hurt as much as Yun. He seems more stable, the doctor replied. That's because Yul Choi's body has learned to adapt and cope over time. He explained further, multitasking when a brain handles several tasks, its overall efficiency drops drastically under strain. Yul Choi sat silently, absorbing everything. He was always thinking, processing, multitasking faster than others could follow. Yul Choi analyzes, understands, and predicts all he sees. All at once, the doctor concluded, eyes narrowing. For someone like him, the doctor said, a constantly changing environment is the best treatment possible. Yul Choi smiled brightly. Meanwhile, the adults spoke more quietly, turning their concern toward the other patient. The problem is Yun. He has no interest in the world. It's almost shocking, one added. We need something to stimulate him. Something to overwork his brain, the doctor suggested urgently. Yul Choi raised his hand. There is something. Something Yun enjoys, he said, pointing toward the game board. Cards and lights surged in the sky. A golden unit descended, accompanied by system effects and thunder. The demoness smirked slightly. So, you did have a reason for throwing away that best unit. She narrowed her eyes. You possess a unit with overwhelmingly better compatibility. That was your plan. Yul Choi turned. Hey, we have to get out of here now. This isn't a fair fight. She sighed. I would love that, but there's only one exit and it's already gone. Yul Choi shouted, just use a cheat. You're not going to waste mankind with this logic. The demon general paused in silence, her gaze distant, as the golden restraints glowed around her. Yul Choi leaned forward. Wait, don't tell me you're actually... I thought about it, she interrupted softly. She stared outward. But I've changed my mind. Still, there truly is no way out. A red system message glowed. If we had the Overlord's power, she said, you could have slain Choi-yon. Yul Choi charged forward with blazing fists. I'm sorry, but I have to end this. With explosive force, he launched enemies backwards, scattering them before they could form a counterattack line. He ducked under a strike, countered, then dashed past his brother's guard in a flash. But even the Overlord's powers wouldn't have changed anything, he muttered as his momentum surged. In a wide shockwave, foes were flung outward like falling debris. Yul Choi had become unstoppable in motion. The demon asked coldly, then? Yul Choi clenched his fists, preparing. Time was nearly up. Yul Choi answered, there's a method we use on Earth for situations like this. He stepped forward. A system alert echoed. Absolute seal will be cancelled soon. 3, 2. The countdown had begun. 1, 0. The seal broke, and the demon immediately launched a strike as time resumed. A golden card activated count back down. A hidden escape tactic, multiplying Yul Choi's movement speed for one turn. The demon smirked darkly. With a single motion, she triggered her final move, Armageddon. Above the city, glowing orbs ignited. Global great destruction from all cities and fields, the card read. Yul Choi collapsed beside the elf, barely breathing. The countdown had reached 0. They were too late. Meteors rained across the sky. The city's skyline was swallowed by waves of blazing energy. Explosions echoed in all directions. Buildings shattered. The ground itself trembled as devastation consumed the battlefield. A massive blast scorched the horizon. Survivors watched in silence as their city began collapsing around them. From above, divine cards shifted. The golden hand hovered again, selecting fate with unfeeling precision. The demoness looked on. I knew this wouldn't do much, she muttered, unfazed by destruction. However, she whispered, as purple energy flared around her, targeting something beyond the board's dimension. A single radiant beam fired downward, piercing reality. Below, new combatants braced as impact approached like lightning. Hovering above the battlefield, the demon smirked. "My unit's a bit aggressive," she warned without flinching. Fiery units descended like beasts, summoned through the golden hand, ready to devastate anything in sight. Yul Choi clenched a card. This is how you turn the tables. In an unfair game, he stepped forward confidently, weapon in hand, knowing the next move had to break the pattern. He glanced at the horizon. "Of course, it probably won't work on Yun," he muttered, uncertain. The golden hand burst forward, shattering the tiles. Power surged as the challenger made his move. From his throne, the god watched calmly. He had already calculated each outcome of the battle. Flames erupted beneath him. He weighed the cost and gain of every sacrifice made in combat. He warned that anyone breaking the balance, disrupting fate's design, would fall outside divine prediction. Yul Choi gripped his blade, eyes sharp. "It sucks being low level, but I'll rewrite this board." Yul Choi's eyes narrowed as something shifted. A system message flickered. He felt the air distort sharply. A new quest emerged: defeat Executor. Caution, the successor of Order is not to underestimate. A cloaked figure descended, wrapped in lightning. Power radiated outward, shaking the ground beneath his boots. Yul Choi's ally landed hard nearby, face grim. "If you stall, we both die here, fast." Without hesitation, he lunged, blade flashing red. A clean strike landed. His enemy's blood splattered across the arena. The attack landed. Rubble exploded upward as the enemy was flung backward by Yul Choi's final strike. A blinding shockwave followed. The god's power shattered as crimson magic ripped across the cosmic floor. Screams echoed from the crumbling fortress. The enemy convulsed in pain, collapsing under the surge of energy. A system message appeared: mission complete. The battlefield stilled. Victory had finally been secured by sacrifice. Yul Choi gasped for breath, body broken. Amid the wreckage, he waited for what came next. Yul Choi groaned, body crushed under stone. A recovery window opened. He slammed it and accepted healing. Blue light surged, knitting torn muscles. He exhaled deeply, finally able to move without searing pain. He sat up slowly, glancing toward his companion. "I wasn't expecting that. Not from you." She tilted her head, voice firm. "You think you can do this? What about you?" Yul Choi turned. The gods still stood, silent and unshaken. They hadn't won, not yet, not completely. The sky cracked open as a beam struck downtown. Difficulty spiked. Yul Choi knew everything had changed. An emergency alert echoed citywide. Everyone was instructed to evacuate. The beam's impact zone expanded rapidly. The message warned no one outside shelters would survive. Panic surged through the collapsing urban center. Tents rose across barren ground. Survivors scrambled. Yul Choi observed, realizing this was only the beginning phase. He confirmed it aloud: this territory belonged to Choi Yun, and she'd likely prepared for everything already. Dark agents appeared. Yul Choi exhaled. "I'll rebuild the city, before the war even begins." She nodded. Yul Choi asked if rebuilding the city could mirror the training ground he'd seen before. The woman confirmed confidently, "Of course. It's still part of the game's rules and possibilities." Yul Choi flinched as light burst nearby. Something was activating. His instincts screamed this wasn't ordinary timing. A massive stone pillar rose, glowing symbols etched across its surface, energy humming as structures unfolded. He blinked. A map summon. During the intermission, he felt the shift. "No, something else is coming." The energy intensified. Yul Choi asked cautiously, "Is this too much?" The air pulsed with unstable force. She replied calmly, "This is a scale only the system can allow. You're still within bounds." Light twisted the sky as she declared, "Welcome to the open world. The Forsaken Realm begins now." A surge of energy marked the transition. The title echoed in the sky. Gods' Gambit began again. The map stabilized into a lush forest. Below the canopy, a vehicle roared. New players had arrived. The scout raised his hand. Clear. His team advanced, scanning the forest floor for hidden dangers. A field of sally flowers bloomed nearby, useful in potions, but harmful if consumed raw. One agent knelt quickly. Target found. "I'll alert the harvest team before enemies reach it." Their leader explained, "There's a number of resource zones in this realm. Fonts, items, everything. But miss the exit," he warned coldly, "and this place becomes your eternal cage." The soldier announced the evacuation order, warning everyone that delay meant being left behind without protection or mercy. Outside the walls, families hurried with bags and children, desperate to re-enter before the gates closed permanently. Watching the crowd shrink, Lyra folded her arms. "People are fleeing. I guess it's understandable," she muttered. She continued, "Even Yul Choi was overwhelmed. If he lost, then fear will drive everyone else away." Lyra said nothing more. Her thoughts were heavy, her eyes fixed on the city's trembling, uncertain horizon. Snow fell gently on the quiet city as everything remained still, the building looming in silent watch. Inside, Jin stared at his notes, sighing. The silence stretched endlessly since they arrived 4 days ago. He checked the fortune board again. The symbols kept shifting, but the guide never showed himself. Jin narrowed his eyes, suspicious. He's hiding something. No appearance, but the system keeps updating non-stop. Beneath the floor, the mysterious figure trembled among papers, muttering plans no one was ready to hear. He screamed in frustration, 151,224 rounds, 151,224 losses. His strategy failed again despite endless effort. He collapsed to the ground, shaking. This normal way isn't enough, he whispered, realizing the hopeless pattern. Above him, the masked man watched quietly. Don't make me doubt chasing you, he said coldly. He raised his head slowly. 100 years is one turn here? Then we're not rushed? The masked figure nodded. That's right. You could even spend an eternity here, if you wanted to. He realized players vanished from the world for 2 reasons, either by force or by choice. Some left willingly to strengthen others, like the 17th player believing sacrifice could help turn the tide. Others placed their pieces down, abandoning hope, choosing instead to quit the cruel and endless game. Those who stayed feared becoming monsters. But if they fought, there was still a path forward. This forgotten realm, where the discarded wait in silence, earned its name, the leftover world. He stood beside the guide, deep in thought, watching the cosmic board stretch endlessly before them. He sighed and said, I should delay Operation Clock. This won't work as things are now. Looking at the board, he admitted, beating him under equal conditions is completely impossible right now. He glanced at the flaming chessboard. I'll need to bend rules, change things to favor me. To do that, he declared, I must learn everything how the game works, and who the players are. The guide asked calmly, So, you really want all the information? His gaze was unwavering. With a wave of his hand, he summoned the data. That's not too difficult, he said. He frowned slightly. Aren't you being too obedient? Suspicion rose as he watched the guide's attitude. The guide chuckled. I'm just curious how far you'll get. Your failure doesn't affect me anyway. He clenched his fist. So he's protected even if I die, he's fine. That smug bastard. He gasped as energy surged around him, suddenly transported into a space far beyond understanding. He looked ahead, confused. What is this place? A lone structure floated in the dark void. A voice echoed, You may return home once the game ends. That's the official condition. The city he remembered flickered into view. It's not wrong, the voice added with deliberate tone. It's simply a world now part of the game, the guide explained, facing the shifting board. The cloaked figure declared coldly, This world is nothing more than food to feed the game. Yul Choi clenched his fists, eyes narrowing as he whispered, Win or lose, we're always part of it. Frustrated and searching for answers, Yul Choi growled, Who the hell made this nightmare? Who controls everything? He tapped the screen, watched it load, searching. Result? Dragon King. Krishna, the name hit like thunder. Across the ruined city, a lone man muttered, The Dragon King of Seed, Krishna. He's returned. Among the corpses, he noticed something unusual. The enemy had taken the form of a registered player. His eyes narrowed with realization. This meant the invader had a terrifying power, one he'd never seen. He can steal a player's position, he muttered. He doesn't just kill. He replaces them entirely. The cloaked man stood victorious. A system message appeared. You have cleared the mission. New text followed. You obtained pays from the slain player. Decide how to assign pays 42 to 44. The city trembled as energy surged. Cracks formed in reality. Something powerful was being broken apart deliberately. A system alert appeared. Dismantle successful. Pawns used to enhance and repair user systems with extracted resources. The enhancements activated instantly. A golden gauntlet pulsed with new strength, reshaping the city around its wielder. He searched for Pawn 08, fingers tapping anxiously, but the system blinked red. You have failed. A final message followed. Pawn 08 is being shielded. Tracking impossible while protected or concealed by force. A bright pulse surged from the tower. The system blinked. The world paused. Something had just shifted. Yul Choi opened his eyes, confused. Did it work? His surroundings felt too real to ignore. He straightened his posture and spoke. Hello everyone, I'm Yul Choi. His voice echoed through the broadcast. Thanks for working hard these past 3 months, he said, as engineers typed rapidly behind him. The city is mostly repaired, one replied. Upgrades are progressing. No major issues since the last check. Yul Choi began his message, hoping people understood the forced broadcast was needed to reach scattered survivors. He explained the game's truth, the player's involvement, and a dangerous plan he had devised himself. The crowd remained silent, All eyes focused on him. Tension filled the room like a wall. He admitted, the plan is risky. Staying here might be safer. No success is guaranteed yet. But I made it for a reason, he added. I'll explain everything. Just stay with me. Yul Choi Choi took a deep breath and declared, I'll start now. The truth behind this game is, the gods assembled above their creation, watching humanity struggle against endless trials, seeking strength within chaos. From the depths, a monstrous force emerged. Its laughter echoed, challenging all hope with absolute despair. The masked figure declared humans' dreams mere illusions. Yul Choi clenched his fists, refusing to accept that fate. Eyes unwavering, Yul Choi confronted him. Perfection isn't necessary. Imperfection drives us forward despite countless painful failures. The masked figure turned away. If gods had hands, they'd understand creation's burden and why they fail. The masked figure spread his arms wide. Imperfection binds humanity together, creating bonds impossible in perfection. He continued coldly. This universe-spanning game always searches for a planet filled with intellectual life ripe for harvesting. Humanity stood unaware. Their emotions, their souls, even their bodies, all calculated resources for the predators above. To improve this harvest, the gods manipulated events. Through trials, suffering, and chaos, humanity's value steadily increased. Yul Choi's voice broke the silence. Why make it a game? The figure answered, it perfectly measures survival outcomes. The masked figure explained, games extract hidden potential, forcing intellectual life to surpass ordinary emotional limitations. Yul Choi watched quietly. In the end, surviving this cruel system just makes humanity stronger prey, correct? With a cold smile, the figure nodded. Once perfected, they seek new civilizations, continuing this endless cycle. Raising his hand, the masked figure declared, this endless consumption, manipulation, and growth, that's the true identity of game. Back in reality, confusion dawned. She stammered nervously. Wait, so we're just experimental entertainment? She imagined absurdly. Are we suffering just to become targets for some cosmic predator's endless hunger? Confused expressions followed. Yul Choi clarified, even if we win, Earth's fate remains disassembled and turned into maps. He continued grimly. Those surviving will become monsters, forced to attack other civilizations, continuing this cruel, endless cycle. Across the streets, people gathered, their uncertain faces reflecting the terrifying future hidden behind cosmic curtains. A lone voice broke the silence. Then what do the players even fight for in this game? The masked figure stepped forward. I will explain. Players possess unique authority within this universe's grand design. They awaken abilities, surpass limitations, and gather enough power to disrupt the balance imposed by the game. These powers aren't accidents. The game assigns each player a role necessary to maintain its complex system. A player's role is to endure challenges, influence the game's course, and elevate the overall harvest quality. Hearing this, the girl sighed heavily. Great, so we're unpaid interns. Inside a cosmic corporate nightmare? Yul Choi exhaled sharply. We'll flip the rules. Instead of being prey, we'll consume the entire game itself. Shocked reactions spread. That's how we'll restore Earth and free every captured world trapped inside this nightmare. Yul Choi's eyes hardened. This is my final plan, completely dismantling the game system from within, permanently. His words left the crowd speechless. Determination burned brighter than ever amidst their silent, hopeful anticipation. Yul Choi walked forward alone. Before a predator, only two choices remained: flee endlessly, or devour it completely. Nature's law echoed, coexist peacefully with predators, or fight fiercely against overwhelming, inevitable extinction. Yul Choi lowered his gaze. I've already chosen. Coexistence means surrender, and I refuse to become prey. With determination, he leapt into battle. I'm too angry to sit quietly and accept their control. He tightened his grip. Now it's your turn. Decide, will you kneel before them or stand tall? The tower loomed ahead, a symbol of defiance. Together, humanity would decide their fate right here, today. Among whispers, people clung to safety, uncertain whether to embrace resistance or remain hidden, endlessly hunted. A tattered wanted poster blew past. Or will you stay abandoned, surviving as nothing but hunted prey? The night sky fell silent. Stars offered no answers, only the weight of the looming silent question. Yul Choi broke the quiet. I have a question. His voice carried through the still night air. Facing the masked figure directly, he asked, You were a player before, weren't you? Silence confirmed everything. The masked figure admitted, I was a player, but I chose something different, something far more dangerous. Raising his hand toward the sky, he continued, I sought power beyond this system's meaningless victory conditions. His voice turned cold. What I wanted was simple, absolute freedom, unconcerned with this twisted, endless game. He looked toward the horizon. Regardless, we now share one goal: destroying this oppressive game, no matter what. Together, they stood under the quiet sky. For now, uneasy allies, but united against a greater enemy. Morning arrived, the sun rising quietly over a world still holding its breath before the coming storm. Abandoned streets remained eerily silent. The remnants of civilization stood still, waiting for inevitable conflict to erupt. A gust swept through empty alleyways, scattering debris, silent witnesses to the fragile peace barely holding together. Above it all, the tower stood tall, its crimson beacon pulsed ominously, signaling the game's presence. On watch, a soldier reported calmly. "No problems yet, but that won't last. This quiet feels wrong." The preparations continued. "We've completed the flame pillar's core alignment. Resonance across the area remains completely stable." Outside, citizens trained fiercely. Each confrontation pushed them closer to becoming stronger, more capable in this war. "Many still hesitate," the soldier admitted. "They can't decide whether fighting is worth risking everything they have left." Yul Choi reflected. "They've already seen absolute power firsthand. That fear won't fade quickly, but they'll understand soon." Determined, Yul Choi turned away. "For now, let's focus on nurturing their abilities. Fear fades once strength is found." Yul Choi smiled. "We'll argue later, but for now, reaching that goalpost comes before everything else." One man sighed, glancing away. "And if we're forced to fight eventually, well, that's a different problem." Laughing, another added, "Forget it, I can't beat Yun anyway. Guess I'm depending on you guys." Laughter broke out across the camp. Despite fear and uncertainty, a fragile sense of hope quietly returned. Far above them, the masked figure gazed at the endless sky. The final battle was approaching. The masked figure narrowed his eyes. "How strange. This unease shouldn't exist. I've seen everything before. Even facing a divine-level threat again, I shouldn't feel concerned about the next great crisis." He stood quietly, but I wonder why this time feels different. Something unpredictable is approaching fast. From the sky, unfamiliar forces arrived. Their purpose remained hidden, yet their movements disturbed the balance. Hooded figures watched silently from the shadows. Whatever was coming, they would either embrace it or perish. Dark forces gathered near the fortress. Their eyes burned coldly, ready to crush all who resisted today. A lone figure stood atop the grand structure. He watched silently, prepared for what would unfold. "So, it really was a trap," he muttered under his breath, tightening his grip on his sword. Calculating everything carefully, he realized this battlefield wasn't random. Krasina planned every outcome down to each soldier's breath. His expression darkened. "Krasina found those errors in our plan, and now he's using them against us." Energy flared around him. Calculations raced through his mind, eyes locked firmly on the distant core. If you combine specific items and skills perfectly, with absolute timing, even this imbalance becomes controllable. He launched forward without hesitation, cutting through barriers designed to stop anything less than perfection. With flawless precision, he activated the device. A single moment now decided the fate of everything. The ancient mechanism rumbled. A soft glow appeared, small at first, then expanded, signaling the critical sequence had begun. Golden claws tightened as raw power surged through him. The transformation had begun, unstoppable and absolute. "So, is this it?" he asked quietly, staring at the glowing horizon shaped by his rising power. The position of a player, he clenched his golden fist, feeling the oppressive weight of responsibility settle. A faint, knowing smile formed. "How familiar," he whispered, remembering the first time destiny placed him here. The golden hand lunged from the void, aiming to crush the lone figure standing beneath it. He dropped through the light, dagger drawn, his focus locked on the core of the golden weapon. The blade pierced the giant hand's center, releasing a shockwave as cracks spread through glowing armor. With cold eyes, he observed the damage, purple energy swirling as the giant's power began to wane. He muttered, "I see. That's what limits higher entities." His eye pulsed, storing the crucial knowledge. The strike triggered a deep reaction in the system, revealing an embedded mechanism beneath the surface layer. A circular interface emerged from the ground, signaling the true structure and nature of the ongoing game. He analyzed the interface, recognizing its core. This wasn't an enemy, but a selector in disguise. Above the board sat a candidate, designed to be chosen, another unit shaped by the same system. The system awaited input. Selection was mandatory. No escape existed, only advancement through predetermined paths and cold decisions. He launched upward at full speed, aiming to intercept the divine construct before it could fully activate. A surge of light erupted from the core, triggering a counter-reaction in the golden construct's limbs. He hovered midair, observing the golden being's response, questioning if this spectacle was truly his intended answer. Suddenly, the golden body began to shatter, its framework collapsing under unseen pressure from internal contradictions. As fragments drifted, the construct looked forward silent, unmoving, aware that defeat had come without understanding why. As the red cube descended, he silently watched, recognizing it as a signal from the system. He braced himself. The cube's energy pulsed, his role was changing, and the rules were shifting again. The light engulfed him completely. The system had accepted his potential, reassigning him as a formal player. His presence vanished from the celestial field. A new scene emerged, earthly, green, quiet, a reset point. On a grassy hill, another player appeared. Armed, smiling, he awaited the new participant's arrival to begin. The red-haired man scanned the horizon. He sensed the timeline shift and prepared to act accordingly. Nearby, another player's body glowed violently. Corrupted energy surged from his chest, destabilizing the field around him. The clock ticked backward. Regression initiated. The red-haired man locked eyes, remembering everything from his past loops. He confirmed this was his fourth regression. Time and memory reset, but his body remained the same. Above the city, a broadcast began. A voice commanded, "Evacuate all citizens immediately." This isn't a drill. The structure rose into view. Preserved architecture stood as a tactical advantage, unchanged despite temporal cycles. Yule confirmed the design choice served morale. Familiar buildings made citizens more willing to defend territory. Despite appearances, internal systems had evolved. Time moved differently, yet outside forces continued pressing in constantly. They calculated turns. 20 years spent meant 2 rotations lost. Staying longer risked permanent regression penalties. Still, Yule agreed. One more cycle would solidify their gains worth the cost if executed correctly. A bright beam struck from above, signaling the start of the next divine phase within the system. The sacred gate opened slowly. Another round was beginning. New orders were ready for the remaining players. A message appeared. New turn begins. Throw the dice. The game's tempo resumed without delay or mercy. Multiple skill options appeared on screen. Each dice outcome dictated a movement type and strategic limitation. This round, dice tumbled across the city grid, their final position determining which sectors would activate or collapse. Yule received his new mission, defend territory while managing internal risk from system errors and player conflict. The city trembled beneath him. Sector rotation had begun. He needed to reorganize zones before corruption spread. The objective appeared: secure the flag and complete the alignment task before the countdown reaches 0. Victory would be granted to the first team raising the flag after successful city synchronization protocols. With a system alert, structures shifted. The synchronization phase had started. Everyone had to move immediately. Massive stone pillars began shifting upward, releasing energy as the city entered its synchronized transformation phase. Officials watched from the center. One confirmed activation, while another noted the ancient systems weren't malfunctioning. The mayor smiled. Their outdated defense style would confuse attackers unfamiliar with old-world architectural defense mechanisms. Confident, she claimed even top-ranked players wouldn't predict their opening strike, which remained hidden beneath city towers. Suddenly, the main cannon fired from underground. Launching a powerful blast straight toward the incoming threat, the central tower launched a pulse upward, initiating its defense system's response to incoming external pressure. An immense explosion followed. The blast radius extended outward, meant to neutralize threats before city contact. The aftermath left heavy mist. The air was quiet, only residual shockwaves moved through the remaining fog. Through the haze, a lone figure laughed. The attack didn't reach him. He remained completely untouched. He explained calmly. Every building had been rebuilt with superior materials. The city wouldn't fall easily. Wind passed through the treetops as their leader mocked the enemy. The cannon hadn't left damage. A unique rifle locked into place. The enemy prepared to deploy specialized ammunition for adaptive tactical scenarios. Displayed on screen, K2 Prospero Falcon, a custom rifle modified for elemental and mechanical battlefield adaptability. The unit commander announced their innovation heroic gear now locally engineered. Enemy weapons were reverse engineered and dismantled. Back at base, civilians joined the scene. Leadership was preparing a final defense plan involving everyone. A screech echoed overhead. Townspeople looked up, spotting dark silhouettes descending quickly through the sky. Yule explained calmly. The triggered mission activated a multi-target aerial threat known only to high-level players. Above, a swarm of Emperor Griffins arrived, each connected to a newly unlocked treasure hunt objective. One Griffin dived straight toward a bystander, claws out, eyes glowing. Chaos erupted as civilians panicked. The man barely stood as another Griffin circled. The city had entered an entirely new phase. Tension grew in the crowd as a figure approached, hinting at an unexpected escalation from within. He warned them all defending the city was pointless. Their mistake was underestimating his hidden backup strategy. From above, his player descended in a burst of corrupted energy. Prepared to unleash large-scale destruction, A fiery explosion followed, signaling the arrival of a demonic class entity now activated for hostile takeover. Elsewhere, spectators watched casually, mocking the situation. For them, this was still just a spectator sport. Yul activated his aura, preparing to test a newly acquired ability obtained during the last system shift. His ally nodded, aware of the change. They would need speed and precision for the next phase. Together, they launched forward. Time constraints tightened, each second lost could forfeit their claim to key objectives. The demon smirked. Yul referenced the tactic, casually calling it a speed run within this structured system layer. As they moved, towers reset in white light map tiles now refreshed, signaling the next stage's arrival. A system notice triggered. The momentum dice were ordered to be thrown again by protocol, and the golden cube spun mid-air, its outcome set to decide the next global event effect. Massive grid lines began to shift. The environment warped slightly, terrain and cityscape responded to the dice's roll. A golden figure tapped into the system, confirming its activation rights for this cycle's chosen result. With radiant force, the construct awakened. This entity would carry out the dice result without delay. The golden construct loomed above, fully awakened, its core locked onto a single player's signature energy. Descending with pressure, the armored figure emerged. The summoned force had completed synchronization with the battlefield. He rose slowly, fully merged with the system's enhancement protocol. The battle had entered its final threshold. A distant light blinked into view. He sensed his target, a path open just for him. With the construct stabilizing around him, he stood quietly, ready to act before the window closed. The system displayed its final screen. The game was over. One player had reached the end. 6 turns passed. Players continued expanding across the abandoned world, adapting new strategies as terrain kept shifting. By turn 13, battles intensified. Dice determined chaos. Bombings reshaped regions, forcing survivors into hardened defenses. On turn 25, the focus changed. Players began constructing infrastructure to influence dice outcomes directly. 31 turns in, the key players aligned their resources, preparing a coordinated effort for system domination. By turn 70, exhaustion set in. The long war left few standing, as alliances began to dissolve. With their final move, the last mechanism activated, triggering the system to register the completed sequence. The board trembled. A notice appeared, confirming a major milestone. The player had reached the summit. Lights pulsed across the system. The announcement followed. You are the first player to reach final stage. The tower locked into place. The gateway to the endgame opened as the sky brightened. He exhaled, calm and certain. The game had rules, and he played by every one of them. The final mission was revealed, a tower with multiple floors, each floor harder than the last. To win, players had to clear every level and reach the summit without failing the trials. Their decision was bold, not just to complete the game, but to dismantle the system entirely. The dice spun again, but stakes had changed. One roll could accelerate success or invite failure. Progression now required multiple rolls. One bad outcome could reset momentum, wasting efforts and positioning advantage. They celebrated rolling a 4 until they realized it only brought them to the next floor's edge. The system triggered, warping the floor's layout. Movement redirected, sending them toward an unplanned and dangerous path. Frustrated, one yelled. The misroll wasn't just unlucky, it placed them on a forbidden combat square. The map trembled. A sealed chamber cracked open. The battlefield for a boss-class encounter was forming. System notice confirmed it. Kumhaba, Demon Lord of the Ultimate Fist, had entered in final form. The Demon Lord Kumhaba emerged fully. Surrounded by energy spheres, his presence distorted the battlefield with pressure. Suddenly, a player descended in a beam of blue light, interrupting the boss's dramatic entrance sequence. Kumhaba questioned the intrusion, annoyed yet intrigued. Someone had entered his domain without hesitation. He grinned wide, amused. This challenger wasn't average, it was a fight he might finally enjoy. The player responded calmly. He needed to end this quickly, other missions still waited beyond this floor. The Demon Lord staggered, confused. He hadn't expected such strength from a unit labeled as Guardian class. A new figure dropped into the arena, his aura sharp, his blade already drawn in silence. With lightning arcs, he answered. 3 centuries of sword training alone had brought him to god tier. System message confirmed. Jack, the demigod of the blade, was now an active boss-class ally. The main players realized the rules had shifted, movement cards were disabled. Emotions would now drive progress. Amid the mechanical wreckage, players regrouped. One apologized, unsure how that device triggered without command input. System alert chimed. A new turn had begun. Command to roll the dice was officially issued. Dice mechanism slid into place. The gears ground with tension, setting the stage for another random result. The demon calmly prepared his throw, focusing his mana into the cube to control potential outcomes. The cube landed heavily, a high roll. Its result would push them one step closer to completion. He carefully held the dice. With a deep breath, he committed to the next critical throw. The dice landed firmly. The platform lit up, signaling successful advancement to the tower's second floor. They confirmed their new position. Progress had been slow, but they had finally broken past floor 1. Suddenly, tension returned. The system warned them their momentum advantage had officially come to an end. Their lead was gone. Other players had caught up using calculated cheats, already several turns ahead. They both turned suddenly, sensing an unfamiliar shift. Something about the opposing side had just changed. A silhouette emerged in radiant gold armor. Its arrival sent ripples across the battlefield's active systems. One of them observed closely. "Their player has changed," he muttered, eyes narrowing in concern. From atop the next tower, a new challenger gazed back, his presence steady, his expression unreadable. They confirmed the truth. The opponent now shared the same divine source of power they used. He stared ahead, his red eyes glowing. The battlefield was changing, and not in his favor. The player realized even a new unit could awaken divine resonance. That possibility shifted everything forward. His teammates reacted instantly. The turn had officially started, and a dice throw was now required. He acknowledged the new player's growth, but remained composed. They still had the tempo advantage. With confidence, he rolled. The dice lit the board. His momentum would not be broken easily. The dice glowed mid-air as armies gathered. This roll would determine which faction advanced first today. It landed on 6, triggering a rare, full advance protocol. Everyone stared, unsure if it was manipulated. Doubt lingered. Could this outcome really be random? The enemy player held every advantage already. Then, a thought struck. Maybe the system itself could be leveraged. Through a calculated reverse prediction. He smiled faintly. If they played their remaining resources well, this improbable opening might actually succeed. Red pillars launched skyward, activating a high-level defense system hidden within the tower's ancient framework. The enemy emerged instantly, its body surrounded by crimson energy, primed to intercept all incoming threats. One player dashed forward, energy bursting from his back, intent on striking before lockdown completed. The creature's eye pulsed, commanding the system to freeze movement and halt enemy advances mid-flight. But it was too late. The blade had already pierced its core before the command resolved. The creature's body twisted violently, reacting to the strike. Internal corruption spread across its exposed organs. Tentacles erupted outward, flailing uncontrollably. It attempted regeneration, but structural instability had already begun. Golden arms pierced the creature's defenses, slicing through limbs with swift, clean movements from a relentless assault. The final blow landed. Light shot skyward, signaling a confirmed kill and full system disengagement. Watching from afar, they questioned the strategy. Even they weren't sure what outcome had just been triggered. He landed silently, the wind settling around him. The battle was over, but something remained unresolved. Suddenly, system icons flickered red. Notifications began to stack. Data recognized the outcome as personally significant. He froze for a moment, then narrowed his eyes. Someone familiar had just triggered the system. With a calm expression, he whispered reassurance to himself, knowing exactly what this next phase meant. And because deep down, he believed one thing firmly: my brother can never beat me. The board lit up. A path previously unreachable had just opened. Someone had accelerated far ahead. A beam marked new tower entry. The pace was unnatural, and it wasn't their team moving. From another side, a stunned rival observed the sudden progress. The enemy team had fully advanced. They wondered if manipulation was involved, but the elder player shook his head. It couldn't be hacked. He clarified coldly cheating was impossible for regular players, meaning something greater had intervened. A system prompt appeared: war without borders. Victory condition: eliminate every single enemy unit alive. The twist followed. Units had 1 hour to switch sides voluntarily before full-scale conflict was initiated. She questioned the logic. Why defect now? The opposing city was feared more than respected. Citizens spoke up. Loyalty was high. They had pushed too far together to abandon one another now. Still, her instincts flared. Something unexpected had just been triggered. Too quiet for this moment in war. Hyun Choi appeared on screen, eyes steady. The system had broadcast his identity across every remaining city. He addressed City 8 directly. Give up? His tone was calm, but the meaning cut deep. A rival general scoffed, confused by the bold message. It sounded more like dismissal than intimidation. Hyun clarified his stance. The fight wasn't worth his effort anymore, not because of fear, but dominance. Then he reminded them all, as a unit, he was unbeatable now. As a player, untouchable. Crowds stirred uneasily. Rumors of defection spread fast, as people debated loyalty versus long-term survival. Hyun's message was clear: switch sides now, or lose all earned power when the war escalates. He warned them coldly: ignore judgment. No critic would live long enough to affect the outcome. The system confirmed the mission had begun. Players had 1 hour to choose between City 8 or 99. His eyes glowed red with resolve. The silence broke. Something irreversible was about to begin now. The others watched, frozen in shock. They sensed he'd made a decision that would change everything. Without hesitation, he tapped the screen City 99. His choice would decide thousands of fates at once. Alarms blared across the city. Lights blinked wildly. Every rooftop activated as systems recognized his input. A notice confirmed it. All citizens had chosen. He stood alone, chosen as City 99's champion. His eyes glowed red with resolve. The silence broke. Something irreversible was about to begin now. Now, the others watched, frozen in shock. They sensed he'd made a decision that would change everything. Without hesitation, he tapped the screen City 99. His choice would decide thousands of fates at once. Alarms blared across the city. Lights blinked wildly. Every rooftop activated as systems recognized his input. A notice confirmed it. All citizens had chosen. He stood alone, chosen as City 99's champion. Armored soldiers on winged beasts flew overhead. Reinforcements had arrived to enforce order within the awakened sectors. They landed before the gathered crowd, ready to act. None doubted their duty to finish everything. He remained calm, gaze steady. He knew the enemy wouldn't wait for him to catch up. The system issued its final warning. The test mission would begin in 10 seconds without delay. A masked fighter emerged, stepping forward confidently. He smiled coldly. "Looks like I'll be starting with you." A squad of masked elites marched in perfect sync. Their presence marked the beginning of confrontation. The masked commander advanced calmly, weaving between soldiers, scanning ahead for any movement worth reacting to swiftly. The system counted down 7, 6. Time pushed forward. Hesitation now would only invite certain loss. From above, airborne troops descended fast. Their leader ignited energy midair, signaling attack had now officially started. He stepped forward alone, quiet and unwavering. He knew this battle would shape everything from here. The armored warrior advanced alone, his steps loud. His arrival meant the true challenge had finally arrived. He launched forward, drawing his blade midair, no hesitation. His intent was to strike first and end fast. The system confirmed what everyone feared. The last mission had officially begun. No more time remained. Their weapons clashed violently. Sparks flew as he blocked. Pushed back hard by incredible force and precision, the battlefield exploded with strikes blades, energy, chaos. He fought through the storm, focused only on surviving forward. He met the masked warrior's charge head-on. Their blades struck, sending shockwaves across the steel platform. The enemy twisted swiftly, disarming he in one motion. His sword slipped away before he could recover. He reacted instantly, igniting flame through his palm, forcing the attacker back with a close-range blast. He flipped backward, surrounded by red energy blades. His stance was unreadable, but his pressure increased suddenly. His eyes widened. He recognized the technique too late. The next attack would be nothing like before. A massive energy blast erupted, launching he into the air before slamming him into frozen ground. He gritted his teeth and countered, unleashing a flaming punch that scorched the sky in return. The explosion shook the arena. Fire and ice collided violently, engulfing the battlefield in destructive force. He stood amid the aftermath, sword drawn, body scorched, but his spirit steady and fully awakened. Eyes glowing blue, he released a powerful surge of aura ready to end this fight completely. A strange energy rippled through the battlefield, signaling the activation of something hidden and immensely powerful. He recognized the sudden shift in pressure. His opponent's strength wasn't natural, it had been suppressed intentionally. The warrior released his limiter. Armor reformed around him, declaring full readiness to fight without holding back. System scans failed. The armor named Ragnarok triggered an error. Its abilities and origin were completely unregistered. He launched forward, understanding this wasn't just survival. It was now about defeating something beyond calculated rules. The enemy surged forward with immense force, creating a shockwave that tore across the platform. Instantly, he calmly observed the shift in movement. His opponent was enhancing speed through amplified physical conditioning. Despite missing, the first charge revealed intention testing his reflexes before launching a more calculated strike. Next, he adapted quickly, tracking movements and adjusting stance. Predicting attacks was now key to countering speed, but he knew the danger hadn't peaked. This speed boost was only one phase of escalation. The masked warrior smirked, confident. His physical boost had failed, but his next plan was prepared. Dark clouds gathered fast as energy pulsed from above. The sky trembled with magic ready to burst. A system notification appeared: Umbrella of Unsa, an epic staff that manipulates storm clouds by user level. The clouds expanded, lightning surging. Soldiers beneath dashed forward, responding to the sudden change in battlefield conditions. Staff raised high, the caster smiled. With a single word, he began channeling the storm's wrath. The Stormcaster activated his ability, creating wind barriers infused with lightning to secure City Number 89's border. He issued a command. The zone was now sealed, no entry permitted under any circumstance or force. Whirlwinds rose, compressing energy into violent tornadoes. This wasn't simple weather. It was an organized battlefield lockdown strategy. The move Storm and Thunder began, a combined effect utilizing both enhanced magic and reinforced territorial restriction. Inside the storm's radius, aerial units clashed mid-air. Lightning struck around them, but combat continued relentlessly. A flame-wielding warrior entered the battlefield, unleashing blazing strikes that scorched everything in his direct path. He twisted mid-air, creating a spiral of fire, launching downward to incinerate advancing enemies from above. With sharp eyes and curved horns, his form revealed a hybrid combatant combining beast and elemental traits. He charged at full speed, aiming to break the front line before reinforcements could intercept his movement. Swords spun around him, deflecting attacks. He clashed violently with enemy units, sending bodies flying through flames. The flame warrior stood firm, radiating heat, his strikes carving a path through wave after wave. He narrowed his eyes, realizing resistance had intensified. An elite enemy unit had entered the battle. System alert, Ice Spear of Dragon slaying, a weapon specifically designed to counter dragon-type targets. The wielder moved forward with purpose. His spear dealt bonus damage against draconic energy in hybrid forms. As the sky tore open, his unit deployed. Reinforcements landed behind enemy lines without warning. A new unit revealed its weapon, the Sword of Huaneng, glowing with ancient energy among masked troops. Commanders assessed the battlefield calmly. Magical tools might fail, but their strategy depended on more than artifacts. Their predictions were accurate. Power alone wasn't enough, precision and coordination mattered more in this evolving clash. They chose a direct response. If magic failed, brute strength and numbers would overwhelm the enemy instead. Explosions erupted mid-air. Both sides unleashed raw force as ranged and melee combat blended into chaotic war. Amid clashing blades, he shouted urgently. Their goal wasn't survival, it was to destroy the entire game. He pleaded mid-battle. Their fight was secondary, the system itself had to be dismantled from within. But the enemy commander recognized the tactic. His persistence was a delay, not the actual threat. They realized too late he was bait. The real operative had already moved into critical position. Far away, another figure watched calmly. Unnoticed until now, she carried the power to end everything. He raised his sword skyward, channeling energy. The atmosphere cracked under the weight of charged force. His opponent dashed forward, anxious but defiant, rushing to close the gap before the release hit. He unleashed a blast from above, sending crimson energy ripping through the battlefield in a straight line. Caught in the explosion, the enemy struggled to stay upright. Forced to acknowledge the spell's unexpected strength, a new figure stepped forward through the smoke, intrigued. The attack had triggered his direct involvement. He charged forward, red sigils flashing across his body. The Berserk state had fully taken hold. System classified it. Berserk. A rampage mode sacrificing logic, forcing uncontrolled attacks against allies and enemies alike. His breathing quickened. Ragnarok amplified the skill, pushing its effect beyond normal limits, dangerously hard to restrain. Even aware of its risks, he continued. The power came at a cost, loss of clarity. His body mutated under strain. With a deafening roar, he fully surrendered to unstoppable, unfiltered aggression. He stood still for a moment, red energy swirling violently. His final transformation was now complete. Without warning, he lunged forward. Berserk strength fused with Ragnarok, crashing into his opponent midair with force. The strike landed. Their weapons clashed, sending out a pulse that shook the surrounding battlefield instantly. His monstrous form bared fangs. The energy inside him expanded rapidly, preparing to erupt from within. The impact detonated. At the center, he vanished in light, everything around him drawn into the blast. Tremors rocked the ground. Soldiers steadied themselves as a deep rumble echoed beneath their armored feet. Their commander remained calm. With eyes forward, he confirmed it aloud, this was the beginning of the end. He watched the horizon. The pressure in the air had changed. The battle's final phase had begun. A scout raised alarm, multiple hostiles were approaching fast. Everyone rushed to defensive positions without hesitation. Galloping enemies appeared from the shadows. Mounted, masked, and armed, they closed in with lethal precision. The commander issued the order. Beam artillery was now active and targeted toward incoming enemy cavalry. Operators confirmed coordinates. Target zones were locked precisely to avoid collateral damage near civilian defense lines. Cannons powered up, glowing blue. Energy stones were loaded, converting magic into focused long-range firepower. At full charge, units launched. Multiple shots arced through the sky in synchronized precision across sectors. Explosions blanketed the battlefield. Enemy forces were engulfed in cascading light, shattered by overwhelming artillery strength. A fleet of bombers soared overhead. Their shadows signaled the second wave of the operation beginning. Command issued orders: prepare and release thunder bombs, specialized payloads designed to disable magical barriers on impact. Scouts alerted the command tower. Enemy air units were fast approaching from the northern mountain flank. Multiple flyers closed in at high speed. The bombers were vulnerable unless immediate support intercepted them. Allied riders responded quickly. While bombers stayed on course, aerial fighters moved to counter the incoming threat. Allied riders dove into formation, wings spread wide, intercepting enemy bombers before they reached striking distance. Orders echoed through the air: engage. Lightning spells and aerial weapons clashed violently in mid-air combat. From above, a soldier activated a unique skill, summoning a glowing green war mace to descend. The system identified it: Mace of Judgment, a divine strike that targets corruption with holy retaliation force. The weapon slammed into enemy lines. Ground troops scattered as the blast ripped through their front column. System flagged a new item: Digger Grenade, a weapon built by City 008 to collapse terrain instantly. The grenade struck ground and detonated. A massive sinkhole opened, swallowing part of the battlefield whole. The commander analyzed calmly. The enemy had superior weapons and terrain control, built for large-scale disruption. He acknowledged their strategy. Years of planning and technology had made this force extremely hard to counter. Massed enemies leapt down through the smoke. Despite terrain loss, they kept pressure on without hesitation. An elite unit activated a divine-class skill, Wings of Energy, flaring out with blinding precision. Their goal wasn't victory. They had never intended to defeat the enemy, just to trigger destruction. With a roar, the battlefield erupted. Explosions tore across terrain, removing entire formations in one blast. The sky dimmed as smoke spread. Visibility dropped. The battlefield was thrown into sudden silence and chaos. Shockwaves struck the ground repeatedly. One warrior remained at the epicenter, unleashing devastation with no retreat. He struck with brute force, landing a blow without using skills, relying only on physical instinct. His opponent realized too late. He abandoned all technique. He attacked blindly, driven by pure rage alone. Weapons collided again. The enemy tried to maintain structure, but the relentless barrage disrupted his defense. Suddenly something triggered. The enemy flinched as light burst beside him, catching him off guard completely. He vanished. A teleportation skill activated mid-combat, shifting the battlefield and leaving the enemy disoriented below. He stood within a glowing circle, holding the cube. Power surged through him without hesitation. He warned the enemy. Strength alone wasn't enough. Controlling the board required connection to the system. Rage responded instantly. The opposing warrior entered a full energy state, burning red with pure destructive intent. He released a surge aimed at the cube's activation point, trying to destroy his access completely. But the system held. As light consumed the area, he remained standing. His control had already begun. The enemy's power reached its peak. Flames surrounded his body as his form twisted with rage. High above, the cube remained active. He maintained control of the system interface without interruption. System activated Aegis Shield, a defensive artifact that reflects all physical damage but fails under magic stress. He held his position, calm. The shield shimmered into place just as the attacker blinked in. The attacker struck violently, but energy deflected. The backlash injured him instead, forcing a staggered retreat. The enemy screamed, enraged by failure. His energy surged wildly, spiraling out of control in desperation. He stood firm. He questioned the purpose behind such reckless power. It clearly wouldn't change the outcome. Without warning, the enemy launched a piercing strike aimed directly at his core with deadly precision. The impact exploded violently. Flames engulfed the area. It looked like he had been completely hit, but he remained untouched. A magic decoy had absorbed the hit. His real body was elsewhere, unharmed. The enemy's expression shifted. He realized too late the last attack hadn't come from he. He had no spellcasters left. No allied unit should have been capable of magical interference. Yet magic surged around him. He ascended mid-air, energy wrapping tightly, prepared for something irreversible. The explosion hit hard. Ice bloomed outward, shattering terrain, freezing the point of impact instantly upon contact. From within the fractured ground, a figure emerged unseen until now. A new ally had joined. The corrupted warrior launched forward again, spinning wildly, his momentum building for a high-impact closing strike, but the new mage blocked him mid-charge, deflecting his power with a wave of freezing force. System identified the gear: Manhwa Mac Lear, divine equipment of the sea god's guardian, and Seer. Its secondary function revealed. The wearer could see through all illusions and active spell patterns. His appearance stunned everyone. This wasn't just a reinforcement, but a Seer-class combatant. A game-changer had arrived. His eyes narrowed as he pieced it together. His opponent had activated the forbidden spell, Soar. The spell detaches one's soul from their body, allowing external manipulation while the body stands dormant. But in combat, the spell is dangerous. Without its soul, the body becomes fully exposed. To counter that weakness, Berserk mode was used, letting the body rage freely while the soul cast magic. He smiled slightly, impressed. "You never disappoint me," he said, acknowledging the clever, reckless dual-state strategy. He kept his tone calm. He questioned why someone so powerful would resist ending the game. The enemy returned the question, demanding to know why he sought to shut it down permanently. He explained the truth. The missions didn't only affect this world, they altered events back on Earth. Each match rewrote real lives. Innocent people were being erased without memory, warning, or second chance. He recalled the wreckage, bodies collapsed, blood on pavement. The cost of every game was horrifyingly real. Then, he assured the officer everything was fine, hiding the unease brewing quietly in his chest. He reunited with friends outside the cafe, exchanging short updates, none aware of what loomed above. Without warning, Yule turned serious. "Let's get back to Yun," he said, urgency creeping into his voice. A brilliant light surged from the sky, freezing everyone as a massive rift tore the air open. From within the glowing rift, a monstrous creature screeched, red eyes blazing, charging toward the stunned crowd. The monsters crashed down violently, tearing through buildings. Yule shielded her, barely dodging the bloodthirsty attack. Clutching her tightly, Yule summoned power. A glowing orb appeared in his hand, pulsing with hidden potential. A radiant staff materialized midair, shimmering gold. The Ankh of Resurrection had responded to his desperate call. The staff's details floated before them. Its single-use ability could heal all afflictions, but would then vanish forever. Without hesitation, Yule activated the staff. A surge of wind followed, and her wounds began to heal. A new group emerged, armed and tense. Their eyes scanned the chaos, prepared for hostile contact. Before they could react, a creature lunged. Its claws ripped into one man's back with brutal force. Yule turned, raising his weapon. Behind him, she clutched the glowing staff tightly, shielding it protectively. Far away, the rooftop stood silent. A blood trail stretched across the floor, leading to a door. The trail curved around the corner, thick and fresh. Whatever happened there had occurred very recently. She struggled to breathe, clutching her wound. Blood soaked her shirt, and pain dulled her vision. Yule stepped forward, eyes steady. He held the glowing Ankh tightly, its purpose now clear to him. Without speaking, he extended the artifact. Blood from his palm dripped onto it as light began pulsing. Their eyes locked, hers full of fear, his full of resolve. Time paused between that silent exchange. Though wounded and exhausted, they nodded together. Whatever came next, they had made their choice. A sudden flash burst from the rooftop. The sky cracked open, light swallowing the surrounding darkness. God's gambit had begun. A system reset, marking a new phase of the divine challenge. Energy surged around them. A beast's claw charged, but a barrier of light intercepted the lethal strike. Yule countered instantly, fists glowing. He struck the enemy hard, pushing it back with a deafening blow. A new figure appeared below. With glowing spheres in hand, he prepared to join the battle. The masked warrior intercepted the red beast's strike, grabbing its arm just before the impact landed. A massive explosion erupted, shockwaves blasting outward. The attack had been redirected into the empty sky. Smoke cleared as the hooded fighter dashed sideways. His stance remained sharp, eyes tracking every motion carefully. Another figure emerged, arms glowing with red spheres. He studied the clash, voice calm but calculating. He admitted the last move was difficult, but with proper timing, it could still be countered precisely. The explosion rained down across the battlefield. A figure watched calmly, speaking of sacrifices and game pieces. He reminded himself they weren't just pawns, they were people, not expendable tools to be discarded carelessly. The world always favored the strong. That rule held true both on Earth and in this game. To him, being remembered as a powerful piece was better than living quietly as a nobody. Surrounded by bodies, he stepped forward. Blood pooled beneath him, and a twisted smile began to grow. The captain raised his voice, shouting commands. His fists glowed green, ready to counter any threat. He charged forward, ordering the police guild to protect civilians. Chaos unfolded as enemies clashed with defenders. "Hold the line!" he yelled again. Soldiers formed ranks, bracing themselves against the wave of monsters. A younger officer overstepped formation. The captain pulled him back, reminding him not to act without thinking. Suddenly, a green blast erupted ahead. Smoke and energy swept the field, blinding everyone caught within range. The creature dissolved in green energy. A swift counterattack had landed before it could react or flee. A soldier acknowledged the order. His badge glowed as power surged into him, raising his combat potential. Reinforcements regrouped near the front line. Clanking armor and strained breathing marked the tension hanging in the air. The captain assessed the battle. They weren't losing, but they weren't gaining ground either. Momentum had frozen. Despite appearances, the enemy pushed forward. Each inch lost brought them closer to the tower's sealed gate. The captain stared upward, sensing something shift. A strange presence had entered the battlefield from above. A spiraling wind rose near the tower's edge. In its center, a figure slowly emerged. Krishna unfurled her cloak and stepped forward. Her voice carried calmly, fingers glowing with focused magical intent. Crimson light cracked through her hand. She declared it boldly. This final move would complete her long plan. Energy surged beneath her feet. As magic built around her form, everything else began to fall silent. A strange presence grinned from the shadows. Its arrival shattered the surrounding magic with an eerie pulse. The sky cracked above the battlefield. Glass-like fragments rained down as Krishna's spell unraveled under sudden force. Amid the chaos, the hooded warrior turned sharply. Something about this interference wasn't part of the game. He remembered Krishna's earlier words. This wasn't about winning. The goal had always been something far more destructive. A massive structure descended from above. Glowing with pink energy, it marked the start of another phase. Cracks spread through the glowing structure. Energy surged wildly, as if something inside was trying to escape. The rumbling intensified. Whatever was inside that block wasn't just powerful, it was unstable and growing stronger. A voice echoed across the battlefield, declaring their intent to destroy the game completely. No survivors. The structure flashed. The hooded fighters stared in disbelief, realizing the entire city had been corrupted. A circular portal formed at the base, humming with raw energy, ready to rewrite everything around it. The portal pulsed rapidly. Someone asked aloud if they were trying to hack into the game system. The energy swirled dangerously. He turned sharply, voice calm. He had anticipated this move from the beginning. Another answered back with determination. He wasn't stopping the hack, he was trying to do it himself. Blades clashed mid-air. Sparks flew as red and blue auras collided, neither side willing to give ground. From the center, one observer whispered, "He broke it," as the game's framework began to distort violently. Blue energy surged around him. His spell activated with precision as his eyes locked on the target. The opponent screamed in pain. A direct hit from the active skill Soul Strike had landed cleanly. Though wounded, the red-haired fighter grinned. He admitted the attack impressed him, just not enough to win. As his form stabilized, power gathered. He had prepared counters in case this exact scenario occurred. With one final breath, he declared his intent. This move would decide everything, his absolute last play. He narrowed his eyes, speaking calmly. The final test wasn't over, his answer would be delivered directly. Blue energy spiraled as his form vanished. Across the field, his opponent readied for the incoming strike. A massive explosion followed. The entire platform shook under the blast force, echoing across the distant skyline. From the smoke, a voice rang out. Always keep it simple, the most devastating moves often were. Far above, a silent figure floated. Watching everything unfold, she began preparing her role in what's next. The hooded warrior whispered a phrase. A hidden spell, his final card activated in radiant golden light. A crown-like aura swirled above. The epic magic skill Long Live the King had been invoked. The ability targeted enemies with lower levels. Its control expanded based on the caster's strength and status. Golden energy wrapped around the strange masked creature. Its limbs stiffened under sudden, overwhelming magical domination. The spell took hold completely. The enemy dropped to the ground, controlled, silenced, and unable to resist further. The enemies froze as light engulfed them. Yun would now control every unit in full manual mode. Floating above the field, Yun emerged in command. His opponent smiled, having forced this final reveal. The masked figure descended from the sky, energy swirling as everyone watched his incredible power awaken. He declared he had finally forced Yun to expose his true abilities before the gathered crowd. Banish shouted this was the moment to prove their strength and crush all foolish opposition forever. His partner turned slowly, glaring back unimpressed, and said nothing was worth more than simple honesty here. He promised to challenge Yun himself, convinced this battle would reveal what truly mattered in existence. He clenched his teeth tightly, remembering the promise he had made long before this cruel fight. In his memory, children laughed together, running through dusty streets without any fear in their hearts. His grip tightened around the glowing blade, determination spreading through every vein in his tense body now. He shouted that no one would ever remove the future he had sworn to protect. With a fierce jump, he thrust his sword forward, aiming straight at the enemy's chest. The blade struck cleanly, forcing the enemy soldier to drop his weapon in shocked silence instantly. More soldiers charged forward, shouting orders not to let him advance any farther into their ranks. Their leader cursed aloud, wondering how a single fighter could drive back an entire trained unit. Hidden panels lit up, displaying strategic data, while he calmly adjusted every move with practiced precision. He launched forward again, energy swirling around his arm as he prepared for the final attack. He struck the ground with force, sending a shockwave that pushed every opponent several steps back quickly. Power gathered around his body, 6 glowing blades forming as his energy reached its highest level. He lunged forward, spinning inside a barrier of light that deflected every incoming attack around him. Breathing heavily, he steadied himself, feeling the strain of using such immense strength all at once. A hidden observer watched silently, studying every detail with sharp eyes, waiting for the perfect opportunity. Explosions tore across the battlefield as enemies crashed into the ground, scattering debris in every direction quickly. She turned sharply, realizing other cities had finally joined this fierce battle without any prior warning signals. Raising her voice, she ordered everyone to switch tactics immediately and launch a strong, coordinated offensive. A warrior clad in blue armor yelled for a counterattack, charging forward with unwavering determination and force. Hidden in the distance, a masked figure observed the chaos calmly, waiting for his moment patiently. He gripped his weapon tightly, activating a hidden skill that only worked under very rare special conditions. The description appeared, explaining the skill would only trigger if he wore Feldrin's entire legendary armor set. A divine figure emerged, granting protection and strength to every single member of his loyal guild. Watching closely, the strategist calculated which abilities remained before deciding whether to engage or retreat immediately afterward. With a fierce cry, he unleashed a red burst of energy, charging straight into the enemy. He surged forward with blazing energy, forcing the enemy captain to stagger back, gritting his teeth painfully. A defender blocked the blasts, but confusion spread as he sensed something unusual hidden in the attack. He had fought this strategist before, but something about the movements felt completely different and more precise. Struggling to stand, he gasped that it was not yet time to surrender or fall. Determined, the strategist raised his fist, declaring they needed to strike harder before hope completely disappeared forever. The ground shook violently as explosions echoed outside, and he stared out at the collapsing cityscape. He slammed his hand on the table, shouting that this was their final chance to win. Commanding loudly, he ordered the magic mechanized golems to advance and crush every enemy without hesitation. Tamed monsters stormed forward, their claws tearing through debris as they followed the orders without question. Summoners chanted quickly, releasing powerful creatures, determined not to leave a single enemy alive in battle. He stood calmly among countless holograms, watching the data streams update every second around his position. His eyes narrowed as he muttered quietly that resisting this strategy was completely pointless and doomed anyway. He explained only someone with absolute authority could attempt to counter a tactic so precisely coordinated. The true difference was his talent, allowing him to control every unit as if it breathed. Outside, explosions rocked the battlefield while enemies fell, unable to withstand the relentless synchronized assault anymore. He dodged each attack with smooth precision, his blades cutting through the air without missing once. Observing calmly, he thought expecting miracles was foolish, and revealed how desperate the enemy had become. The fighter smashed his fists forward, determined to land a decisive blow before losing any momentum. Quietly tapping commands, he watched the scene unfold, confident no move could disrupt his careful strategy. With a final surge, the attacker skidded across the ground, ready to strike with everything left. Yun breathed heavily, feeling his strength drain as the battle dragged on longer than he expected. No one had ever forced Yun to truly reach the absolute limits of his own power. Because of that, he could never predict exactly what might occur when that moment finally arrived. He knew Yun would probably surpass all limits without hesitation if pushed to that final breaking point. Still, he silently hoped Elner would survive to witness the truth hidden behind Yun's last defense. She slammed into the ground, energy crackling around her body as she struggled to stay conscious. Her entire frame trembled, and she felt a deep fear she had never known before today. A swirling current of power gathered, lifting her up while her vision blurred in every direction. He watched carefully, wondering if he could notice that critical moment when her guard finally broke. Others argued loudly, insisting no one would ever see that instant happen with their own eyes. He sat down calmly, suggesting they push Yon and Goi to their limits at once together. Reminding them Yon was stronger than Tian, he insisted it was the only possible winning strategy. After a pause, the leader decided firmly they would focus every effort on stopping Yon alone. He declared the team would handle Goi, driving him back while Yon faced constant pressure. Although doubtful, he knew they were all prepared to attempt something impossible if it meant survival. Energy swirled around him as he prepared to intercept any attack that might come his way. His eyes scanned the data screens, tracking Yon's every move without letting his attention drift away. He reminded himself he must focus fully and observe everything Yon was planning during this battle. He believed his team would create the perfect chance for him to strike decisively at Yon. Resolute, he whispered he was completely sure this plan would succeed if he stayed committed now. He raised his glowing red shield, bracing himself for the impact that was rapidly approaching now. Wings of blue energy unfurled behind him as he gathered strength for a final desperate counter. The swirling magic condensed into a sphere, promising to crush anything standing in its destructive path. A blinding explosion erupted, shaking the entire battlefield as every opponent was thrown back by force. He thought he was ready for a deadly strike, but doubt still lingered in his mind. He stood calmly, listening as his opponent spoke about past failures and the strength he had gained. The man explained he once struggled to face everything alone without any understanding of real teamwork. Now he had learned to look ahead confidently, trusting his allies to share every heavy burden. He accused the enemy of treating people like pawns, never caring about what they had taught him. Wind rushed over the silent battlefield as both sides prepared for the final clash without fear. Energy burned in his hand as he stepped forward, determined to end the fight right now. He warned calmly this was their only chance to defeat him before his power fully returned. Clenching his weapon, he admitted he never planned to kill them all, despite his great anger. With a faint smile, he promised to hold them here while he solved everything himself first. He declared they would talk again after the battle, launching a massive red blast without hesitation. The ancient tome rested open, filled with instructions that could change everything if used without hesitation now. It stated that to create an overlord, 2 strict and dangerous conditions had to be fulfilled. The chosen target needed to fear the caster completely, or trust them more than anyone alive. Blue energy flared as Yun studied the book, ready to act despite every hidden risk involved. He could not predict Yun's actions, but Yul knew one unshakable truth about his rival forever. Yul believed Yun still loved him and the others, despite everything that had happened before. He guessed Yun wanted to use the same cruel methods again to build an ideal world, but a world shaped by one person's vision alone could never truly belong to all humanity. Yul was certain Yun would have to face that truth eventually, no matter how powerful. And lifting the book high, Yul declared the time had come to end this for good. A massive vortex of power expanded outward, tearing through everything with unstoppable force and bright violet light. The swirling energy grew larger, marking the final moment of the battle between Yul and Yun. Inside the storm, Yul stood firm, determined to see this confrontation through to the very end. The violent winds struck the fortress, shaking walls as magical pressure cracked the ground beneath their feet. From the heart of the vortex, a golden creature emerged, shrieking as it joined the clash. Yul stepped forward without hesitation, feeling the weight of every choice he had made until now. A warrior with silver hair turned sharply, sensing Yul's presence and understanding the battle was beginning soon. Wind swept past as the armored commander raised his arm, signaling his soldiers to prepare their formations. Together, they advanced across the open field, their shadows stretching far as tension grew between them all. Every defender braced themselves, knowing this would decide the fate of countless lives on both sides. Above the fortress, a beam of red light struck down, signaling the start of something catastrophic. The swirling vortex expanded quickly, electric arcs snapping through the air as power gathered into a sphere. Yul hovered near the edge, asking if anyone knew who was truly behind this strange gate. He remembered Nashin once claimed he had never seen anything like this happen in the entire game. Perhaps, he thought quietly, this event was a first for everyone watching and fighting here today. Yul stepped cautiously into the darkness, feeling the tension rise as he scanned the quiet space. A sudden flash of white light cut through the gloom, revealing more details than he expected. An inhuman scream erupted as a twisted creature lunged forward, its face contorted with rage and hunger. Yul grimaced and muttered it was a nasty shock seeing monsters appear so suddenly like that. Beside him, an ally confirmed what he feared: these creatures were exactly what they had been warned about. A heavy impact shook the platform as strange cubes fell, radiating power that distorted the air badly. Yul realized these were no ordinary creatures, but twisted ideas given shape by unknown forces watching them. He joked the zombies looked familiar, though something about their movements was clearly unsettling and very wrong. Explosions erupted as more emerged, forcing them to consider retreat before the valley filled with enemies completely. Fighting side by side, Yul thought this mess could have been avoided with better planning beforehand. Yul paused, admitting he didn't believe humans were the most intelligent beings living in this world. He knew now the arena moved itself, shaping the battlefield as the game rules demanded instantly. Falling past the glowing shapes, he thought about how maps adjusted once emotional energy was fully drained. He watched the colored cubes shifting, realizing each one stored memories and hidden traps waiting for intruders. Outside, the valley remained quiet, unaware these shifting maps could decide every fighter's fate without warning. Yul looked down into the abyss, seeing countless fragments of old worlds stacked layer upon layer. He realized each broken section was a memory, proof that everything eventually ended and was discarded. "This is the graveyard of worlds," he whispered, feeling the weight of that truth press down. He warned his companion they were about to smash straight through the floor without any resistance. Both of them burst downward together, a massive explosion marking their arrival in the lowest depths. They crashed through layer after layer of stone, the impact echoing like thunder in the dark abyss. Falling into bright light, he braced himself, gripping his sword as debris spun around his body. His eyes widened in surprise when he recognized exactly where the descent had finally brought them now. He turned to his ally, confirming this place was the hidden vault, marked only on legends. Before them stood the sealed chamber where Kashin's greatest power had been locked away for centuries. He floated toward the sealed door, knowing the vault was built to contain the game's worst dangers. These worlds always fell eventually, but only certain limits allowed someone to claim a demon lord's strength. He couldn't tell which seals were holding Kashin back, or what purpose each barrier exactly served now. A companion explained the system called them irregular beings capable of disrupting or breaking the entire framework, so the game would isolate these threats, locking them away to stop any chance of spreading chaos. He watched the red book flutter open, realizing it might reveal the hidden path to Kashin. Perhaps it will guide the way, he whispered, feeling both hope and unease growing stronger. But the guide moved too fast, racing across the chamber before he could react or prepare. A heavy impact shook everything, cracks spreading through the air as the seal began to break. He frowned, knowing all this noise and chaos would definitely draw enemies to their position soon. With a sharp slash, he cut through the energy wall, clearing a path without slowing down. Weapons drawn, enemies in red cloaks appeared from hidden doors, surrounding the chamber with cold precision quickly. Yule blinked in confusion, realizing these figures looked exactly like the NPC guards from the earlier floors. He warned Person to be careful, knowing these models were stronger than their plain appearance suggested here. Person confirmed these NPCs could evaluate their level and adapt tactics, making them extremely dangerous opponents together. Yule swung his glowing blade, declaring they'd need stronger attacks if they hoped to kill him now. The red book slammed shut suddenly, pulsing with energy as it prepared to release another hidden force. A violent jolt rocked the room, knocking Yule slightly off balance as power surged in waves. Blinding light burst from the floor, scattering debris as the chamber itself began collapsing inward quickly. Yule gritted his teeth, urging himself to hurry before anyone else arrived to block his mission. Two scouts watched the sky, realizing the bright beam signaled something terrible was happening deep underground. They exchanged a worried glance, understanding this disturbance could threaten the entire city if left unchecked. Massive cubes rumbled into place, their movement shaking rooftops as old seals struggled to remain intact. One observer called the mission logical and philosophical, noting it was unlike any event he'd seen. Another confirmed City Number 8 was the force determined to end the game by any means. One woman remarked it was absurd how many still chose to stay trapped inside this game. Another agreed grimly, saying some people refused to leave no matter what danger or reason appeared. A scout shouted that 42 hostile cities had been spotted, with enemy numbers reaching nearly 5 million. He added 15 players were confirmed, along with at least 10 city-eaters moving in quickly. Two soldiers argued, one sarcastically calling it great news while the other demanded to know why. Two soldiers traded punches calmly, one remarking the rules had grown stranger with each passing hour lately. He watched the seal explode apart and admitted the game must be growing desperate to survive now. From the crumbling ruins, a horned figure emerged slowly, smiling as his red eyes opened in silence. The masked warriors leapt forward together, blades drawn, as enemy creatures charged from the crumbling battlefield ahead. Amid swirling energy waves, the warriors' strikes cut through enemies, purple and blue lights colliding violently. Their combined force created an immense shockwave, blasting through multiple foes and shaking the ground beneath them. With fierce momentum, the blue-cloaked fighter hurled a powerful strike, launching the last enemy backward forcefully. The enemy slammed into the barrier's glowing surface, shattering it completely as debris scattered in all directions. He narrowed his eyes, realizing the barrier was reforming, and clenched his fist to prepare again. Summoning all his strength, he lifted his sword and launched himself straight toward the glowing shield's center. His body became a blue streak, cutting through the air as the barrier began to crack apart. The impact exploded with force, shattering the shield completely and sending fragments in every possible direction quickly. As the debris fell, the enemy staggered back, shocked by the shield's sudden destruction and his power. The winged figure rose above them, voice echoing, warning this was their final chance to retreat peacefully. He declared that if any enemy approached further, he would be forced to launch an attack. Ignoring the threat, the blue-haired warrior advanced, his blades gleaming as he prepared for immediate combat. He knew the enemy would never surrender, realizing words alone could not stop such a determined force. Watching closely, the soldiers agreed they must defend the city before those creatures began an unstoppable invasion. A red crystal tower activated, sending energy waves across the sky, powering the city's last protective barrier. The massive shields shimmered, forming hexagonal patterns as explosions rocked the ground beneath the defensive wall. A commander shouted urgently, telling everyone to get behind the barrier quickly before the enemies arrived. The enemy leaders ordered their soldiers to advance, determined not to let anyone escape alive now. With a furious cry, the attackers charged forward, weapons raised high, prepared for a final ruthless assault. Explosions erupted across the battlefield as energy blasts struck the land, shaking everything under the red sky. Two warriors clashed fiercely, one demanding answers about the secret plan hidden from them by their leaders. The armored fighter shouted that their foolish attack would only bring ruin and call darkness back again. He screamed that even the gods they once worshipped were powerless before the hidden player's true will. Raising his weapon, he warned no one could destroy the game the unseen developers had carefully created. Above them, a monstrous figure with glowing eyes descended, its presence casting dread over the battlefield instantly. The green-armored warrior smirked coldly, whispering that it was too bad for his unlucky enemies. With a sudden movement, he turned his gaze, preparing to release another devastating wave of energy. He declared he belonged to a race that preferred death rather than accepting control from any power. Soldiers reported the first defense line collapsed, asking urgently about the progress of the evacuation behind them. The commander raised his hand, shouting orders to hold the line and never let enemies advance further. Another officer declared they could not last unless the crystal was destroyed, urging everyone to stay determined. From above, the armored warrior descended rapidly, blue energy gathering around him as he prepared to strike. Landing hard, he scanned the area but found nothing important, wondering where the real threat was hiding. Suddenly, he sensed something and turned sharply, his eyes widening as a purple force began to gather. Above him, red symbols ignited in the air, swirling around as the dark power awakened fully. A massive explosion erupted, red energy smashing into the ground and tearing through everything caught inside it. Floating among the flames, a strange figure emerged, its presence heavy with ancient dangerous authority and malice. The armored warrior stared in shock, recognizing the long-lost name, whispering quietly, "Krishna? You were sealed away." Krishna raised one arm, voice echoing coldly, demanding to be released from the ancient magical seal. He raised his purple blade, its glow brightening as he prepared to confront the sealed entity. With a calm breath, he turned his eyes toward Krishna, studying every small movement in silence. He spoke firmly, saying he needed to hear the truth before releasing such dangerous ancient power. Krishna's eyes narrowed, asking if he would kill them and end the game if displeased. Red eyes gleamed sharply as Krishna demanded, voice cold, whether he believed victory was possible without help. He lowered his gaze, admitting quietly he should never have hoped to end everything alone again. His thoughts whispered that maybe, if only dreaming was possible, he could have changed this outcome. The wind shifted as blue energy spiraled around him, lifting him high above the ruined battlefield. He gathered every last fragment of strength, unleashing a massive wave of power toward the sky. To himself, he declared no hostile force would ever break the city's walls while he remained alive. He braced himself as the energy flared, determined to hold his ground no matter the cost. Someone observed that the two fighters and all the players had been left alone together now. Above the battlefield, golden and purple figures clashed, their power threatening to tear reality apart completely. One of them lifted a burning hand, summoning a dark book with impossible symbols across its cover. The system announced that the forbidden magic key had been activated, granting control over the entire game. The golden warrior swung his blade down, releasing a searing strike meant to end the conflict instantly. His opponent leaped up to meet the attack, both weapons colliding with a deafening crack of power. Their clash shattered the air itself, fragments of energy scattering like broken glass around their locked blades. Landing heavily, the armored figure raised his flaming sword again, determined to finish this impossible duel alone. Watching from a distance, the blue-haired fighter wondered if that strike was really aimed at the game. The red-eyed figure stood calmly, dark power and golden light swirling around him in perfect, terrifying balance. He repeated the question softly, asking what he had lost and what he still truly desired. Energy gathered as the 6 colored avatars formed, each representing an ancient force ready to be unleashed. He answered without hesitation, declaring that what he had lost and what he wanted were the same. A massive explosion erupted behind him, fire and lightning consuming everything as his power reached its peak. Krishna stood tall as thunder boomed, his eyes fixed on the distant armies gathering below him. He spoke coldly, explaining that the great turning tore his reality apart and destroyed his world forever. With a sharp motion, he slashed the crimson seals open, releasing the locked powers without hesitation. He admitted the game forced him to see everything he once ignored, everything hidden behind illusions. Krishna lifted his hand, saying the game revealed countless worlds and showed him truths beyond imagination's reach. He stepped onto the golden platform, determined to see what waited beyond the game's final barriers. He repeated softly that reaching past the game to find the ultimate answer was his purpose. He explained this was why he sealed Krishna, preventing those truths from destroying their fragile world. Turning slowly, he admitted surprise that Krishna waited rather than attacking, choosing patience over immediate violence again. He realized Krishna already knew every possible outcome, simply watching until they reached the moment he desired. He lifted his hand as the seal ignited, glowing bright pink symbols forming across his palm. Turning slowly, he watched the markings shift and lock into place, ready to unlock hidden power. He admitted Krishna was right, saying they needed the ancient strength no one else could ever match. As the seal split open, he smiled faintly, prepared to fulfill the role everyone expected of him. The ground split apart as energy pillars rose, surrounding him with countless shifting symbols and bright light. He narrowed his eyes, declaring calmly that it was time to discover what lay hidden ahead. Wind howled around him as he wondered what kind of power existed beyond the world's edge. He felt himself pulled upward, body weightless, realizing this force was stronger than anything he'd imagined possible. Gasping in surprise, he saw something moving below the water's surface, unsure if it was friend or enemy. He turned with a laugh, shouting at the spirit to explain what was wrong this time. Suddenly he stopped moving, realizing he was surrounded by swirling fragments he could barely understand or touch. He began to laugh again, then paused as tears filled his eyes without any warning or reason. Through clenched teeth, he shouted that these were emotions, powerful emotions stronger than any force they knew. His voice grew calm as he declared the game itself survived by feeding on these same emotions. He floated above the swirling water, realizing these emotions were so dense they became a physical force. He whispered that anything surviving here had to feed constantly on those emotions to stay alive. The seals around him cracked open suddenly, releasing a burst of power that shook the entire space. He looked up, eyes wide with dread, certain this enormous presence rising before him was the real threat. His thoughts went cold as he accepted the truth. This colossal form must be the true game. He watched the colossal eyes opening above, feeling their gaze pierce every part of his thoughts. He asked himself if this was the true shape of the game's end, or a warning. He tried to understand its presence, realizing it felt neither hostile nor kind, only endless and unknowable. Hovering there, he sensed time slowing as countless faces drifted past, watching him without any expression. Pain shot through his chest as he screamed, knowing his emotions were actually being consumed alive. Yul clenched his jaw, struggling to keep his emotions under control as pain surged through him again. He told himself it wasn't too late, though the pressure felt heavier with every passing second. He thought he must not surrender, or he would vanish inside this bottomless ocean of emotions. The blue spirit suddenly gasped, eyes widening as it recognized something hidden within the swirling energies around them. It pointed at the creature below, shouting that this was it, the final key they needed now. Yul whispered that emotions were just signals, drifting across the beam without any purpose or meaning now. He decided he wouldn't have to feel them anymore if he separated his soul from flesh. Suddenly, a red-cloaked figure appeared before him, radiating power that pressed against Yul's chest like stone. Yul swung instinctively, but the strange creature only twisted aside, leaving no trace of any injury. He exhaled slowly, realizing it wasn't meant to be struck, and he shouldn't fear feeling anymore. The giant creature began to vibrate, its body glowing as strange energy started to pulse in waves. Yul cried out when something smashed into him, sending a sharp shock through his armor and skin. He gasped, realizing that impact was neither a weapon nor a skill he could recognize anymore. He swallowed hard, feeling the dread rise as the creature's humming grew louder, vibrating across every nerve. Yul braced himself as countless beams erupted outward, each aimed directly at the center of his chest. The creature unleashed a barrage of blasts, each impact shaking the space and bending light around Yul. Yul gritted his teeth, shouting into the storm that it just didn't end, no matter what. Explosions rippled around him, so bright they turned everything white as his vision began to waver. He raised his hands, summoning layered shields of blue and purple to block the endless waves crashing. The creature floated back, silent, watching Yul's defenses rise even as energy crackled around its massive form. Yul lowered his arms, confused, because he couldn't sense any hostility radiating from the creature itself. He clenched his fists, frustrated that even the power he received from Krishna wasn't affecting it now. Suddenly the creature turned, and Yul's eyes widened as he realized it was rushing straight at them. Wind howled as Yul braced himself, watching the creature slice through the air with impossible speed. Drawing in a deep breath, he told himself the answer had to be something very simple here. Yul deflected the strikes, realizing none of his attacks could reach or harm the creature either. He thought he must accept it didn't fully exist in this dimension, even if visible here. Wind tore past as Yule considered his only options, while the creature shifted and loomed overhead again. And he knew he would have to enter its dimension or pull it into his own. Power gathered around Yule's sword as he prepared to act before the creature vanished again completely. A deep vibration spread as Yule's sword glowed, tearing a bright purple scar across the air. The scar widened into a shimmering gateway, pulsing like a living thing that swallowed all surrounding light. Far away, soldiers staggered as the ground shook beneath them, asking if it was an earthquake happening. Krishna turned sharply, eyes narrowing, surprised the great key was reacting in such a violent way. Yule felt a jolt through his body as the dimensional barrier cracked, energy pouring around his hands. The swirling rift grew larger as Yule's blade spun, pulling waves of unstable power into its center. Yule panted heavily, admitting they had used every skill in the game, yet nothing had any effect. He warned the others to stay alert, shouting that the creature would attack them again without hesitation. Above them, the creature's countless eyes began to shift, glowing brighter as it prepared another assault. Yule gripped his sword tighter, feeling the vibrations in his hands as the air started to hum. Explosions erupted across the sky as the creature struck, forcing Yule to shield his eyes instinctively. Yule shouted he had a plan, urging everyone to prepare before their last defenses collapsed completely. He braced himself as the impact kept coming, yelling he couldn't hold this barrier much longer. Within the glowing shield, Yule floated alone, gathering strength as the creature's eyes locked onto him again. Drawing a deep breath, he launched forward, determined to end the fight before hope finally ran out. Yule felt the great key vibrating in his hand, its energy growing stronger with each heartbeat. He narrowed his eyes, realizing the key always reacted the same way whenever the game itself flickered. Clenching his jaw, Yule decided he didn't care what it meant. He had to act now. He swung the key forward, slamming it into the rift with every bit of strength he held. Light exploded around him as reality twisted, and Yule gasped, seeing a world beyond comprehension unfold. Yule's body jolted hard as he was thrown backward, energy crackling across his armor like lightning. He gasped for breath, wondering what that vision was, something beyond this place he couldn't yet understand. A bright explosion forced Yule to raise his arms, shielding himself from the blast's searing heat. Above him, the creature shifted again, its massive eye fixing on Yule as silence returned slowly. A blue shard emerged from its surface, pulsing as if calling to Yule's hidden power within. Yule stared at the shard, feeling certain this was what he'd been meant to find. He thought if he struck the mark directly, it might finally create a permanent wound there. Drawing in a deep breath, Yule lunged forward, determined to end everything with a single strike. His blade slashed across the creature's side, and the surface shimmered as lines of light spread outward. Yule stepped back, confused when nothing changed until sudden movement behind him made his heart jump in shock. Yule clenched his teeth, realizing the hidden cracks appeared whenever the cheat key struck the game directly. He watched the fragments flicker into view, wondering if they were the true anchors holding reality together. A thought struck him: maybe the cheat key existed only to pull the entire game into this dimension. The enormous black sword descended rapidly, crackling with energy that split the frozen air around them apart. Yule stood watching, knowing the blade alone would never end the creature's relentless onslaught today. The ancient beast rose again, scales shimmering, proving that no weapon could bring it down so easily. He clenched his fists, opened the gate wide, and unleashed power drawn from countless forgotten dimensions. Light exploded around the creature, a blinding column surging upward to crush its defiance once more. A swirling vortex of blue energy surrounded the beast, scattering shards of frozen light across the battlefield. Yule darted forward, voice steady, asking if the creature still believed it could survive alone. He lifted the glowing shard higher, channeling all his remaining strength into the weapon's narrow edge. His feet struck solid ground again, energy crackling, as he prepared to launch the final assault. Several armored soldiers turned, shocked by his sudden arrival, realizing the fight had shifted in their favor. A deafening explosion erupted, flattening walls and forcing everyone nearby to shield their eyes from debris. Yule crashed downward, blue energy trailing behind him. As he targeted the hidden core directly, he stood alone, studying the shattered remains, wondering why the gods had entrusted him this burden. The fragments hovered ominously, pieces of a puzzle no mortal should ever be allowed to solve. Above everything, a strange device began activating, sending out pulses that warped reality beyond recognition forever. The purple fragments gathered overhead, swirling together as an enormous force began pulling reality into itself. Yule steadied his breath, knowing this was the final chance to end the chaos. He realized they were using this time to sever the device's threat once and for all. With a fierce leap, he launched himself upward, determined to strike the heart without hesitation again. Below him, the beast convulsed violently, its scales cracking under pressure no living creature could possibly endure. He nodded firmly, realizing everything he fought had only prepared him for this last revelation now. Choi Yul stared at the dark structure, understanding it was the true form of their game. A sudden burst of wind circled him as questions about the decayed beast filled his racing thoughts. He jumped back in alarm, sensing something unfamiliar as raw energy surged through his body without warning. Looking at his hands, he whispered that he felt power stronger than anything he had imagined. Choi Yul lifted his hand, sensing the currents of energy flowing into his changing body carefully. The dark structure glowed brighter, as if it was awakening to challenge everything he believed about strength. He shot upward with determination, blades ready, refusing to allow hesitation to control his final choice. Landing hard, he remembered all the risks, knowing their enemy still held secrets none could predict. He gripped his weapons, declaring that struggle itself was what made each moment worth the sacrifice now. The blades spun upward, cutting through the swirling lights as Choi Yul prepared his final attack. Twin swords erupted from the vortex, streaking past him to strike the dark core with precision. One weapon struck first, driving deep into the structure's surface and shaking the ground below violently. He watched the blades lock together, energy building around them. Knowing this was their single crucial chance, a hidden figure emerged, declaring the end was approaching as the darkness began to tremble in fear. Choi Yul hurled himself forward, purple energy swirling behind him as he closed the final distance. He landed hard atop the dark structure, feeling the surface twist beneath his tightening grip urgently. With a fierce cry, he swung down both weapons, determined to break its defenses at last. He thought quickly, realizing he needed to pull the buried core completely free from the water. A blinding column erupted upward, deoxyribonucleic acid-shaped energy spiraling into the sky as the barrier finally collapsed. He braced himself, knowing the strain of ripping the core free might be nearly impossible alone. With one final heave, he shouted that he had it, refusing to release his grip. A sudden burst of wind tore across the battlefield as everything began collapsing into the void. An armored figure emerged, wielding a glowing blade, challenging Choi Yul's claim to the stolen power. Above them, purple energy spiraled wildly, signaling that the artifact's true form was almost fully revealed now. The dark shape rose higher, a thin beam of energy stabbing straight through its armored blue shell. A furious scream echoed as the armored figure unleashed every remaining ounce of power into the strike. Chunks of the core began to break apart, purple fragments tumbling across the shifting battlefield below them. A brilliant column erupted skyward, crackling power that split the clouds in a deafening final declaration. Everyone froze in fear when the game itself let out its first deep, bone-shaking roar together. Bodies slammed into the grass as the shockwave knocked every unprotected fighter down in stunned confusion. Except for Choi Yul, who remained upright, eyes locked on the core's violent, shifting energy. He remembered the hidden numbers of City Number 8, shielded carefully by the forgotten cheat code. The core began to howl, its second roar splitting the air with an unnatural shrieking force. High above, celestial shapes twisted together as ancient beings emerged to witness the game's final awakening. The elders turned to face the soldiers, realizing this new threat could not be ignored anymore. Their orders were clear: to destroy City Number 8 and erase all who lived inside it. Warriors dashed forward, blades drawn, prepared to carry out the decree without question or regret today. The armored leader announced the citizens had turned hostile, leaving no option but absolute retaliation against them. He gripped his weapon tightly, voice calm, declaring there was no excuse left but to destroy everything. The citizens looked down in shock as the strange device fell from the sky and landed hard. The creature's eyes widened, sensing something was wrong, energy flickering across its armored hide in warning. Choi Yul stepped forward calmly, tapping his screen, reminding it that defiance would not help anymore. He explained he had to ensure its power was stolen fully before the final move. His voice lowered as he promised to restore Earth exactly the way it had once been. A bright shard pulsed as it activated, linking countless hidden strategies directly into Choi Yul's device instantly. He recalled how June spent 300 years refining each tactic until no weakness remained anywhere inside. His voice was steady, explaining the tool could fully control units across reality without any delay. But even with stolen divine power, he knew no strategy was flawless against every possible enemy. With a final surge, he slammed the blade down, determined to end the battle completely now. Choi Yul narrowed his eyes as the strange vibration grew stronger beneath his tense, steady stance. A massive pillar of energy burst skyward, lifting the armored creature high into the swirling storm. He spun around in shock, realizing this was something no one had prepared him to counter. A voice cried out, calling to Lieutenant Guan as chaos erupted across the broken battlefield below. Choi Yul grabbed the nearest soldier, shouting that they needed to escape before everything collapsed together. The emergency escape code triggered. lifting Choi Yul and his allies away from the crumbling battlefield. He turned to the armored enemy, demanding to know how they had gained such power now. Confused, he asked why Krishna still had access to codes thought to be completely erased forever. Floating weapons glowed around them as Choi Yul braced himself for the next unavoidable wave of attacks. Krishna said 3 cheat codes remained, ready to abandon him the moment he showed any fear. Krishna calmly explained he had planned everything, leaving Choi Yul with no chance to retreat. Choi Yul clenched his fist, admitting the enemy's strength was even worse than he first imagined. He sighed, realizing Krishna would never stop chasing him straight to the final heartbeat of existence. His allies shouted for Yul to focus on draining the game's power while they held position. He paused, feeling gratitude, and whispered thanks before launching toward the roaring darkness with renewed determination, and Choi Yul spread his hands, shouting he was counting on them to finish this fight.